Hello, hello. How y'all doing? Afternoon. I don't know what it is where y'all are at. How y'all doing? Happy Saturday. I just woke up recently. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes late. I always forget to leave the time to go into OBS and change over to YouTube. I know there's a way to like hook up the system so I don't have to redo everything every time, but I don't have that set up. So, um, how'd everybody's night go? Y'all just saw me less than 12 hours ago. um, I'm tired. The hubs is getting coffee though, so we'll be all right. We're gonna get some caffeine. I'm so tempted to crack a Red Bull, but I'm gonna let it ride until I get my coffee. Um, yeah. You slept okay? Good. Good, good. Fun conversation happening in the Discord this morning. I'm excited for Lem. Um, that's fun. We didn't see. And then also some fun conversation about the clip that was shared. Good context, good conversation about it. I was excited to see that. Things I didn't really take into consideration and consider, so that was nice. Also, should I miss that was pointed out and shared with the extra clip from Jane and Wilma. So appreciate it. Good morning, Jamie. Hello. So yeah, I like the additional conversation. I feel like in the moment I am like so caught up that there's always shit that I miss. And I think that's why I usually do like second, sometimes third watch throughs. Not like complete watch throughs, but I don't mind like watching either like Pulpy or Zach or somebody else watch her again or like clip downs of things that they catch that I don't catch because there's always something that I miss. So yeah. Um I did put those pens together, Rem, that you had mentioned and suggested. Jork and the Poo Poo, excuse me. What are you talking about? Not that clip. Let me show you this. I got these made last night. Hold on. Desk cam. Desk camera. Blah 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 blah. There we go. Someday I'll have the camera settings open so I don't have to do this. Not today. Not today. Ooh. All right. Look, came out so pretty. That's the purple one. Let me adjust the white balance. Maybe. Maybe. No, it's too bright. Oh, oh, that's wait, hold on. Don't look. I'm gonna blind it. There we go. Does he need multiple watches? Yeah, for sure. You just miss so much. Hubby and daughter left and so far both have forgotten something. Not bad. So that's the first one. It's got a water bead on there, blue water bead. And then this is the second one. I found a different flower that had the color on top instead of the bottom. I also found some iridescent pens that are purple and blue and green and blue. So I'm gonna see if I can make some cute like that too. Um, so but cute first go. I like the idea. So I'm gonna put these up as pre-sales. I glued them down. I like them a lot. I think they're very cute. I would love to keep them. I want to keep them all. I want to keep everything, but simply cannot. They're so cute though. Um, so awesome idea. Thank you for suggesting. Loved it. Appreciate it. You're watching her swallow a bowl of melted cheese. Jamie. Now, Jamie, where and why would you be watching? I'm just kidding. I know that's what she had for dinner. You'll be snatching up an iridescent. Yeah, they look really pretty. I don't know what they're gonna look like in person. I should be getting some tomorrow, so we'll see. But they look really pretty. If they look anything like the top of this flower, it's gonna be so pretty. So, and I got some more ombre ones, um, like the Furby one that I showed. So they'll be pretty. Um, yeah. Other than that, I didn't really do anything after I got off stream. I played Fortnite for a bit, got my free Panda Bear sidekick on my main account. Um, and that's it. That's it, and that's all. Um, this morning I was thinking I could work on Jane's stuff, and then I know we had ended last week watching it's some pretty unhinged. I will not be going to seek those out. I'm sure they'll find me, but I don't want to go find them. um, we'll continue watching the let me get to it. Nope. Wait, no. I appreciate you, but we're not gonna do it again. Thank you. We're gonna watch her reacting. It was Rosie reacting to plus size, blah blah. What was it? X fat acceptance, super fats reacts to J-Bay and fat acceptance dying young is what we were watching last week that we were going to continue watching this week because we got about halfway through. You got the panda already? I did. I did on my main. It took too long. I stayed up too late, but I could not stop. I have a Smurf account that I get all the free stuff on as well. So I have not done it on that one yet. I didn't realize how long it was going to take. Level 6. Yeah, it takes a long time. And I hate Pokemon style games. Spoiler. And I do not want to play that game, but gotta get my free panda. You'll dump them in my server too. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you. Appreciate it. Doing the Lord's work. um, Rip level 6. So we'll get into that video. You don't like the game, yeah. I don't like it either. I hate when they do that shit where they make you like play their new shit. I get why they do it, but I don't want to play it. It sucks. And yeah. So we're gonna watch this. I think we got like 2 hours left on this. Um I also found like group of pretty messy people last night that I started to like watch their drama. Oh shit. And you know what else I found? Oh, sorry. I just got really excited. I forgot. I found another app that I might be able to record somebody on that we can't currently record, remember? Um I forgot to check. So I can't check until she goes live if it works or not. Um So we'll know. We'll know at some point if it works or not. But I have it downloaded and going. So we'll see. Um, and then I found a couple other people to add to a list. So um, I should be finding some other people that we're gonna start incorporating into watching. The drama I was watching last night, I was like, "Oh, this is messy," but I got to kind of get a baseline on what's going on to make sure that it's something I wanna start watching with y'all. And that people aren't dragging people's kids and shit into it. If there's children involved, I don't want it on my channel. But I don't think there is so far. I just want to make sure. I get put with people that use V-Bucks. Wait, what? I get put with people that use V-Bucks to get OP buddies. Oh my god. No, no. You can do a private server, Fez. That's what I did. I just did a private server and then I fought a bunch of bots. So I won every game. I'm not trying to play with people in public servers. Um, okay. I think we waited long enough. If people are going to show up, they can show up. I just wanted to give people a little bit of a chance to get here to get back on the second part of this if they wanted to. And yeah, we'll get into it. I'm going to make an announcement in the Discord just in case people don't realize that we're getting into part 2 and they were here for part 1. Um, do-do-do. Heads up. Into part 2. Acceptance. Um, for anyone who is following along this week. Okay. All right. Perfect. Okay, I'm just stupid. No, you're good. I just am antisocial, so I always do private servers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you. All right, let me get her pulled up over here. And then I'll figure out what I'm doing. I might do Fortnite on my Smurf account for a little bit. I don't know that I'm gonna hop right into building. Um, Shit, I might work on getting my pet on the other account. Do I want to do that? I might just no. I'll work on builds. I gotta work on building um Jane's stuff. So I'll do that. Just start. What am I doing? Not PC game. YouTube. Brain. I really need that caffeine. I gotta tell you. YouTube. YouTube. Jane, hello. Speaking of Jane. Hello, Jen. Hello, Woma. Hello. You just got finished at the gym. Hell yeah. Good job. Hello. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon. Just getting Rosie pulled up here. I was trying to decide what I was gonna do. Or work on some builds. Jane, I'm gonna work on your items that I gotta build. And let me see. I did get your message this morning. Buzz Lightyear is available if you'd like him. And we could definitely do, if you wanted to do it combined with the Zerg, we could build that out as a keychain. He could be like the dangle part, and then we could either do Zerg as like an additional dangle on the keychain, or we could do Zerg as like a bead on the bead bar. We could do whatever your preference is. If you decide to play Fortnite. Oh, okay, sounds good. This is Jamie. What? What's Jamie? Sounds good. Okay, perfect. We can play around with the ideas. But I do have him, and I'll keep him aside for you. Okay. I'm not putting that drawer back in right now. Okay. Let's get the video started. You're gonna look as you drive. Okay, Wilma, be safe. Oh, hi, Jamie. I don't. The translator says
Thank you
some.
so much
It
for the
like changes your guys' text to such weird things on YouTube. I hate it.
YouTube short link on this.
YouTube is fucking wonky, bro. Okay.
Okay. Close
And then we
that.
got more Yawny stuff if Yawny comes
Excuse me.
in. And if not, I'll work on it anyways. But I like to wait and see who's
Whew,
here.
I was not planning to get emotional, but here we are. All right.
I'm right there with you.
We're gonna close out JB with this
Sounds good,
short.
Jamie. Thanks
And
for hanging
I haven't
out.
seen this, so I might watch it all the way through. I might pause.
Also, let
We'll
me
find out
know
together.
volume. I can never tell if she's actually loud or if I just have my mic turned up. So if she's too loud or if I'm too quiet or whatever, let me know.
Hey there, thanks for asking this question. I actually get this question all the time, especially being somebody in a larger body. A lot of people assume that I have oxygen because of my weight or something like that.
And for I should probably do it because this is a new video from last week. Trigger warning. She's going to be talking about influencers who are part of fat acceptance. She's going to be talking about kind of serious topics, so things where she might be talking about eating disorders or situations where some of these people have passed away. So if you're not in a place where you are comfortable hearing about those things or talking about those things, this might not be a good stream. But if you are, then you're welcome to stick around. If you're looking for a lighter subject or a lighter video, you can go watch. I have VODs over on Twitch if you want to watch something that's a little bit more fun and upbeat. We watched her stream that she did yesterday over on Twitch, and it's the same username over on Twitch. And you can watch the VOD over there. But yeah, we're gonna watch this where she's reacting to these topics today. And yeah, that was it.
The reason I actually wear oxygen is because I have a rare lung disease. It is called pulmonary hypertension, not to be mistaken with high blood pressure. It is an actual lung disease that affects a lot of people. Weight is not really a factor that goes into it. It affects a lot of babies. It affects people of all ages, and they don't really know what causes it. So I wear oxygen because my lung levels, my oxygen levels, don't stay high unless I'm wearing it. And so yeah, I have pulmonary hypertension, rare lung disease, which is why I wear oxygen. Okay. Hey there. Thanks for asking this question. I actually get this question all the time.
Okay, so she's also got rare lung disease. Okay.
Oh wait,
I've not heard of that before.
I think we already watched this part of it.
Let me
Because
Google
I remember
something.
her Googling.
Hers is to the lungs. Okay. Interesting. So many rare
I'm gonna
lung
go forward
diseases.
a
So she's
little
just not
bit.
being specific. I mean, okay.
Yeah,
There's 4 listed
I
here.
remember her Googling that.
Irreversible scab.
I'm gonna go past that part a little bit because I remember that part.
That's interesting because I just there was one more thing I wanted to Google. Let's see. Pulmonary hypertension weight.
Okay, so
Obesity is commonly associated with pulmonary hypertension. First sentence. And weight loss and exercise can help manage mild cases of the condition.
So part of the reason why I wanted to watch this is because I feel like recently she did go on this rant about good fats, bad fats, and X fats. And I thought, I didn't think pulmonary hypertension was rare. I don't know much about it. I don't know how rare it is or isn't. I don't think it is either. I think that it's a thing that happens to people. And I think it's not that uncommon if you are overweight. I'll turn it up. But I wanted to play this because I know that she went on this rant recently about good fats, bad fats, and X fats, and how she's sick of people who get all high and mighty and act all better than people after they lose weight, and how they are so performative and come online and try to scrutinize people and be better than people, and wanted to villainize a bunch of people who react to her, and accused a bunch of people of being awful for having opinions about things that she was putting online because they had lived experiences that they could relate to her experience. And I just wanted to see how she reacted when she was doing that after she had lost almost 100 pounds and was only a little bit smaller than she was previously. Hi, Joe. Good morning. Um, and how she was starting to behave and react when things were coming up about these people and their health and their weight, because I remember how she reacted when she was watching Life by Jen in the documentary. So yeah, that's the little nugget that I'm gonna keep in mind while I'm listening to her talk about JFA. And so she's already kind of doing it here while she's talking about how this is related to weight and how this could be relieved or alleviated by some weight loss. You know, Jamie? It kind of sounds like it a little bit.
However,
Watch the
obesity
face. Just watch the face.
obesity is commonly associated with pulmonary hypertension.
Hmm.
First sentence. And weight loss and exercise can help manage mild cases of the condition. However, pH affects people differently, so it's important to consult a doctor before starting an exercise program. Some activities like weightlifting and intense cardio can put too much stress on the heart and lungs. Okay, but like mild water aerobics would probably be great for her. I don't have this, but
Not
that's great for
Joe.
me. You know, there are days where I'm with my own issues and my own pain. I can't go nearly
Doesn't
as
it
hard
come?
as I want to, but
So
I
sorry.
still get in the pool. I still dance around. I still like do my underwater treadmill type beat. You know,
I haven't reacted to it. No, Rim. Maybe it's something that we could watch together. I know there's been a couple of reaction channels that have watched it entirely, so I don't know if people would be interested in doing that together, but I'm open to doing it. I've seen it before myself, but I'm happy to watch it with y'all if you want to. Oops, I just dropped the fucking feed. How's your day going, Joe? It is the docuseries itself is very sad, so having it go on in the background um is sad, and then her reaction to it is frustrating. um so also her being like, this doesn't affect me. I don't know what she's talking about, what she's going on about here, but I'm gonna lock in for a second.
first sentence. And weight loss and exercise can help manage mild cases of the condition. However, pH affects people differently, so it's important to consult a doctor before starting an exercise program. Some activities like weightlifting and intense cardio can put too much stress on the heart and lungs. Okay, but like mild water aerobics would probably be great for her. I don't have this, but and that's great for me. You know, there are days
What
where
does that fucking mean? I don't have this and it's great for me. Okay. What? So you don't have this, but I what are you saying? Not that you're right. Mild water aerobics are probably good for her. What did that sentence even mean? You got some Duncan and played some SM2? Nice. Duncan's a vibe.
my own issues and my own pain. I can't go nearly as hard as I want to, but I still get in the pool. I still dance around. I still like do my underwater treadmill type beat.
Not
You know,
anymore.
I'm gonna just share this tab actually. Hang on, guys. I'm gonna show you guys what I'm looking at.
Putting some options out for
Oh,
the
well, see,
keeping.
that's the thing though. She listed it separately, Laurel. That's what I could have swore she said, because when I looked under rare lung diseases, pulmonary hypertension was not there. let me Google one more thing. Hold on. I want to just make sure I understand this because I don't like to talk about things that I don't fucking understand.
Well, maybe you should.
Hold on. Is pulmonary
It's very
hypertension
goofy.
a rare disease? Okay, so I'm wrong. Yeah, it is considered a rare disease. Thank you for clarifying that for me, chat. I did just want to fact check that too. So, okay, so she has a rare lung disease that's considered pulmonary hypertension. Got it. But according to my very, very brief research, there's a common association with weight, which she directly contradicted, and maybe she doesn't have a mild case and it is more severe, but just simple like dietary changes would help reduce the inflammation in her body, which would reduce,
Like, what is?
I would think, the tension within her lungs.
You know how pissed she'd be if somebody did this to her, current day. Like, even the fact, it's so funny to me to see her do this. She'd get so mad if somebody did this to her. And this is exactly what she's talking about when she's talking about like good fat archetype or whatever the fuck she said the last time she went on her little rant about people. This is what she means, and the reason why she's pissed off about this is people always tell on themselves. They always get pissed off and accuse people of being the person they are. This is the person you are. You don't like it because you don't like people. You think people are you. You think that people are acting the way that you're acting, or the way that you know that you act. She can't help herself.
So I don't know. I feel like that's really the fat acceptance rhetoric going in deep there. Because it says, I can't fucking say this word, the epidemiological evidence supports a link between obesity and pulmonary, it says PAH. Yeah. Which is something related to pulmonary hypertension. I don't know, guys. I'm not a doctor. I say that enough in my videos because it's true. All right. So we're going to switch topics now.
Okay.
Hey, Kiki, good to see ya. Maybe, and it is absolutely rare in her age range. That is correct. But according to Google, it is considered a rare lung disease. So, I just wanted to understand that for myself.
Thank you, Dr. Google.
Because it's important to fact check things. Don't just believe everything you read on the internet. So now we're going to move on.
Dr. Google.
So I did watch this a little bit, but honestly, guys, I watched this with like other things in the background and I wasn't really like paying up much attention to it first time. So I'm going to try to really focus. I feel like this one might be where I don't know. I don't think I'm going to cry, but like this is going to be a heavy subject. So this is Michelle McDaniel's video. I don't think it's the most recent one, but it's too fat for her own funeral. This is why fat acceptance needs to stop. So there was recently a woman who passed that we're going to be discussing here. So, you know, my chat's been really respectful tonight, even of Jay. So I appreciate that. I don't think I saw anything too crazy in my chat, which I love that because I feel like that's a reflection of the kind of people that I bring to my channel. So I appreciate you guys. But this woman has passed. So I definitely want to talk about these topics.
Jane, question for you. All right, how do you feel about these little cameras? Do you like them? These little camera beads. Hold on, let me show you. Oh, let me turn the camera on. Sorry. Let me fix camera. I hate this. There you go. Little camera bead. I got it in a couple of colors, but I'm thinking maybe to not make it all blue. I also have these little duckies, but I don't know that. I mean, duckies are kind of random. Kind of cute, but kind of random. I'm trying to figure out if there's like a fun bead we could put on here.
but I want to be sensitive to the fact that like someone lost their family, and then because of her weight and their inability to get her set up
Or a
with
bow.
things, like they endured trauma even further after her passing. So that's kind of what this video is going to get into.
The little
So
camera's
this is
cute.
Michelle McDaniels. In case you don't know her for some reason, she makes a lot of commentary content. A good portion of it is related to fat acceptance, but she also does other pop culture topics, basically things that she's interested in. And we are also mutuals on Instagram. I've talked with her.
Did I
She's a really
turn
great
Rosie up? Is
person,
she a better volume now?
in terms of my
Is she
interactions
loud
with
enough?
her. So, yeah, I'm just kind of
Rosie
using this
should shave
video
one
more
side
to
of her
talk
hair.
about what she's
I
talking
agree.
about, and I may state whether I do or don't agree with her. I will say there are times when I watch her videos and I absolutely don't agree with some of her takes or the things that she says, but I am the kind of person where I don't have to 100% agree with someone to watch their content and enjoy them as a person. I feel like that kind of rhetoric and mind frame is where I once was when I
Maybe
was
yellow
in
or
fat
purple or
acceptance, when
green,
I was
whatever
a
you think is
woman,
best.
you know,
Okay,
and I'm
perfect.
trying to break out of
Let
those
me
cycles.
see
And so I do like,
if I have
you
any
know, I
beads
do
that
have
match
lines,
pretty well.
obviously, but when it just comes to like general difference of opinion, I like engaging in content where I may not necessarily fully agree. So I am excited to get into this. So let's go.
States and many places around the world, there is an obese.
I am a sucker for blue
Ugh.
and purple.
YouTube. Did I forget to refresh? I thought I did. I'm gonna refresh.
Let's try blue and purple.
In the United States and many places around the world, there is an obesity epidemic with the rise of fat.
Fat activists invented body positivity.
Food chemicals in our food.
Is Summer here? Oh my god. I'm
10
in top
seconds in and
chat.
I'm
Hold
pausing.
on. I'm so sorry, Summer. Good morning.
Jordan. No, the fuck they didn't. You want to know who invented body
I'm
positivity?
so sorry.
People with like missing limbs and disfigurement, and we fucking co-opted that shit.
Oh, hold on. Pez fact check this, didn't she?
With the celebration of gluttonous activities and the hashtag #FatGirlJoy trending on TikTok, obesity is at an all-time high. Many people on the internet warn these individuals who are part of this fat acceptance movement about death, but what about after death? What happens when you are too fat for your own funeral?
I've always wanted to be cremated personally.
No, it's true. Top chat does not like
and
Summer.
The day
I
that
keep-
I learned
keep
some
citing
crazy
you.
stuff about what happens to people of my size and trying to be cremated.
Discriminating against Summer again. I know.
Yeah.
Happened last time too.
Don't love that.
Sort of.
I might get into that later
I
in
should
this
look
video,
into it
but,
more.
yeah, don't love that.
I forgot about it last week. Oh, I was like, where the fuck is this music coming from? I have to close this side chat. It's pissing me off.
That's nice.
Hello and welcome back to the channel where I find interesting things online so that you aren't sitting on your butt cheek TikTok. So if you don't want your brain to turn into that toxic goo from Roger Rabbit, you should maybe hit the subscribe button.
I don't watch Michelle
Right here.
You are
McDaniels outside of.
subscribed to her.
Thank
for
you.
real.
I don't know
No,
anything
seriously,
about her.
Thank you. You guys got me over 900,000 subscribers.
I've only
and it
seen
was
her through
way,
Rosie.
like, too quick. You guys are too good at hitting that button.
So suspicious.
So we talk a lot about the fat acceptance community and how many people in the community like to promote, you know, happy fats and fat girl joy.
Have you shown yourself some love today?
And obesity, psh, but we fat girls can't do anything you thins can do. Or thin mints, whatever they.
I mean,
Wait, didn't we? We
I
watched
still
some of
don't,
this, didn't
like,
we, last
entirely
time?
unsubscribe from the whole concept of fat joy.
Am I-
but
did
at
I go
the
back too
same
far?
time, I don't know if I'm fully subscribed either, because it's like there is such a heavy association
I'm so
with
sorry,
that
y'all.
to the fat acceptance community and to the rhetoric within fat acceptance that it's just like, I'm just gonna be joyful and fat, and that's just gonna be the vibe, you know?
Call people smaller than them. And if you say otherwise, well, you're oppressing us. Well, we've seen here time and time again, they have proven themselves wrong many a times as they complain about not being able to fit in clothes, breaking chairs, or toilets. J-Bay, who complains about not being able to fit through hotel hallways. But I guess that's just oppression. Anyway, today's unfortunate story is about a woman whose obesity would affect her even after death. Let's get into the 850-pound woman named Cassandra Ortiz. who was too large for her own funeral.
It's okay. Well,
Beautiful
if I
soul,
did, we're just doing a
contagious
little bit of a catch
laughter.
up.
Carolyn Alvario's daughter, Cassandra Ortiz, passed away a week ago. But remembering the light she brought to this home,
It's hard for me to know because
because
I've seen some of those a couple of
I
times.
don't wish what we're going through, I don't wish that on anybody.
The Milwaukee County Medical Examiner says Ortiz weighed 850 pounds. Alvario says because of her weight, no one had the capacity to handle the case.
There's not a funeral home that would take her.
So a lot of people are talking about this on TikTok, and people who talk about it on TikTok have gone viral with titles like "Too Fat for Her Own Funeral," and it got me hooked. I don't usually like to talk about death, but we do talk about fat acceptance a lot. We talk about the problems within it, so here we are.
And the reality is, the deaths were kind of what started me fully waking up. I'll never forget the moment, and I may like react to some of this stuff and talk about it like as a rewatch. But the video that Sama Every Size did about Brittany from TikTok, just sick and tired of waiting, and waiting was spelt like wait. She was a plus size gamer. She had cat ears, and I had known about her passing.
I think I'm gonna
and
do
I
the
was very
crackle
upset
bead with
about
the
it
unicorn
at
instead.
the time. I watched her here and there.
Because I need
really
a
enjoyed
smaller
her.
bead for
She
this one.
was very young, and that video that Sam made was when I found out that
Thank you.
she made a video before she like right before she died, basically
Thank you,
begging
babe.
fat acceptance to
I got coffee.
like reconsider, wake up, change it. I'm paraphrasing here from my memory.
Who is she talking about? Sorry, I spaced out. I was getting coffee. Who is she talking about? Joyful is not a word I'd use to describe Rosie. No, definitely not anymore. Do we like the bozo she's talking about right now or not? Who is she talking about? Hold on. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Waking up. I'll never forget.
A home that would take her.
So a lot of people are talking about this on TikTok.
So the person that was just on screen passed away. So I don't know that person specifically that was just on screen. Let me see. Thank you, husband. I got my coffee. Coffee. Let's go. So good. Yeah. Trying to check on an Alani. Oh my goodness.
And people who talk about it on TikTok have gone viral with titles like "Too Fat for Her Own Funeral." And
This lady? I don't know her either. I have no idea. Wasn't sure if you knew her. I have no idea. Redacted. Yeah, I gotta get a nickname. I don't know the nickname yet, but gotta get a nickname.
got me hooked. I don't usually like to talk about death, but we do talk about fat acceptance a lot. We talk about the problems within it, so here we are.
And the reality is,
That's upside down.
the deaths were kind of what started me fully waking up. I'll never forget the moment, and I may like react to some of this stuff and talk about it like as a rewatch. But the video that Sama Every Size did about Brittany from TikTok, just sick and tired of waiting,
Big D.
and waiting
Please.
was spelled like wait. She was a plus size gamer. She had cat ears, and I had known about her passing, and I was very upset about it at the time. I watched her.
Yeah, I don't know. So the woman that's on screen is Michelle McDaniels. And I haven't watched any of her content. From what I've heard, she's got some hot takes that some people don't agree with. I've never watched her though, so I don't know. I've never seen, like literally have never seen anything that she's put out besides what Rosie has pulled up on her screen. So Mike Tomlin. Now Lauren.
in there. I really enjoyed her. She was very
Not
young,
out of nowhere in
and,
his reaction. Call him Big Daddy out of nowhere. Y'all are crazy.
that video that Sam made was when I found out that she made a video before right before she died, basically begging fat acceptance to like reconsider, wake up, change. I'm paraphrasing here from my memory. And it fucking broke me. This was sometime almost a year ago when it was around the time I collaborated with John around that time of like waking up and kind of understanding what was going
Zach
on.
Michaels.
And then another video I watched again. These might be videos I actually watch in a future
Shel
live
McDaniel,
stream,
sorry.
just to kind of commentate on and talk about them, because I'll have a lot of things to say within my own experiences as well. But it's just like this video that explained all of these women and how they basically died before they could escape feudalism, which is a little bit different than this, right? But it's all tied around these rhetorics keeping people in certain places to the point of death far too young, and just normalizing the thoughts of like, oh, you know, like I'm here, I'm like the whole premise of like, I'm not here for a long time, I'm here for a good time, you know. That's shit that like addicts say, and I used to say that all the time.
That's
not
crazy.
even fully realizing and being cognizant to the fact that I was saying those things like in the position of a food addict, of someone who's like, well, I'm not here for a long time, I'm here for a good time. If I die young, it's fine, whatever. I'm gonna eat what I want to eat, you know. And that is toxic, that is dangerous.
Len, good morning.
And it's like what fat acceptance ends up embodying are those behaviors and normalizing them and creating communities that not only thrive in that but make money off of it, and it just becomes this like insidious never-ending cycle.
But if you go to these pages and look at all of the comments, the way that the mom is expressing herself is what has a lot of people like up in arms and pretty angry. So the mom seems to be focusing on, no one could get my baby out of my house.
To walk in that room and just keep seeing her there. And it's like, oh my God, when are they going to get my baby out of here? They need to get her out of here.
On the main page this comes from, the comments are even turned off because most people were saying she's acting like this is a personal attack on her and her family and her child that passed away, but not realizing how large her child was. And she keeps saying that she was this beautiful, you know, bright light, and it's a shame she passed away. But she's not also mentioning that Cassandra lived with her and she was most likely her main caretaker. And we've seen my
that's so rough. What a rough situation.
Enabler.
Times usually the main caretaker is the
what
one
like
who
what
is...
how what a bitchy response. That's such a bitchy response. That makes me so mad. Ugh. How rude, bro.
The enabler. And so many people in the comment section are saying her mom and whoever else took care of Cassandra are greatly responsible for her death. And what do you think?
Greatly responsible for her death's a strong statement.
No shit.
Because at the end of the day, Cassandra is
like could you not say the exact same thing about Rosie's mother, who's going out and buying major amounts of food at one time, knowing that her daughter has an eating disorder and problems with portion control, sitting at home, who's not leaving the house and cooking in bulk? Would that not be enabling your grown child? Like, that's such a fucked up, rude response to somebody who just lost their kid. Her mom probably didn't help, but you're in that situation. You don't know how to fit. Yeah, that's so rude, bro. That makes me, that pisses me off. I don't like that.
Made the choices and gave up, you know, and got to an extreme there, right? Because at the end of the day,
right, Lauren.
If the mother's not the one enabling, someone
I hate
else
that
will.
shit.
And you know who I'm talking about.
Would happen if she got over 800 pounds and then passed away. It was a struggle for her to even move herself. It's going to be a struggle for people
But she's
to
an empath,
remove
you
the
guys.
body once she
Yeah.
crosses over. So eventually the fire
That's
department heard about
crazy.
the problem and they wanted to get out there, and they eventually did get out to the area to transport the body, but due to the
So
extreme
empathetic.
size, it took an excessive amount of people to get Cassandra's dead body out of the house.
There were at times 20, 30 people in this house trying to help this family address this situation.
So they managed to get her into a special van, but unfortunately, as the 25 to 30 people that were there trying to lift 850-pound Cassandra, a real-time emergency happened, like a fire broke out, and they had
Yeah,
to just...
Wilma, she did. She did literally say yesterday that she'll eat what she wants. And she and justified that she eats in bed all the time, no problem. Like that, do you think that behavior is helping you? Hi, Maddie. This is old. I mean, it's from when so the reason why I wanted to watch this and the reason why I pulled it up last week is because this is Rosie after losing 100 pounds, and she wanted to reprimand good fats, bad fats, or not bad fats. She wanted to reprimand people for being good fat archetypes and being performative, because they were losing weight and they wanted to look like a good fat and fit a mold that people would accept them and like them because they were doing what they should be doing and losing weight and behaving how skinny people would want them to. Or she wanted to condemn people for being ex-fats, who sat on this high horse and acted holier than thou and better than everyone. But meanwhile, this is how she acted after losing 100 pounds. Still in like a 450, 500-pound body. This is the way that she acted towards other plus size people online. So just wanted to take a look at it for comparison, just for comparison purposes. just to see where we were at a year ago. Call me a fat daddy. I hate when people call people enablers because it's so nuanced and non-empathetic. Yeah, like it's really like it really takes any nuance out of the situation. And it takes responsibility off of the person who is an adult in the situation. Also takes out any, like, there is so much what's the word, lived experience that like goes into people's situations and how they get there and like why somebody might be like what has happened in Remy's life that he feels like he needs to come into Rosie's life and completely serve her and enable her to the point where she doesn't even have to stand up or lean over and turn the stove on anymore. Like what is it about him that has happened now that he feels like he needs to do that? Like it's so nuanced. There's so many layers that go into it because that's not a dynamic that has been created together on its own. Like there are other factors that have gone into it that are separate lived experiences for both of those people that have contributed to that situation. And so to just be like, oh, her mom's an enabler, it takes away any of that. It just pisses me off to, especially like from somebody. I hate it. I hate it. It just pisses me off.
There were at times 20, 30 people in this house trying to help
I'd pay to see her try to react to this stream now. Yeah. It's crazy. Look, I've never been fat and I've never contemplated if there are good and bad fats. Am I missing something? No. I mean, what I think is really goofy is this like whole, there is like a whole subset of people who live in this like fake, it's not even fake, I guess, because they create it, but this whole like space of online community that Rosie is talking about, because people like Rosie create this environment. And it's very weird. Because I don't feel like normal people, and normal's not the right word, but I feel like most people don't have this type of black and white thinking about situations or environment or like people's lived experiences. Like you understand that, like, God, what's the fucking word that I'm thinking about? I don't know. I like people understand that there's a lot of nuances in situations. And so it's very weird. It's very strange that like you find this subset of people or this like group of people online who are like, you're either this or you're that, or you fall into like these 5 categories of fat people, and that's just how it is. And like, what are you fucking talking about? What do you mean? Get out of here! Like, I don't. I like get out. I hate it. I hate this. I hate this.
This family address this situation.
So they managed.
I don't know if you saw my other messages, but like with my scenario, my parents should not beg me to go to the store until I was ready to. Wait, what? My parents should have not begged me to go to the store until I was ready to cry. Maybe blame them, not me, bro. Wait, what? Hold on. Different but similar. Living with addicts in the past, I've been harassed to drive to the liquor store until I'm ready to lose it. Absolutely. And sometimes you give in just to survive. Exactly. Exactly. No, I didn't see your other message, but exactly. Like there are things that like unless you're there, you don't understand.
To get her into a special van, but unfortunately, as the 25 to 30 people that were there trying to lift 850-pound Cassandra, a real-time emergency happened. Like a
No,
fire
for sure,
broke out,
Maddie.
and they had to just leave Cassandra's body in the van for just another day.
Myself and my colleagues.
Absolutely. When he leaves, it's all going to be so much worse. Everything's going to be so much harder. Everything's going to be like when I tell you, I was talking to somebody last night about it. Everything is going to feel like it needs to be expedited more than it already has, because A, she's going to miss him, and B, she's going to have this like new perspective on how much she doesn't need to do now because she's had all of this assistance. And so when I tell you I feel like the situation that she's in is the plan that they have to move in together and like live together is going to be expedited. Michelle is known for very rude takes. I mean, from what I can see, the rude shit that Rosie's saying seems to align with what Michelle's saying on screen, so that doesn't surprise me. Everything has nuance, but I'm also just not checking for other people's bodies like that. Yeah, it's I don't understand being this I don't know. It's just it's so rude. I would think by the very nature of the relationship, a child cannot be an enabler to a parent. When you're the adult in the room, you're the adult in the room. Yeah. I'm convinced by the way she reacted to the pool not being usable that Romy is probably leaving the first week of August. So then she will complain a lot more. Yeah, no, I agree. I also think he's leaving the first week of August. I'm positive he's leaving this week at some point. He's doing a tremendous amount of damage, like unknowingly. I agree. Yeah. I agree. And I think that again, I think there's things that play into that. Like I think that he's got something about him where like this makes him feel better. It makes him feel better as a person to like help her out in this way. It's I'm not going to say savior complex, but there's something about him that makes him feel better, like he's contributing and improving her life, because what she complains about is everything being so difficult. And so the way that he can contribute and make things better for her is to alleviate some of these problems that she complains about. And he continues to want to do that for her. But I think what they they aren't taken into consideration is how much it's hindering her ability to be able to do those things on her own.
Colleagues were not capable to take her from our van and to put her onto any type of table that could be large enough to accommodate her.
Which I think they were saying that even the van was having trouble transporting the body. And now her mother is complaining because she's saying they didn't get to her daughter's bodies fast enough. And now we can't even have a proper funeral.
With her having sat so long in the bed and having sat so long in the van,
Yeah, he does think he's
even if
helping
we
her.
wanted to, we couldn't do a funeral.
And I mean, I do feel for her, but also, really, what did you expect? She's allegedly.
Man, okay. So if you, I have a lot of thoughts. I just kind of want to let that play for a second, because it's like
I'm sure they're going to be very empathetic.
I think
and
back
kind.
to like when I've been in an
Thoughts.
ambulance before, like when I fractured my foot, when I've been transported before, you know, at 550 pounds, and one of the instances where I have a long history of medical malpractice, and I don't plan to trauma dump any of that. Don't worry, but this
She
one
held back
specific
this time?
incident of like me being in the back and they didn't strap me down and like having to literally, it's part of the reasons why one, it's like part of the, there was a few things that happened in a short amount of time, but I had to brace myself with
can there
both
be
of my
some
hands
like
on either side of the ambulance to keep
empathy
myself
extended
from
for
falling
that
off of the gurney
situation? I
because
agree.
I was not properly
I think it's kind of wild
strapped,
to
and neither was the
honestly to even like report on this situation in the first place. I think is really bizarre to be like, oh, this is a story I need to talk about. I don't know, man. I think she doesn't want to sit with not knowing everything. Oversimplification that she doesn't, or that she's doing, is that she can believe she understands these things. Rosie is just uncomfortable with not knowing. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Also, Jane, do you like this combination? I think I'm gonna do the crackle bead with your unicorn instead because I have this one and I like the amount of color here. Sorry, it's not showing it very well, but there's like a magenta streak through it, and I think it looks good with that. Reporting on it is just insensitive and unnecessary, especially the way that they're reporting on it. I think that there could have been a productive conversation around this topic in a way that was much more sensitive and not like, oh, her mother should have done better. Like, okay, great. This is very productive. Thanks. How dare she request accommodations and expect people to be there and help her. I don't think the appropriate time to shit on people is after their child passes away. Hot take. I don't know.
Ernie, the guy that was there.
Yeah, no, I know. It's wild.
At some point I was
like her
unsure
ego's
about
too inflated to sit with that
how sound of
discomfort. She
mind he
doesn't want to
was
accept
on the job.
that things take time to learn and understand. It's not fully encompassed in a reel or a headline. No, for sure. Exactly. It's like she instantly wants to be the expert. And you saw it even yesterday with the stupid fucking Legos, right? Like, if she didn't understand it right away, she didn't want to do it. Just like, get it away from me. And it's like little things like that. Like, she can't even be uncomfortable with like learning a new skill like Legos for a couple of seconds. And I truly believe that's probably why she only does things like cooking the same 6 recipes all the time, because she just wants to do the things she's comfortable with. She never gets uncomfortable. She does act very weird when people die. She either makes it about herself and her experiences and the things that she knows. No, that's just what she does. There's no other option, actually.
If you catch my drift. But yeah, I mean, I think about that and I think about like how uncomfortable I was and like
I like the crackle bead with the
all
unicorn
of that,
too.
and I was like,
I think it'll be
literally
cute.
300 pounds lighter than her. And that it takes multiple men to assist someone like me. Not nearly that level of extremity, but it takes definitely more than 2, you know? And so that's the reality of it. That's the reality of
That was
being in a bigger
pathetic, yeah.
body, and like in the form of extremity. Like I would say in the form of extremity, at my fattest, I was on the lower tier of that, right? Like I wasn't even technically fat enough to be on my 600-pound life, but I was fat enough for it to be a constant problem and burden in fitting around in the world around me. And what fat acceptance teaches you is to put far more emphasis on the external reasons why that it's a problem instead of the internal reasons.
Like I said, the main caretaker, and we've seen this on 600-Pound Life time and time again. The person is immobile; they can't move.
I can't get up out of this bed.
And so the family member just throws them whatever food they want so that they can shut up and they don't have to deal with that.
I'm thankful for the support from my boyfriend. He's the kind of guy that prefers bigger women.
I don't want to see her pass away. I do feel guilty
Hi,
about
Mona.
bringing the food, but at the same time, it's so hard to stop.
I personally agree.
Is that how she said qualifying for reality TV?
Ooh.
Her
I
and
want to talk about hold on, I
Amber
wanna talk
have
about that.
always
We're
talked
on
about
topic
whether or
today.
not they could
Hold
qualify
on.
for 600-Pound Life.
I want to talk about that.
And so the family member just throws them whatever food they want so that they can shut up and they don't have to deal with that.
I'm thankful for the support from my boyfriend. He's the kind of guy that prefers bigger
I'm
women.
interested in what
I
her take
don't
is
wanna
on
see
this,
her pass
actually.
away. I do feel guilty about bringing the food, but at the same time, it's so hard to stop.
I personally
It's so hard to stop.
Yeah.
That word choice, I would bet $1,000,000 fucking dollars that guy's a feeder. Not because he's just with a fat chick, but because it's just so hard to stop.
It's
And
such
the
a
guilt on his face.
what? I see, and this is why I know there's been a couple of times where people have come into my chat and been like, "What do we think of Rosie's mom?" And she seems like a sweet lady, right? But at the end of the day, Rosie's mom will go to the store and come back home with her daughter, and they've bought hundreds of dollars worth of groceries in bulk that her mom's leaving town in 2 days, and the only people that are going to be there to eat it is going to be Levi and Rosie. And my thoughts are, what are we doing here? And why are we doing it? And I think that she's not doing what's best to help out the situation. Exactly. Rosie wouldn't call her mother a feeder, would she? Like, I would put dollars to donuts if you asked her mother if she would be able to tell her daughter no, how she felt about that situation, knowing that her mother has struggled with her weight and has had weight loss surgery and has done something to change how her lived experience in her body is. It's just bizarre to me to automatically assume this man is a feeder because he has a hard time telling someone he loves no. Again, takes out any type of lived experience here in their situation that might be going on, and just automatically demonizes him for not being able to say no to somebody he loves.
That man
She
clearly
did.
derives
She
pleasure from that experience.
she did the exact same thing to, like, when she was watching, and I think we might need to watch it, but when she was watching the Jen Life by Jen documentary and Jean was first introduced, she automatically was like, what is this guy, a feeder? Like, how come everybody that's introduced to a plus size person, like, relationship that you react to, you're like, oh, what's this person, a feeder? Like, what's that about you? Huh?
And oh my god, I got fucking chills. I try to like not fully demonize all feeders because I do genuinely believe there are a lot of men out there that feel actual guilt about it, but like they don't stop. They don't stop sending the food money. They don't stop encouraging. They don't stop begging for certain things from women. They don't stop
Weird
seeking out a
statement.
certain kind of partner. They don't stop because it's hard to stop their proclivity. I wasn't expecting that in this video.
Agree with the people that are saying that the mom played a part in getting her daughter to the 800-pound size. So I'm sure she's upset, but to sit there and be upset that now they can't even have a funeral and kind of lightly blame the people who took so long to get to her daughter's massive body is just interesting. So I understand why the comments are pretty upset and kind of lacking that sense of for the mother. And which, by the way, you can.
That's even more proof to me that he's a feeder. Feeding her is an obsession. It's an addiction. Exactly. It's hard to stop. It's addiction language. Exactly. No justice, no peace. Exactly.
Okay.
And that's kind of like, if you want to start this reaction from the beginning, whenever we're done, and kind of get the full context of stuff and everything.
He didn't say it was hard to stop. He said it was hard to say no, or he said it was
fat acceptance influencer. I'm an ex-fetus model. I left the world.
Did he say it was hard to stop?
And in that time, I've lost about 80 pounds, but I've lost 100 pounds total. So,
good fat archetype.
Still have a funeral. You just can't have a body viewing. Which, if I was in her shoes, I don't know if I'd want to keep seeing the body. She seems like she saw it enough, just laying there lifelessly in the house that she was there. Like, while she was there for like 12 hours before people could come and take her out. And even then, after the 12-hour mark, they still struggled to move the body. It took a lot of time. It's not just like when my grandma passed away, they kind of just threw her body on a thing and willed her out. It was not the normal average experience because we're not talking about a normal and or average body. And the situation, yes, very, very sad, but it is a constant reminder of how stupid, absolutely dumb fat acceptance is. How stupid these individuals sound when they say obesity is fine. And there's no studies showing that obesity impacts your health negatively. Smile. Everything is rainbows and sunshine and butterflies as they flap around their stomach in our faces.
Have you shown yourself some love today?
Just showing off their visceral fat. Looking at you, fat dog.
I can't stand Lizzo as a person because of like all that shit with the backup dancer stuff. Every time I see her face, I get pissed off. I used to vibe to Lizzo, you know? But there's been other red flags with her, other smaller stuff. Like, I also feel like she did like the vanity sizing with her Yitty brand while like, spouting that it's size inclusive. I don't love that.
Rainbows and sunshine.
I probably quit after about 10 minutes.
They flap around
yeah, I mean, we can watch it if you guys want to watch it together. We can. I'm happy to watch it. I do think the docu series is really interesting. I don't mind watching it if you guys want to. Just check that the unicorn one is for a longer keychain. If I didn't say that. Oh, longer keychain. Longer keychain. Which one's the longer keychain? The silver ones? Are these the longer keychains? What's the longer keychain? No, those are the same size. What's a longer keychain? They have longer keychains? The new ones you showed that had the heart clasp? Oh, shit. I see. Okay. Yes. How can I put these up here? It can be, yes. I can put, yes, I can do that. I haven't put a character on one of these yet. But with the pom-pom on the bottom, is that what you're talking about, Jane? I think I'm going to do the magenta one. No, I can make it work. I just didn't know which one that was. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me know before I effed it up. I'm glad we were here. I'm glad we were doing this. Okay. I'd like to at least. Finally got pandas. Oh, you got the panda. Let's go. If she doesn't work, that's okay. No, we can make it work. We can make it work. Also, I also dislike Lizzo, but not for I feel like I have different reasons that I dislike Lizzo. I just feel like Lizzo's been performative for a long time. I think that she like has always toted this like acceptance rhetoric, but like has done it in a really weird way where she's like also just been trying to kind of take advantage of people and promoted. I don't know. It was weird to me that she had shapewear while trying to like tote that she was like body acceptance, and I don't know. It felt like she was towing weird lines and doing weird things. So she's always given me kind of the ick personally, and she's just gotten worse over time. So I just don't fuck with her. Samesies.
Showing yourself some love today.
Just showing off their visceral fat. Looking at you, Fat Doctor UK. Yes, a fat acceptance doctor. What universe are we in? The stupid universe. Videos of the fat acceptance doctor, links below.
Alvario urges other families to pre-plan arrangements. She wants the state of Wisconsin to have a protocol for situations like her daughter's.
Something's got to be put in place.
To me, when I saw that last clip, it's like now she wants to take action. Now she wants to help her daughter in any way that she can after death. Now there needs to be protocol set when this type of stuff happens, when it doesn't have to happen. And the other issue that people are saying is that there was no mention of I could have done better, or maybe warning other families who have obese family members who have a food addiction problem. This is what happens when you are helping your family member with their addiction. This is your future. Do not help your family get to 850 pounds. There was none of that. It was just, they weren't here quick enough to get my baby out of this house and move her 850-pound body. How are they struggling with this? How is there no protocol? It pretty much just felt like a blame game, and then no taking responsibility for what led your daughter to get to that point. So this got me very interested in the process after a morbidly obese individual passed.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with everything she just said, really, because it's at this point, like, if you're in a situation where once I hit about 500 pounds and I was like kind of going up and down, most of my life I spent
Sorry, me me just going off about something and not being able to be heard. Great, thank you for telling me. It makes me mad. I'm gonna let Rosie go off on her rant and make this about her in a second. It makes me mad that people feel like this grieving mother needed to come online and take accountability for her daughter's passing instead of allowing her the space to come online and advocate for change in a situation that was awful for her to experience, rather than allowing that, expecting her to come online and admit some kind of fault in this situation is what people are upset about. Pisses me off. And I think it's gross that Rosie's sitting here being like, yeah, she should have done that. I hate it. Censored. Am I silent or am I being silenced?
My like standard weight, my set weight was like 532. The highest I ever hit was 550, and I would purposefully try to eat in ways to like not continue to gain weight, but you know, still actively engaging in my food addiction. And also, you know, taking steps further when I was involved in feederism and everything.
Mm-hmm.
When it gets into like that level of extremity, and you know, to the point that you are relying on other people to take care of you, the only thing I've ever come to that was even a little close to that was when I fractured my foot, and that was more so because I had a fractured foot than like my weight, but my weight made the experience hell on earth.
Can't say the same now though, Kim.
I like had to literally crawl along the walls of my apartment to try to get myself to the bathroom, screaming in pain the entire time because I didn't have a accessible apartment to be able to like move about in a wheelchair and do all of that. It was one of the most demoralizing and horrible experiences. And, you know, that happened right around the time, like right before my breakup. And then I moved to Florida in October. All of that happened started happening in May, I believe. And so those experiences, like at that point I was already watching girl world content and like secretly unpacking things and like secretly having some opinions that I knew would get me canceled in fat acceptance, but never saying them because I was afraid. And I was still in the feederism world and I was still making content and here and there. And then I moved here and I kind of distanced myself a little bit from that at some points. And then at some point I met some people and I went right back into it. And I made the choice to go back into it, right? And then ultimately I finally just came to accept that I needed to fully leave. I was inspired to do that by like external drama initially, but these were things that had all been brewing, and I had repeated some old toxic patterns that I had to break the hard way. And I received additional help. I worked on my mental health really hard throughout 2023, and finally kind of got myself into the place of taking my physical health a little more seriously and working on my lifestyle changes, making really small changes over extended periods of time. And that's kind of how I've ended up here. With people like us, it is not as simple as exercising and losing weight. And that simple reduction of what this experience is far more harmful than helpful in every scenario. But it is absolutely needed. It absolutely needs to be treated like a recovery program, more so than a weight loss program. I do believe weight loss should be an aspect of it, but you have to do that with whatever you're comfortable with. For a long time, I had to avoid tracking and calorie counting because I just had to get used to the changes in my routine. I just had to get used to the reduction of the sugar. I just had to get used to improve
I
my
would be
food
very
choices.
curious
And then
to see how
eventually
she
that
feels about this
stopped
stuff now.
having a positive effect on like
Kind
my
of crazy
weight
to
loss
hear her
and
talk
other
about it
aspects of
this
my
way.
health. And then I just kept slowly adding things here and there, and I will be continuing to make those tweaks as I go along and adjusting as necessary, because I'm not gaining my weight again. I'm not going to be 500 pounds again. I'm not letting that happen.
She would
That
say
is not
now
an
it's
option on
because
the
she's
table. I am
disabled and
not giving
everyone's
up
ableist.
on my venture here because this shit is terrifying.
I'm glad
I used to actively.
It sucks, man. Hearing like, I wish this kind of conviction could have stuck with her. I hate that like it it rode the back of like trying to be better than people like this. And this is what she talks about when she talks about like that good fat behavior, right? Like, or the like performative, um I mean, this is when like really when she's talking about like x fat, like this is what she's talking about, like she a lot of her victories were sustained, or like her accomplishments were sustained and validated because she was doing better than people that were failing. And it sucks. Like, I wish that some of these things could have been more meaningful for her outside of, look, I did better than Amber, or I did better than Foodie. Hi, Willow. How you doing? Good afternoon. Good morning. How are you?
Avoid my 600-pound life and things like this. The deaths of fat people in general, because trying to confront the reality of that was too much of a threat to was too much of a wow, words are hard. It was too much of a threat to the cognitive dissonance that I had in relation to my own body, and that is the experience I feel for the majority of people within fat acceptance.
Away. What happens to the body when it's too fat? Well, if you are of size and your body is able to actually be viewed because you didn't pass away in your own filth while your family sobs, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, this is extremely sad, but it is the reality, and from someone who sees morbidly...
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but says the most fucking disrespectful thing. Are you kidding me?
Well, if you are of size and your body is able to actually be viewed because you didn't pass away in your own filth while your family sobs, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, this is extremely sad, but it is the reality, and from someone who sees morbidly obese family members, I've had some family members get their foot cut off. It is not a fun time. It is not peachy keen. It is not all rainbows and butterflies like they make it seem on something they call fat talk on TikTok. It's really sad for the family, and in my case, many people think that this is just normal. This is what happens when you get older, and I don't think a lot of the fat acceptance people take that into consideration when they're doing their fat
I love you so much.
activities. Like, it's not...
That clip of Lizzo is making me really uncomfortable, and I think it's probably a niche thing. Not because she's showing her body, but because what she's doing in that clip is quite literally what's called belly play in the fetusing community. I don't think that was her intention at all, but that is exactly what it is, and it keeps showing up on the screen, and it's like low-key triggering the shit out of me. And I hate it because I don't like to think about that stuff. Hello? I muted it. Hold on.
Fortnite's pissing you
Can't
off?
walk up the stairs, and every step they take is painful because they're addicted to food. So if that is you, though, just be ready for a supersized funeral. How is the obesity epidemic in the U.S. impacting the funeral industry? Well, in short, you have a lot of extra body. That means it's going to cost your family, or you, whoever's paying for this, a lot of extra money. Most caskets are generally a standard size and cannot accommodate a person who is significantly overweight. Therefore, an oversized casket is required, obviously. The standard size casket has already increased from 24 inches to 27 inches. Oversized caskets not only require more materials, but are currently still something of a specialist product and are often made only custom made on request. And anything custom is gonna cost the big bucks.
Monster caskets.
Marsha, I just want to address what you said. I know I may not know the guidelines around reacting, but it seems like this is another opportunity for you to circle back and talk about you. Maybe I'm wrong. So I chose these topics specifically because I have experience in this world, in this sphere. I have a point of view that I feel is unique and not common in the people that react to this kind of rhetoric. I am talking about myself because
that's what she likes to do. That's what she likes to do constantly.
That is also something that neurodivergent people just do, like in terms of relatability. And at the end of the day, like the way I view my channel and how I do these things, like it is centered around me, not in like an egotistical way, but in the sense of like, this is my channel, so I will be talking about my experiences. I mean, when I watch like Zach react. He
At the end of the day, I hate that she brought up Zach there, but at the end of the day, I mean that is really how she operates her channel. It's not about building community. It's not about having any kind of nuance, like, or sorry, not nuance. Me turning into Amberlynn and just using the word nuance over and over again. I'm not about creating any kind of like situations or spaces where there can be I don't know, any kind of engagement that doesn't um you just can't have any opinions that are outside of her existence or like her experiences. And you see it even in her lives. Like if people try to have opinions that don't align with hers, or if somebody like tries to have a conversation that doesn't line up with what she's feeling, she shuts it down right away. Um and so what I hate is that she's about to say that Zach relates things back to their experiences, which is true. But Zach is also open to feedback and learning about other people's lived experiences and has the ability to understand that people have lived experiences outside of theirs that are applicable to who they are. She doesn't usually do that. So
draws points back to things that he's familiar with and things that he understands in his reactions. I will also keep my reactions to things about other people, and maybe you missed me talking about J Bay. I did bring up myself, but I also spoke on Jay specifically and showed a lot more about her specifically. This person, we don't have a lot to react of in terms of a personality. This video, I am definitely more focused on like my
that call out
experiences
was chef's
and
kiss,
the
yeah.
way in which I'm inputting that from my
They
perspective.
did a great job.
Because this is something that
I like that they were just like, hey,
feared. This is something I once
this is just for you to make this
have
about
as,
you
like,
again.
an experience within myself. So
also being neurodivergent doesn't give you an excuse to be self-centered just because your default is to relate things back to yourself, especially if that's all you do. Exactly. It gives you the opportunity to be more aware of how you participate in conversations. I think that's the thing is there's situations where you're able to be more mindful and like sure you're not going to be able to hit the mark 100% of the time, but like you are able to stop and think about how you're participating in situations and how you show up, and it's not that difficult to I don't know it I don't know but yes, Wilma agreed.
yeah, I mean, in my reactions, I'm certain if I continue to do them, if you guys are enjoying this and I make more, I will be speaking for myself and behalf of myself and my own experiences, because that is what I'm the biggest expert of, is me.
I wish you would have done more reactions.
And then of course my lived experience within fat acceptance, within my food addiction, within my binge eating disorder, within my experiences in feederism, so
built for the obese.
That is huge. You're talking about something that's going to have to be moved with some kind of
pause. Sorry. No Justice, No Peace said there's something that makes me very uncomfortable and icked out listening to non-fat people talk extensively about fat people. Am I alone? I've never been fat, so I don't speak on it. I can understand what you're saying. I feel like I definitely prefer, like, Shaun of Steel, for example, is an amazing creator that has been fat. Yeah, Michelle hasn't been fat. That's true. So I can understand that perspective, absolutely. I like Michelle's delivery. I think she's funny, and I would say, like, because that's another reason I like John, is he's been very overweight. So like that's like one of the reasons why sometimes I see that come out in the way Michelle talks about things, that she truly doesn't have a level of empathy or understing that she would have.
Girl, you agreed with half the shit that she said. What are you talking about? Most of the shit she said that
having
was
those issues, but
that was not empathetic.
And I mean, she has been transparent about that in past videos I've seen of hers. But I think that's a great point, honestly, Justice.
of machinery.
This kind of reminds me of the really like popular topic in the fat acceptance community, or like just in fat communities in general, is the biggest thing that they complain about is not having enough clothes to fit their body. Like they don't have a lot of options. Well, that travels on into death. Now you don't have a lot of options to put that big old beautiful body into a casket if you care. I personally don't really care what happens to my body after I die. I'm not here anymore. Anyway, casket companies such as Goliath Casket have emerged to cater to this market and build caskets up to 52 inches wide that can hold a person between 800 and 1,000 pounds. You can expect to pay anything up from $2,500 to purchase an oversized casket. That's just like the base rate. And honey, that's not including the funeral. And according to what that firefighter said, I don't think that if 25 to 30 firefighters could barely move Cassandra just like a few feet from the
Hold
bedroom,
on.
including the purchase an oversized casket. That's just like the base rate.
I mean, so if you're not familiar with how much it costs to die, maybe $2,500 sounds like a lot of money. What I'm going to tell you is that I think the cheapest casket option that I saw when I had to help organize a funeral, unfortunately, was like $1,200 or between $1,200 and $1,500. So yes, it is an upcharge, but it's not, it's, I don't know. I feel like everything related to dying is ridiculously expensive. It's disgusting how much people charge for things related to funerals and like death services. And it doesn't surprise me that things cost more to accommodate larger sizes as they do when people are alive.
And honey, that's not including the funeral. And according to what that firefighter said, I don't think that if
Michelle has
25
talked
to
about
30
overcoming
fire-
BED. I was wondering if I don't know how familiar Rosie is with Michelle to speak on her experience, but she seemed pretty confident.
fighters could barely move Cassandra just like a few feet from the bedroom to the van. And if the van was struggling to transport Cassandra to the house to the mortuary, I don't think there's many funeral homes that one
Womb, for sure. And I think that that's what Rosie was trying to like project when she was talking about like good fats, bad fats, X fats, was that concept. She was trying to say like that's what people do is they'll project like their previous experiences or their like feelings about the situation onto other people who are still struggling with it. The way that she did it was just weird. It's definitely a thing, like it's demonstrated here. I think, but I think it absolutely is a situation that happens. So it's funny. It's just funny that like I think it almost happens unknowingly sometimes when people are successful. So it's interesting to see her get upset about other people doing it or blaming other people for doing it when she very much did it herself.
have a hearse to be able to move the body if a van couldn't. I don't think they have people who can carry her over 800.
Wait, Michelle was fat in her childhood? I thought she said she wasn't. I'll ask her actually. I'm curious. Sean is how you got into Girl World. Oh my gosh, Diary, because he came in late into the game.
How am I gonna hook
I
on
think
Buzz
the majority of
Lightyear?
us are enjoying it. Thank you, Kels.
100-pound body as well, which means it would have cost quite a bit of money to transport her down the aisle of the funeral. Then once again, it's going to cost a lot of money to transport her from that, the viewing area to the plot of land or the final resting place, which I'm
Jane.
guessing they were going to put her in the ground because
I was gonna try to go through his arm, but I don't think I was gonna try to loop this through his arm, which I still might try to do. But if that's not gonna work, are you okay if I drill in his noggin? Is that okay? And what I'd do is I would use super glue and then put resin over it so that it would keep it in. Thoughts and opinions.
Because I don't think she can fit into one of those drawers unless they've just got a lot of money to fit
It takes
into
reflection
a
to
large
recognize. Yeah,
size
a lot of
drawer
that
thing.
stuff
So
requires
speaking
a
of
lot of
the plot
mindfulness for
area,
sure.
the final resting place area,
Oh my
that is a
God,
discussion to be
diary.
had as well because it's going to cost your money or your family.
And I think similar to what Lauren pointed out in Discord, and I appreciate that conversation, is like some of these things that she does, even like if I catch it, like what I caught yesterday about like how she snatched Remy's phone out of his hand in the moment, hella rude. But have I done similar? Maybe. Would I do it on camera? No. And so I think that like just having the reflection of like, I think it's the mindfulness in like how you're behaving or how you're showing up in situations. Um and being able to reflect on, is this the best that I can be showing up in this moment? And it's not always going to be yes, but I don't know. It's just having the ability to reflect on that. And then if you fuck up, I think having the ability to take accountability is the other part of that, which is also very hard for her, as we know. So
family, but you know, you're dead. You don't care about that. You did fat girl joy all your life. It's fine. Some cemeteries are adapted.
would he start speaking Spanish if he did that? He might, yeah, he might. He's got that other mode in there.
By offering larger single plots that are 4 feet wide by 10 feet long. But these are not always available and some aren't even big enough. Some cemeteries will require 2
I just want to be
co-joined
turned into
single
ashes. For real. I don't want to waste the fucking real estate in the headstone.
Then
Honestly.
do that, girly. That's your
but
choice.
The reality is when you're super fat, like when you're cremated, you can literally start grease fires.
plots may be required to accommodate an oversized casket.
Start a grease fire then.
And like, it's not fat shaming to say that. It's literally the reality of having a fat body. And like,
I'm gonna start a grease fire.
Saying that as a fact is not fat shaming, but when those points are brought up, that's how it gets viewed within the fat acceptance spaces a lot of the time. And I mean, I think it's important how you say it and how you talk about it, right? Like if it's being used like and weaponized in a harsh, mean way to like try to bully people, that's super fucked up. But that's the reality of it. And I didn't know that for many, 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 many years.
In this article, what's happening is people will pre-plan their death and they'll purchase a certain amount of space and then come to find out they've gotten even bigger since that time and they can't fit into the plot anymore, which causes a lot of complication for the family and often results in the family having to purchase a whole new plot and try and resell the existing plot. So I was reading about this for a long time. There are so many issues that your family will have to deal with if funerals are something that you need to do. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the woman Jamie Lopez who opened the nail salon because she kept breaking chairs for being too big at an average size nail salon, and the owners of the nail salons kept
Side note, Jamie was an amazing human being.
I do remember seeing the salon, and as a plus size person, thought that it was a very, very cool concept. Considering that it's very difficult to find. Not that it's not possible to find places that will accommodate you, but to just know that you can walk into a place and be accommodated immediately feels like a really cool concept. Jane, hi, it's me. Hi, welcome to me. Do you want him hanging like this? I know he's sideways, but that would prevent him having a little hole in his head. Or do you want me to drill a hole in his head and then hang him that way? What would be your preference, my dear? I'll do whatever you'd like.
Like as a person, I didn't know her super well, but as a person, she's so lovely.
Showing her the door because the equipment couldn't withstand her weight.
So if you have a place that praises fat people or, you know, just kind of gives people a safe place, they want to attack it. They want to like make us feel like we're unwelcome or we don't belong here. So
Luckily, she ended up changing.
I used to want to go to her salon so bad. Like, I wanted to go to Vegas. Back when I was like Fat Rose Phoenix Rosie, I wanted to so bad to go to Vegas, go to a Vegas bash, try out the Heart Attack Grill, and go to the fat salon. Like, I wanted to do that so bad. It was like on my bucket list of things to
She
do.
wanted to go to the Heart Attack Grill. Girl, she talks so bad about that place. That's good. I couldn't imagine ever being in a place where I wanted to go to that place. That's wild.
No longer for several reasons, but yeah.
She lost so much weight. We were all
She
proud
did.
of her, but unfortunately, the damage was done. She died because of obesity complications. And let me tell you, seeing her dead body wrapped up on that cart that they will the dead bodies away, I won't show you again, but it just made my heart drop. And when I
Yeah,
saw her
that
on
is
there, I was
crazy.
like, because she was a big woman. I can't imagine someone who was 850 pounds trying to be, taken out of there. All right, anyway, so what happened?
So I did pause a little bit, but basically what Michelle was saying was that Jamie did start losing weight. She lost a good amount of weight, but when that process got started, too much damage had been done, and she passed away anyway. And honestly, like, another reason, to bring it back to me for a second, but another reason I am focusing on doing like a slower weight loss
Oh, I already
journey
glued
is
that
that
down.
you can have complications from rapid weight
You
loss that
can?
ultimately can lead to killing you. I wouldn't say that's like I would say that's more of an extreme example, right?
You're at Savers
I don't
right
think
now?
that's like obviously everyone's experience, but I've seen
You
like
shopping?
Fat Girl Fed Up or something like Fat Fed Up Girl, something like that. I don't remember her username on Instagram. She had some crazy complications because she naturally lost like 300 pounds in like a year and a half. Her story to me sometimes, like, it just doesn't make sense. Like,
Well,
she made claims that she got this disease and had nothing to do with her weight loss, but when you Google the disease that she has, basically the number one cause of having it is rapid weight loss, actually. So
well, okay, first. Okay, Dr. Google. I I'm not even gonna go on that tangent. That Fat Girl Fed Up situation was really fucked up. Didn't I didn't follow it as closely as a lot of people may have, so I can't speak to it exactly, but like, she did a lot of work, lost a lot of weight, had like a really unfortunate medical situation where she almost died, was hospitalized in the ICU, ended up gaining back some of her weight, and then recovered. It took a long time, like over the span of months and like over a year, and then ended up working hard and losing that weight again. And like, she's done a super, like, so much work to like transform her body and her situation and like change her life. I don't know what Rosie's going on about, but like, I think it's like that one situation where that may have happened to her. I don't think is a reason to be like, oh, I need to lose weight slowly. Like, how many, one rare complication that could potentially be tied to weight loss, I don't think is a reason to be like, oh, I need to do this slow. Like, I think you're okay. You're okay.
and then and I just, for me, that's one of the reasons why I am like hesitant to start any kind of weight loss surgery, why I'm hesitant to do anything that's a fast weight loss. And that's what sometimes a lot of people try to use to discredit me, because I'm not like constantly updating with like impressive numbers, because I am purposefully taking a slower route, because I do feel like I'm at an age and status of health where I have the ability to do that.
Okay.
And if that does change, I mean, I may change my tactic, right? But
I think
my
it
goal
changed.
is to lose 200 pounds in the next 2 to 3
You
years.
haven't been in months.
And while juggling all my other bullshit. And so I just think that, to get back to what was with what happened with Jamie, it's just like when you get to this point, like where I'm at, where she was at, like not losing the weight can kill you, and losing the weight can kill you if it's not done correctly. And you kind of have to pick your poison and go with what is going to most likely be your best long-term goal and solution, which is sustainable weight loss. Like, that is the answer. It's the unsexy answer. It's the hardest answer. It's the one that takes in the most work. But sustainable
Yeah, I couldn't imagine not talking to a medical professional in 2 years. Like, especially because she is diabetic in her mid-30s. It's not lose fat fast or slowly. Right. It's not that black or white. Exactly. She has no idea where she is at with her cholesterol, diabetes. She still hasn't had a pelvic exam. She could have the same issues Amber did. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, because she should. That's crazy. She should be having regular exams because we saw it. I didn't know she didn't have pelvic exams. That's wild, actually. You can stay comfortable, yeah. I mean, it's scary enough that she has the diabetes that she's not controlling properly. And then even just knowing how many, like, not doing anything to control the, like, types of food that she's eating and consuming. That's wild. She's not working with, like, any kind of specialist, nutritionist. At least Chantal is doing the bare minimum to see doctors, yeah. The likelihood of dying from weight loss is so low that you might have you might have gallbladder issues. That doesn't mean death. Exactly, yeah. Oh my god, Barn! Hi. You know what I just realized? Your username has art in it. Do you make art? Are you making art that you're not sharing? You've been doing nothing waiting? No. Get that cooter checked, exactly. Getting an ultrasound on your cooter on Wednesday. There you go. Get your cooter checked, get your boobie squished. Do what you gotta do. It's uncomfortable, but you gotta do it, man. Ignore that? I don't want to ignore that, actually. I want to know more about that. Tell me more. Tell me more about that. Can you tell me more about that?
Weight loss is the answer, at least to me.
Happens if you can't afford the large amounts of money for that custom casket. Cremation. Yes, you can get cremated, but apparently that's a struggle, and the bigger you are, the more money you're gonna have to spend.
You can be cremated at any size, but once you get over like 300 pounds, it gets a little bit more complicated.
Real quick, I do want to correct myself. So Michelle was once bigger, and I believe I did see her mentioning binge eating disorder. I think she just so I guess to me, and this is like where my skewed perspective comes into play.
Annual
180
exam
pounds
3
is
weeks
really
ago.
not like
It feels good when you get out.
super big to
Get
me,
out of the way, exactly.
you know. But that's
Shay's
a very
not
skewed perspective
not
of my lived
observant,
experience.
making sure the IUD is in place and doing its job. There you go, Lauren.
Like, this is so insensitive for literally no reason.
Yeah. Who said that?
Grease fire is so weird. Yeah, it's just science, though. You're right, exactly.
Complicated and more dangerous to cremate you, so they will charge you extra if you're over 300 pounds. You might have to go to a different crematory or a retort for bigger bodies. We had one that was 700 pounds plus 2 months ago. We had to send it 2 hours away.
Apparently, some crematories have been lit up in flames because of the excess amount of fat on these obese bodies, and they call it a grease fire. An overly obese body set a crematorium on fire again.
The only
Firefighters say
concern
it's one
with
of
the
the
side
oddest calls they've
effects
ever
of weight
been
loss is
to
not
in
weight
a
gain.
Dauphin County crematorium, which caught fire this
They're
morning.
only concerned with
because
the
of what
side
they
effects of
call
weight
an
loss, not weight gain.
oversized
Exactly,
body
yeah,
in the oven.
exactly.
Apparently, it took 2 hours
I
to
figured
be
losing weight, no matter how
controlled by
fast or slow, is
firefighters,
better
and
than
there
staying
wasn't
at my
any
higher weight.
serious damage.
Yeah, you're
though,
doing
since
great,
these
Lauren.
type of places are built to withstand certain issues with fire, so that's good. That's fine, right?
Oh my
I
God,
guess
I
you
just
can still
realized that
enjoy your fat girl joy. But apparently,
the
this is not
candies that
uncommon.
Mona
When a
gave me are
morbidly obese
bigger than the
person's
candies I
cremated,
bought.
there's a danger of what can only be
I want these
called
big
a grease fire.
candies.
This was from Caleb Wild in his blog post
Now I feel
titled
like my
Confessions
candies
of a
are too
Funeral
small.
Director. In the past, especially
And I have so
in
many
America,
of them.
of course. Such fires have prompted crematoriums to purchase larger retorts or ovens and to use different methods of cremating morbidly
Just
obese
throw
persons.
me in the
In October
trash,
2014,
Sam.
a 500-pound body
Just get
stoked
rid of
a
me.
large fire at a crematorium in Virginia. Directors of that.
Okay. So honestly, I feel like I'm gonna just cut the video here because I feel like I've said what I needed to say, and she did kind of touch on the grease fire point that I mentioned earlier. So
That's why I want to get buried naturally. There's specific
I
cemeteries
really gotta take a quick bathroom break.
you
I
have to
wanted
be
to ask you
buried
guys
in.
who
I
are still
forget
in the
what they're called.
chat. There's a video
I'm gonna
that
be
I
the
haven't
size I
seen
need to
yet,
be
so
to
like
get
I saw these other
burned. I want to be
videos,
burned up.
and I wanted to ask you guys if you wanted me to throw on a third video before I end the stream tonight. There's a video by Sam at Every Size that's a complete blind react. If you guys want to do that, it's called, and it's on this the same topic of what we've been talking about today: the dark realities of obesity, losing too many too young. I really would love to watch. I made myself not watch this video. This is one of those videos I would have clicked pretty quickly to watch. So Kels Bell says yes, please. Okay, so I have got to pee so bad. I'm like dancing. I'm dancing here. So let me mute myself.
Cute. Do you like that, Jane?
Let me know if you guys want to stick around. It would be one more video, and then we'll end the stream for the night. I just think that it would be a grand old time. So, okay, we got 3 yeses, so I think we will do it. But I'm literally shaking. I might even grab.
No,
a
you're
little bit of
doing
a
so
snack.
good, Lauren.
I
Lauren
got
is
the most delicious cashew
I think
flavor from the
been
discount
hold on.
store.
Let me just talk about Lauren for a second. Lauren's been so dedicated to being healthy. It's been motivational because I haven't been as good as I need to be. But doing so good with like going for walks and staying on track, counting and sticking to like protein goals. Like just been very good about keeping in mind like what's important in like a healthy way, not like a obsessed weird way that seems like it's doing too much, if you know what I mean. But it's been good to see. It's been nice to see. And I appreciate what they're doing. So, GG's in the chat for Lauren.
It'll be a spoiler for my shop.
Very
with me,
cute.
But that's
Okay,
fine.
perfect.
I think I might grab that because I think I need a little snack. So, I hope you see my messages, GG.
Called a green burial, natural burial. Oh, I like that.
I might have missed some.
Going
I'm
to
sorry.
lose my mind with the dogs.
Some of them.
By the time my husband
messages
gets
I had
home,
to
she's
kind of
one
like
of those dogs that get.
glaze over
Oh,
'cause
not that.
I'm trying to react and stuff. Like, so when it's more of a hangout, I try to make sure
Woke
I'm
up late and I haven't left home
the
yet.
chat's a bit better. So okay,
No,
I gotta go. Hold
Summer,
on.
you gotta go to work tour. Get out of here. I'm glad to inspire like LAR. Not
Chicklet,
that.
your timing. Thank you for being a member. I really appreciate it. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Just trying to be, trying your best, and it's very much a lifestyle change vibe. Nothing drastic. I'm enjoying being active. You're it's so good to see. You're debating if you want to go outside today. Do it. Yeah, I love seeing you guys are all talking about like when you go on walks, and going out and doing things. I love it. I know Woma's been going out and doing walks, and Barn's been going out and doing walks, and Pez has been going to the gym. You guys have all been doing great. I see you. I see you doing it. The next band I want to see is in a few hours. So I'll make it. Okay, good. I forgot you had Warped Tour. Don't get impatient. Don't pull it out. Okay, don't touch. Don't touch. Don't touch. Let it dry. Let it dry. Put that over there. Let that dry. Okay, and work on this guy. Jane, did you say that it's okay to hang Buzz like this? Are you okay with that? This sideways hang? Or does it bother you that he's sideways?
I did say something about cashews.
Mona, hello. You just
Okay.
kept coming in and saying hi.
Again, Chicklets, thank you so much. I really appreciate you becoming a member.
The best part of intentionally getting active
and
is when your
Kels,
brain is like,
appreciate you
I
saying
actually
that too.
love
Yes,
this.
everyone
Let's
has
do
been
this
so
all the
kind and
time.
fun.
I
really
love
appreciate
that.
it.
I want
So
that.
I got these.
Me
I think they only
just
had
like
2 or 3 bags. If I ever
still,
see these again,
I
I'm
need
going
to do
buy every
better.
single
But
one
I
that
love
they
seeing you
have
guys do
at the
it.
store, and I will not feel bad about it.
I know there's a switch.
Normally, I
I
try
just
to
need to
leave
get
at least
there.
a couple of things that I buy. Like if I'm buying things, I try to leave a couple. These are so
Been losing
fucking
your balance
incredible.
a lot lately, and
They're
it's weird.
Planters
Oh no, Jamie,
Deluxe Sweet Cayenne Barbecue Cashews.
you hang in there.
And they are sweet. These
I
are
feel you.
so
My back has been
fucking
so
good.
fucky, but it's
I think
getting
these are
better.
better
I
than
think
the
I just need to.
pistachio
They said it was
barbecue
going to be
nut.
like.
What do you know about a barbecue nut? Come
Shut up, Rosie. They said they said it was going to be like 6 to 8 weeks. And I, when they said that, wanted to cry, but it has been, I think, it's been about a month ish. I don't know. You guys know how long I've been bitching about my back at this point. And it's finally getting to a point where when I wake up in the morning, I can feel a little bit of relief. And so it's getting to a point where like I'm like, okay, it's starting to improve a little bit. Finally. So it gives me hope that this pain will finally go away at some point. I just don't know when. But I'm feeling better about it. But by the end of the day, it's unbearable sometimes still. But I'm ready for that to go. And what I'm worried about is re-injuring it before it's healed. You didn't realize the video was still playing? When I was miserable last night, I walked 2 miles and zoned out. It was a vibe. I love that. The ceiling time, Rosie edition. Right? Finally home, too hot. Oh, Mona. Cool off, cool off. You finished your nails last night. Have to show you guys because I love them. Yeah, put them in the Discord. I want to see. It takes time to get there. Our brains are stubborn to change. Absolutely. I don't know if you guys have heard there's an analogy that I've been told a couple of times about like cows in a pasture. And where because they there's like grass in a pasture, right? And they'll take the same path because the grass is stomped down, and so it's easier to like when they're taking the same path, it's easier because it's easy for them to see that trail and they'll take that same path out of like habit. And so when you're trying to create a new habit, it's like walking through a field that hasn't been walked through before. And so it takes a while for you to start to create that path and to make it so that your cows naturally want to start to continue to take that path. But in the beginning, it's hard because you have to like carve it out essentially on purpose when you already have this like pre-made path that is so easy to follow. And so I think about that when I think about how like much I'm struggling with changing something that I don't like. I think about my my little cows struggling to change their path. God damn it.
Come on now. Come on now.
What happened with my back?
Eating.
I purchased a exercise equipment thing that I won't mention by name that you may see online that I would not recommend, that looks like a hula hoop that's not a hula hoop. And used it one time, and I don't know what the fuck it did to my back. But I have not, it threw my back out. And my tailbone was fucked the day after. And it was so painful to sit almost. And I waited like 2 weeks, and I was like to the point where I could barely sit, and I went to the doctor and got it checked out, and she said that it was just like the way that she explained it was like I sprained it, I guess. I don't know. But she said that it was going to take like 6 to 8 weeks to heal, and that they could do a steroid shot potentially to help it, but she wanted to avoid that if possible. You have that, yeah. Be careful with that. I'm never touching it again. So, that, and they double charged my credit card and refused to give me the payment, and I had to put a charge back out on my credit card, and I've been fighting with them to even have that get processed. So I would not recommend it. So
Heads up on that, because I'm getting a little hungry.
That's what your brain does, creating a new neural pathway.
Oh my god, I made the most incredible thing. And
yeah, I need my cows to get it in line. Need them to not struggle. But they're cute cows, like the ones you have in your collection. Exactly. They're cute little cows, like my little guys on my pens. Where is he? Where's my cow pen? This guy. This is my little neuro pathway cow. Just making his way through the field. ALR has been using that? Using what? Oh, that hoop thing? Really? Oh, she should be careful. You have some back problems, but your neck issues are so much worse. It's all genetic. Ugh, God. Back, spine, neck, all of it. It's so painful. I'm so sorry that you're dealing with that, Jamie. So painful.
Yep. I walked the whole process last night, and then I threw it in the oven. Because I made
you're good with him
like,
hanging.
smaller
Thank you,
pan
Jane.
sizes,
Sorry, I missed
one
your
I put in the
message.
freezer. I basically made like a healthy
Okay.
a healthy version that's inspired by shepherd's pie. So keep an eye out for that. Not you hoarding the good snacks, lol.
Actually, Jane,
listen.
I have no. You know what? I was gonna say something, but I don't think it applies to this situation. I have some cow print beads coming on Monday, but this is not. He's not Woody, so that doesn't matter. I was gonna say we could wait until I get those to use those, but that doesn't apply for him. So never mind. I'm gonna move this charm over to the other side.
This shit is so goddamn good, and this whole pack is like 320 calories. So good. Oh my god.
So good.
I'm obsessed.
What's the store?
And they're really not that spicy. I'm gonna try to keep the mouth noises to a minimum.
Runner tape for scrapbooking? Just got home and you got refills only? I'm not shaking my head.
All right,
my head.
so we're gonna react to Sam at every size. The dark
You've
realities
had
of
back
obesity.
surgery, 3 rods. Oh no, Meddy.
Losing too many too young.
Sounds so painful.
All right,
Hopefully
Sam.
it feels better afterwards,
You gonna
though.
give me my feels or what, girl?
They
Let's
fit
go.
another brand of tape roller you use. Oh, good.
Am I gonna cry? Maybe.
No cows in
Solid
space.
45% chance.
The reality
Amber could
of
fall or really
all
hurt
of
herself
this is
exercising
that
without anyone else around. It's kind of risky. Yeah, I
despite
agree.
what Tess Holiday would
Doing
have
that
us
alone
believe,
is scary.
morbid obesity is not a badge of honor for defying beauty norms. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Sam, and I am so happy to have you all here.
Rosie's not hyping Sam up enough for me, and that doesn't work. I love Sam's channel. If you don't watch Sam at Every Size, her videos are so informative and so fun to watch. Like, not in the way that they're like fun, like in a hee hee ha ha way, but like they're like very entertaining, and not disrespectful when she speaks about hard topics. She's also had a weight loss journey, but she doesn't go into details about like her experience, but she's clearly lost weight and had her own experience in doing so. So I think she's been really interesting in that regards to watch. So if you're not watching Sam at Every Size's videos, you should be. That's all.
Here again with me this week. If you are new here and this is the first time you are seeing my face, welcome.
You're
I make
Trader
weekly
Joe's. Oh my
videos
God.
dissecting internet
It
nonsense.
did
So
help.
if you're
Good.
into that type of thing or you like today's video, I hope that you'll consider liking and subscribing. It really helps out the
That's
channel
good, Meddy.
and
I'm
make
glad
sure
to hear
you
that.
never miss another upload from me.
She does do a great
If you
job,
don't
Jamie.
already, check out her content
Got
and
your
give her a
face. Oh,
subscribe, a
okay,
like,
good.
a follow, maybe.
Good. She did give her a proper shout out. As she should. Sam does a great job.
Play this video for a little bit, give it a view. She really deserves it. She's a great content creator.
Agreed.
And if you like the style of content, you should definitely check out more of her videos.
She really is fantastic.
It has been a really long time since I've had to do this, but I'm going to go ahead and just pause for a quick second to give a content warning here. If you are not in a good headspace to talk about serious or sudden illness, or people being unalive, or even planning for the afterlife, go ahead and just click out of today's video for me. I don't want you to watch this and put yourself in a bad headspace. There are plenty of other videos on the channel that you could rewatch and it would still help me just the same.
We've basically already talked a little bit about this topic today, but if that's the case for you guys, or if you're watching the replay and you want to dip out, I totally get it. I don't plan to react to anything else tonight. Again, we may do more of these streams in the future to this kind of content or maybe other content, but I'm having a lot of fun. I don't know about y'all in terms of those streaming here. This topic is obviously more serious, but I think that these are really important conversations to have and for me to share my perspective on.
If you are not in that headspace, go ahead and click out because today's video is going to be a little bit more serious than normal. If you've been around the channel for a while,
sorry to keep pausing, but I just want to say I'm still trying to get
Then
used
stop.
to normalizing the use of the word obesity. Part of me deconstructing fat acceptance has been to try to stop demonizing the word obese. I still don't like it, to be honest with you. I still don't like how it can feel so degrading in the way that it's used towards fat people by fat shamers, by people who
I think it's
do not
just
have good
a
intentions
descriptive
towards fat
word.
people.
Personally, it doesn't affect me,
But in terms of like medical settings and in terms of conversations like this, I'm still struggling with like some of my old, I think, like trigger feelings and things like that, because the word obese is, it does carry such a heavy negative weight, and I don't ever want to use the word obese as a way to define me, but I do think it is a word that I need to accept as a part of my reality, you know?
For sure. I have nerve damage from my first
Oh.
you know that in February of 2023, I came on my channel and I expressed
I'm
that
glad
I
that you
was
guys are getting some
angry
relief from
because
it.
we had lost a young plus size influencer at a very young age. And I knew in the core of my soul that fat activists were going to ignore that. And they were going to ignore this bright, bubbly human being that we had lost.
I think she's talking about Brittany.
Even though Tess Holiday had commented on some of her
Thank you.
videos.
Thank you for telling us.
Because they can't acknowledge these passings without unraveling their whole platform. Her name was Brittany, and I am in fact still angry about that. And since that time, we've experienced even more loss.
What happened to the
With
self-awareness?
at least 3
It's
articles
gone,
coming out
unfortunately.
about plus size people, plus size creators, and plus size influencers.
Fortnite pissed you off for the
passing
day?
away
Oh my
much
god.
too soon. In December
Died
2023,
with her ego.
we learned of the
Yeah.
passing of Brandy Mallory, who'd been featured on a show about extreme weight loss. The show chronicled her success, and through her social media, her followers watched as she regained her weight over time.
She really has. Can we talk about her ego for a second? I've noticed she's really turned into. I think there was a turning point. If you've watched The Girls for a while, there was definitely a turning point where Amber's content turned into her just kind of responding to hate comments at some point. Like it went from her vlogging, her going out, her like going to like Walmart and like doing things, to her just sitting in front of a camera responding to hate comments. And Foodie, same thing. Her content went from like her like talking about makeup and talking about her experience and like things that she was excited about doing, to her sitting in front of a camera talking about hate comments. Rosie, same thing. Her content has now gone from her sitting in front of a camera, talking about things that she cares about, like this, or going out and going. She used to take us out to the festival and going out to discount stores or talking about products that she enjoyed. It's now turned into her slowly but surely sitting in front of a camera, responding and talking about hate comments. And so she's not there fully. She still has some things, but what I will say, if you've seen her last 2-3 streams, she's bitter, she's fucking angry, and all she's doing is responding to hate comments. She's snapping uncontrollably. Read the fucking room, Lauren. read the fucking room. She's constantly picking fights with people in her chat. She can't control her anger. She's getting there. She's getting there. Like it's a downward spiral that she's following footsteps of. She's gonna be more cranky when Remy leaves, exactly. So it's very, I don't know. It's crazy to see the same path be followed over and over again. And I don't like to just say that she's following the blueprint of the girls prior to her, because I know that she hates that, but like, really, how many times do we have to see it happen before it's just like, hey, you're doing the same thing? Telling me I just subscribed. Oh my god, Summer. Letting me send messages. Oh, what? That's weird. read the fucking room, Lauren.
She was found in her vehicle outside of a Chipotle. She was 40 years old. Then, in April 2024, it was shared that Mandisa, a singer who started her career on American Idol, had passed away from.
Alright, I need a second. She passed away in a Chipotle parking lot after regaining the weight she lost on an extreme weight loss show.
I feel like,
I mean, wow. I feel like, obviously, I feel like the yo-yoing in and of itself is just so unhealthy and dangerous. Extreme weight loss, period, is not good. I'm of the opinion it's not good for you. So then when you add on the stress that her body must have went through to lose the weight and then regain it, like,
I also have a theory as to why she quit doing all the things to improve her health. What's that, Wilma? Sometimes that glitch happens in chat. I've been in another chat and all of a sudden it'll say subscriber only. Weird. That's so weird. I didn't know that was a thing. Sorry about that. Trying to find a purple I like. Maybe that. Sorry. I'll unpause it in a second.
40. I am less than 8 years away from 40. That is really scary to think about.
Complications related to class 3 obesity. She was found in her home by her friends. She was 47 years old. In early June 2024, the family of a creator who went by Kalejos503 posted on his Instagram that he had passed away suddenly.
I saw about that.
This was shocking to his fans because he had no known illnesses at the time. It is being speculated that he passed away from a heart attack, but that is not verified. One of his last videos posted featured him and his friends going to get food at a market.
She used to say that Zach's commentary on or Amber, I don't know why I almost said ALR, was a big reason as to why she decided to do something about her health. I think she low-key wanted to prove to them that she was different. I agree. I'm in the opinion that rapid weight loss is not healthy. Well, Rosie, when did you get your medical degree, right? That's a great question. When Zach didn't want to be friends and push back, she gave up on it all. She had no one to impress anymore. That could definitely be part of it. I think that she definitely had a lot of motivation in like wanting to be the girl that was successful and like the one that was like, because, and I said it the other day, maybe I was in Pulpy's chat, where she was like, I didn't ask to be a part of Girl World. Like the fact that Zach tries to push that narrative and like, okay, so the fact that you've reached out to at least three people who've been like, yeah, Rosie was in my DMs prior to you being a girl. Not only that, but like I doubt Obese the Beast reached out to her and was like, hey, do you want an interview? You don't think she reached out to him when he was covering Amber Lynn and said, hey, the exact same thing that she said to Zach, right? Like, I'm somebody who's actually successful in this, unlike Amber Lynn. Do you want to interview me? I guarantee. I would bet money on it that that's what happened. And he was just the one that took her up on it. I would bet money. Jane, do you like this? Do you think this is cute? With the little Zerg. And now that she doesn't have that, to your point, I think that a lot of her motivation is gone.
Heavy.
I think you're right about that one, though. I think she reached out to all the people she got interviewed by, in my opinion. I agree.
He was 37 years old.
Okay,
and I just
perfect.
Oh, I'm gonna show you this photo.
I love this little pearl bean. I haven't used that yet.
From his funeral or not, but it was posted in an article with it, and it's just such a stark image. I want to take just a second and let us pause on this and just kind of reflect. Like, take a moment and just let this image sink into your brain. Each of these losses is tragic, and we only really know about them because these people had a following online or had become a celebrity. And that always leaves me to wonder about people who are just living quiet, offline lives. Well, recently, an article broke into the mainstream media news, and it was a mother sharing the story of what had happened when her super morbidly.
Jane, can I give you a gem for Zerg to match him? Could I give you, do you want like a red or a yellow one? On me. I just want to give him something extra. Because I feel like this all matches Buzz, so I want to give him something that kind of goes with him. And then do you want a pom-pom on here? I think she'll look for people to interview. I think she still looks for people. I would agree. I think that she probably has slowed down because she doesn't have her success story anymore. But I think that she's looking for people to talk to her about other things at this point. Like feederism, which is probably how she ended up on that fucking docuseries. So I don't disagree with you, Jamie.
Obese daughter passed away in their home. It took 20 to 30 people 12 hours to move
Maybe the
her
red.
body
Okay. We'll do the red.
out of the house. And when the
Sounds
fire
good.
department, who was part of those 30 people,
Wait, how'd you end
was
up on
called
that
away
side
to
again?
a fire.
Hey, Tiny. I just missed. I was like really not in chat, and I was just starting to catch up. Good to see you. I hope you're still here. And Chris, thank you for being here. I know you had to go. Even obese to beast uses it in a negative way. Obese bad to beast good. Yeah, when I talked with him, I told him about how I used to not really watch him for the longest time because I was told by Fat Acceptance that he was fat phobic. It just even like with proof in the name alone, basically, but I never even gave his content a shot, you know what I'm saying? And then obviously that changed. So right now we're watching Same at Every Size and just kind of reacting to that. Chiclets, you're funny. Do you think consuming this kind of content about weight loss, etc., plays negatively on your mental health? I know I personally struggle with it. So I have to be in a certain mindset and mind frame, and I need to go into it like
Her lack of embarrassment could make her more authentic, but she uses it to do shit some people would feel ashamed to do because she's lazy. Bossing people around, being a mess, and an in mess on camera. Bye. Oh, bye, Summer. Have fun. Have fun at the concert. Enjoy it. Be safe. Enjoy all of your favorite bands. Drink lots of water. Wear your sunscreen. Get your face painted. Find a face painting booth. I know they have those there. Maybe get some tinsel or something in your hair too. Have fun. Yeah, I agree. I think that she does have a very, very little amount of shame. I don't know, sometimes she'll do this like self-reflect thing, which I'm like, does she actually feel like the way that she's saying she feels, or is she just trying to take some of the heat off? Because I think she's got more shame than Foodie does. Foodie ain't got no shame. But I think a lot of hers, if she could tap into some of that in the moment, it would probably do her a lot of good, but I don't think she has that ability, unfortunately.
I've been spending this time on this live, really getting into it more, and so it's not something I think I should be consuming all day, every day. I think that would be very negative, but consuming this kind of media was
You think she'd do well in theater?
essential in the process of my awakening, as you could say.
She loves
in
to be
terms of, like,
seen,
leaving Fat
emote, be
Acceptance as a
loud, but
whole.
instead she uses all this to be dramatic. Yeah, I agree. She does love
It
to be a
doesn't
main
hurt me.
character.
It's just hard. But everything about my life is hard, some of which is not my fault and some of which is, you know? And it is my job to be educated and hold myself accountable and do what I need to do. This video is hard, but when I saw it, I knew I wanted to watch it because, and it's already being kind of framed as an extension on the video she made about Britney that I think I do want to rewatch in the near future, because that story, like, just, it broke my heart. And yeah, there have been times where I've watched this stuff and burst into tears and just like cried my eyes out. But how am I going to process all of these feelings that have held me back and held the weight to my body without allowing myself the space to do that, you know? You're good. Oh, no, and you're fine. Yeah. It can be triggering. I think your question was so valid, and I appreciate you asking it. I'm not upset in the slightest, Justice.
Her body was actually left in a van overnight.
Myself and my colleagues were not capable to take her from our van and to put her onto any type of table that could be large enough to accommodate her.
After a night in the van, her body was then transported at least 3 hours away to Illinois because there were no funeral homes or crematoriums in the Milwaukee area that could handle her case. Her name was Cassandra Ortiz, and she was 32 years old, about to turn 33 in just 2 months. And I just want to pause to say that,
Man, real like just even the difference in the way that Sam's talking about this over the way that Michelle's video just spoke about this situation. Go follow Sam.
I'm going to talk about this as sensitively as I possibly can, because this...
I'm not talking a lot because we already just discussed this story with the Michelle video. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of reiterate that point.
These people, they're human beings. And even though we're mostly focused on Cassandra, again, she's a human being. Her mother is clearly mourning, going through a grieving process, and I understand her frustration, and I don't blame her for wanting to start a conversation. But I also think
I think Sam has a level of integrity with her videos in which I respect, which is why I watch her even when I don't always agree with her, and I feel like sometimes she goes a little too hard in the taint against fat acceptance. Like sometimes I feel like some reactors, some commentary channels, like their like anger towards the movement as a whole can sometimes, I feel like, blind their perspective a little bit in terms of the dichotomy of certain situations and certain opinions. It's not something I think is like such a big deal that it's like a huge problem, but that I've definitely noticed a theme of within different content. I've treated ICU patients that were super morbidly obese. It was difficult to even get the patient to treatment.
Jane.
Yeah, I understand.
We got Zerg,
that
your bead
there
bar,
should have been some sort of
and
general
your buzz.
understanding that this
It all
process
hangs really
was
nice
going to
too.
be
I know that you
difficult.
can't really see it, but
Because
like
being in and living
from the
in
top,
and living with someone who
it all
is
hangs pretty
morbidly
nicely.
or super morbidly obese is difficult. Like life in general is just more difficult. As humans,
Yeah,
it's
it really
cute.
is.
I like it.
we are wired to shy away from uncomfortable realities. Our brains
It's
don't
cute.
want to think
I
about
like it.
things like serious
They're so
illness or
complimentary to
end
each
of
other.
life or unaliving. So we push that out.
The cognitive dissonance for me in my 20s
Thank
was
you.
so real. It was so
Okay, let's go back to
ever
this
present,
guy.
and
Now
I just
that
was
I think this is dry now.
not cognizant to it.
Okay. Finish putting this together.
Exactly, Tiny. Oh, Rachel, hey! Yeah, it's alive. It's already so John's video was earlier on and J-Bay all happened earlier, so you're definitely welcome to walk back. I think I mentioned you briefly too.
Why are
I'm
these
so glad
all
you're
so
in the
cute?
chat, Rachel.
I'm gonna put a gem
oh my
on
gosh.
this one too.
I'm so glad you made it. Thank you.
I'm gonna put this yellow gem on
and that's
here.
what I was saying earlier, Tiny. I think maybe before you came into the chat as well, is like I'm the kind of person, I purposefully do enjoy watching people that I respect, even if I don't necessarily agree with all of their opinions.
Out of our brains because we want
He's
to
so
live
cute.
in the comfort of not knowing what comes next for us. And we will push that off.
So cute.
Until
Now,
the very
thing I
last
will say,
minute, until we
Jane, about this one is he's more of, and you know this from your pen, he's more of like a ceramic than like rubber. So I don't love this little unicorn horn, but he should be good. I think it'll be good. As long as he doesn't knock onto too many things. But very cute. This is so cute. I love this. So cute.
can't anymore until it's too late.
Oh wait. I love that first bead. Oh yeah, me too. I haven't used those yet. I don't know why. But I have them in all kinds of colors. Oh, that's the top part of it. I have them in all kinds of colors. I just haven't really found an opportunity. I bought it because it had a red bead in it, and I don't have very many like real red beads. And then there's some black ones in here too. But yeah, I love these beads. Are so cute. So we have these ones if you want to try them out. If you have something that's being built and you think it's a good opportunity, let me know. Sometimes I forget what I have. So if you see things that you like, not that I forget what I have, but I just don't know when to use everything. I also have these ones that I don't always find the right opportunities for. But I love these ones too. I just don't know when to use them because they're kind of picnicky, like summery. But if I can find the right vibe for them, then happy to use them. Did I ever tell you guys about the astrology ones that came in? Sorry. I got these astrology ones, not the butterfly. Can't have that. These astrology ones. I have every astrology sign in each colorway. Not being 3 minutes behind Willow. Oh my god. These are silicone. So they're different. I can't believe I didn't tell you guys about these. I made test ones not test ones. I ordered 2 extra Capricorn ones because I wanted to keep them for myself. And I wanted to design them. So I made them bag clips for me. And then I added a hot air balloon charm with a little present for myself. And then but I like them with the gold, but this is what it looks like in each colorway. But they're silicone, so they're not acrylic. They're not gonna like chip or break if they hit things. But I only have one of each sign available in each color. So once it's gone, it's gone. I could always order more later if needed, but I thought I told you guys about it. I forgot that I didn't. I'm sorry. Using a large amount of self-control to wait until your BTS stuff comes in. It'll be here Monday, hopefully. And then I will definitely, as soon as it's here, if not Monday, it should be Tuesday, and I'll show it Wednesday when it gets here. Or when I go live for you. You were going to ask about astrology? Well, there you go. Yeah, I wanted to get some astrology stuff because I know I like astrology stuff too. And so I grabbed those when I saw them. You need a Leo one for your daughter? Well, there you go. Can you get a blue Leo on a keychain? Absolutely. Let me grab it for you. You're going to have to help me because I don't know. I might know which one's a Leo. Hold on. This one, right? Is that a Leo? Leo walking. And then these are those little candy corns that can go on Halloween ones. I have 3 of these. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, Jamie, I can grab that for you. And then these are just a beaded item. So they're not going to be any additional cost. They're just the $10 for the keychain. And what color keychain do you want? Do you want a gold one like mine? Should be a lion. Yeah, that makes sense. Crab equals Cancer. Sagittarius is an anchor or a centaur? I don't know. I can look. Let's do gold. Okay, perfect. I just bought a bunch of like a bunch of gold and silver because I tend to use those more. I still have some colored ones. The bead bars on the colors are so thick. These ones are kind of thick too. The new silver ones I have skinnier bead bars though, which is easier for decorating because I can use different beads. So cool. Cute. Okay. I will put this in your bag, Jamie. And this one is, yeah. Okay. You have to feed your dogs. Your jobs, your dog. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, thank you. Leo keychain. Okay, sorry about that. Archer, sorry. I said anchor, I did say anchor. Hi, Dainty Chris, welcome in. How are you doing? Okay, I'm gonna let her play. You can actually learn more about the different placements in regards to astrology outside of your moon, sun, and rising. You want to learn more? That would be fun. I'm gonna let her play, and then I'm gonna be right back.
And on top of our predisposition to already want to ignore those uncomfortable things, it now feels like we have the option to exist in spaces where reality doesn't exist at all. And people can just disappear into these echo chambers online, much like fat acceptance and fat liberation. Of course, there are.
Okay, no, I'm not. Rachel, thank you so much for the super chat. I really, really appreciate that. You're so sweet. Thank you. I'm gonna actually play that back a bit because I feel like I'm gonna have a lot to say about this point. Hold on, I'm gonna go back a little bit.
We will push that off until the very last minute, until we can't anymore, until it's too late. And on top of our predisposition to already want to ignore those uncomfortable things, it now feels like we have the option to exist in spaces where reality doesn't exist at all. And people can just disappear into these echo chambers online, much like fat acceptance and fat liberation. Of course, there are others, but these are the two that are pertinent to the channel and, in my opinion, to this story.
Yeah.
People can fall into these echo chambers, and then they're just being told over and over again that they shouldn't worry and that there's no danger, and they're just being led further and further into their disillusion.
And then what that disillusion does is it fuels other people. It fuels people to genuinely believe that they're championing something good and they're doing something good. I was that person. I was that person. I was that person online spouting fat acceptance talking points, thinking that I was helping people, that I was helping myself, because in the present tense, in the present moment, I was providing myself a space to not feel so judged and so hated for just trying to exist, because the reality is that there's also people on the other side with like an extreme level of hatred. And so it's like they both fed each other so well. Like the hate of that fed that disillusionment to creating a safe place to feel some kind of reprieve. Because, and I'm not talking about like people saying like you need to lose weight and things like that. I'm talking about like the death threats, the like disgusting levels of fat phobia that fat people have to deal with, not just online but in person. Like I know I craved a place where I could just go and be Rosie and not be fat. And then eventually somewhere down the line I lost the fucking plot and became Fat Rosie in the name of, you know, influencer shit and content and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And so it's just like it's so frustrating. Like when I see things back, like realizing that I was saying like, oh, I hate echo chambers while I was sitting front row in one. And oh, like I feel all these frustrations about that. And like, obviously I can't change the past, and I'm doing everything I can to try to learn and do and be better, while also just trying to be fair and understanding that like fat people do deserve basic respect. And like, when you're fat, it's up to you on whether or not you want to change. And I don't feel like people should be shamed and harassed and bullied into it, obviously. But in the same notion, I also don't think that what fat acceptance is doing and what it's turned into and the level of toxicity that's being pushed, I don't think that's okay either. And so
Oh, god damn it. Thank you, Meddy. Yeah, I was muted. I was telling you what my Venus sign was. My Venus is Capricorn. And then I was telling you that I have 2 signs that are in 3 different placements, but I don't know what any of that stuff means. So I don't know. I have a lot of placements that are in Sagittarius and Capricorn. Also, I'm making more coffee. Doing the good old protein shake and Javi coffee mixture. More coffee. Will, are you here? You remember those Javi coffee sponsorships? You started this. And she never found the plot again. Are you muted? What happened? Oh my god. She's trying to hit a word count, truly. I think Rim was asking about Javi. Ooh, what you need to know? Where's Rim? What's your question? You're extra Capricorn? I am super duper Capricorn. You need a Capricorn? I'm your girl. Alright, sorry. Another little splash of coffee in there.
We need to have more nuanced conversation around this topic, and that's why I'm doing this stream to begin with. Good night, Bree. I hope you're doing well.
Someone wanted to
Thank
know
you,
about
Rachel,
your Javi,
again.
but I can't remember. Where were they asking?
Yeah,
Tess?
exactly, Tiny. I agree completely with that, which is ironic. I agree with you completely about not agreeing all the time. It's also a way to form a bubble around yourself, which is very much what I did. Absolutely. Extreme
I do love
polarization is
Javi.
always a bad thing, yeah. There's no black and white. Life happens in shades of gray. Absolutely. Fantastic self-awareness. I appreciate that. Every therapist I've ever had has told me that I have an alarming level of self-awareness. Yep, by literally existing, we gotta be reminded that we're fat.
I don't
and
believe
echo
it.
pushes us to
In their
forget
own
we're
stream,
fat,
I
even
see,
if
I
we have
see.
severe health issues. Yeah, it's like two sides of a very extreme, fucked up coin, man.
I don't believe that shit at all.
Extremism in any form never ends well, and I've always been like anti-extremism,
You think it was
unaware
Rim?
that I was a part of some extremism and just like logic looping myself out of it. You know?
If it was.
This frustrates me to no end. It makes me
I don't know if I have it in the
incredibly
Discord yet. I can
angry
put it
to
in
think
there,
about the
but I
fact
have the information in
that
my link
all
tree
of the
for
people we've
Javi.
talked about and whose lives have been lost,
I think,
could have been
I
potentially
think I updated it.
influenced by things like this happening. And it also really frustrates me that spaces like fat activism and fat liberation online actively discourage conversations regarding weight and the way that it does actually affect your life. And for me,
that's such a major point here with like what's going on in this whole world and this whole topic. It's like the active
Try 2
discouraging
new
of
snacks
open
from Trader Joe's,
conversation
both
and
6 out of
open
10.
dialogue without
Nice.
self-censorship
What were
through
they?
unspoken rule books, because that's what fat acceptance does. Like, you're not allowed to say certain things. It is like an unspoken rule. You are not allowed to say you want to intentionally lose weight. If you say that, you're fat phobic. And if you're
I'm not
and if you
subscribing
say
to
that
that,
and you're
brother.
fat phobic, that means you're also racist. Like, literally, that is the fat acceptance rhetoric line of thinking. I've watched it play out. I thought it because I was given this like rule book to follow, and I followed like a follower.
That's crazy.
Which is not normal of me. It's not something I want to be or do.
I love the chocolate stars during the holidays from Trader Joe's. I've never had
That's
those.
just such a really great point that Sam just made.
it goes deeper than them telling people that there are no health risks.
It doesn't seem as extreme when you're a part of it, you know. That's so true. I'm going to go back a little bit.
It's associated with obesity. Them and Fat Liberation Online actively discourage conversations regarding weight and the way that it does actually affect your life. And for me, it goes deeper than them telling people that there are no health risks associated with obesity. They actively fearmonger doctors.
We just got your lab work back.
I'm glad we're touching on
this. You might want to sit down for this one. I have something to share with you. Okay, what is it, Doc? You have obesity. Excuse me? Are you trying to say that the size of my body is a disease? Precisely.
They actively tell people that the world is out to get them.
Yeah, that's not true. People are judging your body every single moment of every single day.
And they actively isolate people from being able to seek the help that they need.
All right, I gotta talk. I'm getting hot, literally. I might get emotional, and I'm sorry in advance. I'll do my best here.
I'm wondering what her response is to this.
This part of this video has personally affected my life in so many ways I don't even know where to begin.
Oops.
It took me going through some stuff to realize that I had gone into so many medical settings and appointments regarding my physical health fully on the defensive.
Green box, if you ever look for them. Okay, sounds good. I will look for them.
It was so like ingrained in the world around me, and it was just so normalized that I needed to be this way, that I never thought for a moment that I was maybe creating my own problems, right? And eventually I realized that I was going into these situations like clearly on the defensive, and any like self-interpreted misstep that a doctor or a nurse would take would just be like, oh, that's confirmation that they're fat phobic. Oh, that's confirmation that they don't see me as a person. Oh, that's confirmation that they don't actually care. They just want me to go away. They just want me to die as a fat person. And I believe that with every fiber of my being. And it wasn't all the time, and it wasn't every doctor. And the hardest part about this is that I've also experienced real medical malpractice. I've experienced real medical fat phobia. I've experienced it like where it's so blatant you can't pretend that it's not. So then, yeah, like my nature at that point is to be more defensive. And that fat phobia isn't necessary. Not saying like a doctor's asking me to weigh myself or saying I need to lose weight. Like, that is not what I'm talking about. It's like doctors purposefully not ordering tests for me that they would order for a standard sized person that I can do, like blood work, like
kidnapped by
things that
doctors.
obviously, like if I can't fit in a CT, that's one thing, or an MRI, that's one thing. Like if I'm not able to do a test because
I'm
of my
just wondering where this self-reflection is, or when it ever showed up, because every encounter I've heard her talk about with doctors has been negative, unless she gets to hear exactly what she wants to hear, which is hardly ever. She calls most of them names and discredits their opinions. So I'm just curious where like this opinion is. I've never heard it before. So I don't know.
Wait, that's not what I'm talking about. But when a doctor is like purposefully
You buy a bunch of BS.
lazy and not
Oh,
putting
there it
in
is.
the proper care that they need to, that a patient deserves, that's a fucking problem. And then so what happens in fat acceptance is they take those moments, they take those real stories, and they conflate it with like, oh, your doctor told you to do calorie deficit, your doctor's fat phobic. Huh? Or, oh, your doctor uses a BMI, they're fat phobic. Again. Huh? So I personally really don't like believe in BMI as like being an accurate form of science. I believe it is what it is, but I just don't really, and maybe that is unchecked fucking fat acceptance rhetoric. Y'all can let me know in the comments, but for me, it's like, I find the BMI's history to be a little sus, and I feel like it's an unnecessary measure of health, and I feel like they classify people as obese who are clearly not unhealthy people and not obese. Like I'm talking in the far end of the spectrum, more towards
I was gonna say, girl, that has nothing to do with where you're at. That's not a conversation that you need to worry about at this point. I wouldn't be concerned. I know that that's something that Obese to Beast has talked about because that actually applies to him and his body size and his like where he's at. That has nothing to do with her.
what's considered a healthy BMI. Obviously, I'm not talking about people in my size. I'm talking about like depending on the proportions and heights and other factors. I just feel like the BMI is an incomplete science. That's my opinion. But when it comes to the rhetoric around medical malpractice and medical doctors and the fear mongering, specifically the fear mongering, that is really what kind of solidifies the whole like fat acceptance as a cult. I believe it's a parasocial cult. It's not your standard like Jonestown kind of cult. There's not very many instances of like in real life stuff because that's all very much barred by barriers to entry like money, accessibility to travel, the freedom to travel and go to these random places where meetups happen. But you know, there's not really like there's not like churches for fat people, you know what I mean? Like, so I digress, but my point to all of that is that is one of the most dangerous things and difficult things about fat acceptance rhetoric as a whole. So let me get to the chat. I wanted to get my point out before I continue talking.
Fatties for Jesus.
That's what I encourage. Do your own research. It's very important, and blogs are not reliable sources. Yeah. Excuse me. Seriously, you're just telling me that people come on online and lie? Girl, I got some shit to tell you, Justice. I'm embarrassed to admit that I have totally put off doctor's visits when I gained a few pounds. You know, I can understand like feeling conscious or self-conscious about that or whatever, but yeah, BMI is definitely so outdated. That's kind of what I was getting at with that side tangent. That's a straw man fallacy. Can you clarify what you mean? Society is super fat phobic, so it can probably be hard to tell the difference, honestly. Yeah. BMI are healthy as a standard. There are outliers like a bell curve, but for the
These
majority
are
of
all
humans, it
so
is
cute,
helpful
Jane. I just want to
instead
keep
of
looking at them.
just saying someone's weight.
I love how they all turned out.
Okay, Scranja, I can see what you're getting at with that. My husband is 6'1" and a weightlifter and obese on the BMI. Yeah, chicklets. Same chicklets. I get embarrassed when I go get blood work done, and I know my numbers are gonna be bad. I don't know why I don't get embarrassed. I just genuinely choose to like not give a fuck.
Not give a fuck.
I'm still meh on BMI myself, but I researched calorie
You don't
deficit
give a
intermittent
damn,
fasting on
then
my
you don't give a
own,
fuck.
so it was all on me. Yeah. Okay, let's get back to Sam.
Where'd your bike go?
And I think
Hello?
something sparked in me when I read the story the same way that it did for Brittany, where
Also, hi Jessica, and I wanted to say, Scrange and Rugs, hello. I'm glad to see y'all here. I am
Oh,
having a
funny,
good day,
Scrange
Jessica.
was in her job.
I'm glad you made it to the live.
How
When you're
times
in
have
the end, though.
changed.
I'm so angry at the loss of someone so young.
Yeah.
To be
Wait, that's not
perfectly clear, I mentioned how old Cassandra was. She's 32, she's about to turn 33. We are the same age. She was born the exact same year that I was. And I have a lot of life that I want to live. And it makes me incredibly sad to think that Cassandra probably thought the same thing.
Ooh.
And
Yeah,
now
that's
she'll
rough.
never have.
Like, I just want to comment real quick. Like, the genuine sadness in Sam's face, like that pause, like that was so authentic. And like, I think that's why I like her content and her so much, is like, it's very clear to me, like, this isn't just like cash grabby fat acceptance
Oh, you wanted a
reactions, you know what I
wristlet on
mean?
your
Like, this
Labubu,
isn't,
huh?
to her, like, this is something
See,
that's
I
like
did it
really
again.
important. I
I
think she
missed.
used to be
I almost
involved
missed
in
it,
fat
but
acceptance in
this
some
time I
way,
caught it.
more as a spectator.
Okay.
So if I remember correctly, y'all can correct me that in the comments. But Sam, that face broke my heart. Cause like I get it. I get it so completely.
That. Here's the hard truth of it all. People who struggle with morbid or super morbid obesity, they struggle with everyday activities. Period. And we've seen how debilitating.
Never! I could never escape her!
Not about you, Rosie. Okay. Let's do. Get your little Labubu face over here. Would you like a blue one? I kind of think the purple one might go better. Just to kind of stay on that, like, additional theme. But, actually, I don't know. They both work well. Whichever one you prefer, Jane, would work. You have a preference? Yeah, I think Scrange was the follower up until before Jeff. Or around Jeff based on videos. Nice. That's crazy. All right, purple. Cool. All right. Glad we caught that. I would have felt so bad. I know I would have looked back at your invoice and been like, freaking. All right. Put your wristlet on there. Okay, there. Now it's done. So cute, so chonk. Thank you, Jane. All right.
I can never escape this woman.
Oh, sorry. She came in hot.
It can be, with so many examples existing from both online creators as well as shows like My 600-Pound Life and 1,000-Pound Sisters. It's hard to shower. It's
I mean,
hard
I
to
kind of get
walk.
that, Tiny. I think that's kind of the problem. I feel it's not nuanced enough.
It's hard for them to take care of just their most basic needs. And what we see time and time
We weren't chiclets. We weren't.
again is as people continue to gain weight, they start to lose their autonomy and their dignity.
Yeah.
And now we're living
We're gonna go
in
back
a
a little bit.
space
Sorry,
where
I got
people who
really-
are
I got really
actively
thrown off
dealing
by
with
that
things like
situation.
addiction,
All right.
Situation type
I
of
think
situation
that's
we
all.
have done. Yeah,
and
All
what
your
we see
items,
time and time again is
Jane,
as
are made.
it's hard to walk. It's hard for them to take care of just their most basic needs.
Whoop, whoop.
And what we see time and time again is as people continue to gain weight, they start to lose their autonomy and their dignity. And now we're living in a space where people who are actively dealing with things like addiction and trauma are being told by plus
She
size
said we're almost done. There's
fat
45
activist
minutes left on this
creators
fucking
online
video.
that they shouldn't seek help
You
for their
lie.
issues with dependence or their
Okay.
issues with trauma. Even worse, as I
Yami's
mentioned,
not
they're
here, but I'm
telling
gonna get
people
into their
not
items.
to even believe in or consider the very
Since I
real
confirmed some of
health
the stuff
risks
last night
that come
that were
with
their
living
preferences.
as
So
an obese person.
I have them picked out.
I was literally about to pause this and talk about how this person made certain claims. So I'm gonna let this clip roll and see what if they say what I was gonna say.
Are you gonna read it? No. We're just gonna
And
stare at
even
the
if we
screen. Hold on. We'll go back and read it.
person.
Oh, can we even? I can't even read it. Before fat, something not bad for your health. Oh, being fat is not bad for your health. Jesus, I need glasses.
I was literally about to pause this and talk about how this person made certain claims. So I'm gonna let this clip roll and see what if they say what I was gonna say.
No, seriously.
And even if we did
It's
fat activists
something.
of
I don't know.
Oh, I just reread that comment. So J-Bay is not
No.
dead, but I did the reaction.
Oh.
The person who died was someone else. J-Bay is very much alive. Yeah. So what I was gonna say was, the Fat Doctor UK made claims that it quote wasn't real that fatty deposits could exist around organs and liver and cause health problems. Cassandra is the girl that passed away. Thank you. I didn't want to misremember her name. Cassandra is also being discussed in this video. If you restart the live from
It's
the
the
top,
bottom
you'll
line.
be able
Thank
to
you.
kind of see how
I appreciate it. I put my glasses on, still couldn't see that shit. I was like, oh, this isn't meant for me.
We're here and we didn't talk about the health risks that we're seeing people are passing away from.
Sorry,
There's
I'm like doing that thing where I'm pausing.
talk about,
but I have to read this. Being fat will actually make you live the life of an immortal wizard thousands of years. It's called science. Look it up. Didn't you know?
the health risks
Okay.
that we're seeing people are passing away from.
Tiny Blue is in her chat,
There's
and she does
still
videos on Rosie.
a
Yeah, I know.
really
I keep hearing her talk to
physical
Tiny.
component to this all, and this story kind of revealed it to me.
Oh,
People
funny.
just really aren't even thinking about the very physical limitations that also come with obesity. If an obese person cannot fit through a doorway normally and they have to turn to the side to do so, what happens when they cannot move on their own, either due to injury or illness?
I will say, I mean, I've never had that issue with regular doors, but you know how like a lot of half bathrooms for some reason have like a half fucking door, like the doors. I keep looking at my phone because I'm used to live streaming on my phone. The chat's on there, sorry, but you know how like they just have smaller doors for certain rooms or like closets. When I was at my heaviest, there was a living situation I had. Actually, I lived in a camper for 7 months during the height of COVID, because otherwise I would have been homeless, honestly. And yeah, so the bathroom inside of the camper was so small that like I could barely fit in through it sideways, and so like I know what that's like. And also like in home, some bathrooms have those smaller doors. I mean, it wasn't as nearly as tight as it was in the camper, but like I couldn't just walk in straight, like head on straight. I had to turn to the side, because at my heaviest, my widest part of my body was probably close. At least when I measured it, I don't think I actually hit 90, but it was close to 90 inches.
I was wondering if it was Tiny Blue Anthropologist or a different Tiny. No, it was Tiny Blue Anthropologist. Actually, she's not blocked from her channel because I can still see her in the chat.
15 inches at my widest
if
part.
I scroll up here, hold on.
And most of my weight loss has definitely shown in my shoulders, and I didn't measure those as well,
hold on,
or as often, but I remember
Tiny right there in the chat.
The widest part for that.
How are they to get out in the event of an emergency?
The camper was the main thing that led
Tiny
to the
loves
permanent,
the topic on fat acceptance,
extreme level
so
of my knee
she's
injury
there.
because
Yeah.
of the way I had to sleep scrunched up.
Event
You
of
can't
their
wait for
past.
Megan Ann. I know, it was funny to see
knee,
Megan
like,
in
for,
Zach's
like, 7
chat.
months. It was
I'm not super familiar with her, but we have watched due to Pez
one of the shittiest
and a couple of other
experiences
people
my life. Not the
recommending.
shittiest, but
I've seen
it's
some
pretty
of her
up there.
content. She seems chill.
Normally, and they have to turn to the side to do so.
I think it'll be cool
What
to see.
happens when they cannot move on their own, either due to injury or illness? How are they to get out in the event of an emergency, in the event of their passing? Their physical size limits them. Being obese or a super fat or an infinifat, if we're going to go ahead and use fat activist language, it takes a physical toll, even outside of those health risks that we do know are associated with obesity. And it puts not only the fat person, but also anyone who's trying to assist them in very real danger, especially if it's an emergency situation. And
I'm such an independent person, like spiritually, you know?
What
there are
happened
parts
to
of me
us
that I feel like I benefit far better when I have support in some ways, like living with someone who can help share some responsibilities, like taking out the trash.
I don't, well, what I will say is I don't think
I
she can
can't
say
think of
that
a
about
greater
herself
nightmare
anymore.
than being bedbound, like truly bedbound. When I fractured my foot, that's the closest I've ever come, and it was scary.
Oh shit, Jane, you wanted a flashlight too. I keep looking over and I keep seeing things that I remember.
But
Which one wanted a
R.I.P.
flashlight?
Cassandra. I hope people see her story and get help before it's too late. Yeah, me too. And thank you so much for showing up at all, Tiny. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you showing up.
Rosie follows Megan. Oh goodness.
But this is
She
a
actually
nuanced
tackles
view
topics with
saying, I
empathy.
don't think the BMI scale
Megan
really
Ann
represents
has
what it
said that
claims is
their viewers
one of those
Zachary,
annoying statements
or
that makes
Zach's Twitch stuff. Oh really?
so many people mad on
Independent
both
wear.
sides.
That didn't age well.
I
Yeah.
feel that.
What you think
I
the
can't stand that
username is?
fat wording for some reason. Yeah, I don't like.
Good morning,
I
cheesecake.
think at one point I may have technically fallen under Infinifat, like in the very beginning of it, but
The
I
Furby
always
one.
call
Okay,
myself
thank
super
you.
fat.
I was like, I know
hated the word Infinifat.
we talked about it,
as
and I
a
can't
concept, I just don't
remember.
like the word.
Okay,
But,
and that one, it comes with a
yeah.
charger.
Sorry, I got a little emotional there. I just had a pivotal surgery, and I'm only surviving with help when my kids are away. So I'm so screwed. I didn't eat one weekend because I couldn't get downstairs. Scrange, I'm so sorry. I have friends who have had situations where like that's definitely an issue, and you know, I mean, I was living with someone at the time, so some things were able to be brought to me, but there are parts of that story, parts of the trauma I experienced during that time that I even when I like lost my mind on the internet and like kind of overshared a bunch of shit on Instagram, I never fully ever went into because it was bad. So forgot what I was even talking about, but my point is like,
where was that going?
I went through some things that I probably shouldn't have had to for having had someone living in the house to give help, because of choices that were outside of my own. Yeah, so the term Infinifat, I'll pull up a graphic and I'll show you guys actually. One second. They're called categories. Let's divert from the video for just a moment. Categories. Yep, pulls right up. Let me pull up this picture.
Jane, they're all kind of pastel compared to how neon this one is. I'm thinking one of these two might look best.
I just want to see the picture. Why is that so hard? Okay, whatever. That's gonna work. So let me share this tab instead real quick. Okay. So this is like a random fat acceptance blog, but this is the photo.
I kind of think the green one, just
where
because it's
the
a little bit
fatness
brighter.
spectrum, also known as categories. There's small fat, mid fat, super fat, and finny fat. And then when you come down here, you'll even see there's more small fat, mid fat, large fat, super fat, and finny fat.
You think the pink?
And then
Okay.
death fat is a
We can do
term
pink.
that gets used a lot on other sides.
It
of
does
the
match
internet.
the Furby's hair, actually.
Hate this
now that I'm
word
looking
with
at it
every
too.
fiber of my being. I think that people that use this word are
Amber's stream is sitting at 10K views. That's wild. Let's see. I have a problematic order, I guess. No, you're good. I just have a bad memory, brother. It's me. This is me. It's not my fault. Could be, but wouldn't be surprised if they were on Twitch too. Scrange is now a reaction channel. Yeah, I know. That's why I think it's so funny that Scrange is in the chat right now. She shouldn't have gone through that, but now Remy is her reward for it. Mona, please. Categories. The green looked blue. You know this camera? I was talking about maybe upgrading my camera yesterday with Joe. Because I was on Discord and it looks so much better than it does. For some reason it doesn't pick up the colors correctly here. But this is like a minty green. And then this is like a baby pink. Honestly, the baby pink like matches the Furby's hair. So that could be a vibe. And then the mint green is just kind of like bright. So it kind of goes with the brightness. So I think whichever one would be fine. Sorry, I feel like if I'm giving you too many choices, please tell me. Pink still then? Okay, perfect. Let me make this hella difficult. Categories, yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you for working through with me. Where's the bad fat, good fat? Good question. This category shit. See, this is shit that's made up by this online group that lives in this little bubble. This is crazy. I don't care. Hate me. Stupid.
Incel-minded. I think that it's very much brain rot activities to use this kind of language about people.
Agreed, actually.
It's really gross, and it gets used a lot over on Red Pill Internet, and I think you're icky if you talk like that.
Wait, what?
Anyway.
Red Pill, what?
But
what is she talking about? Is she talking about this?
People that use this word fat, super fat, and finny fat, and then when you come down here, you'll even see there's more small fat, mid fat, large fat, super fat, and finny fat. And then death fat is a term that gets used a lot.
Oh, she's just specifically.
I hate this word.
She's just talking about. No, I'm talking about all of it. Actually, it's all dumb. Minty green looks blue to you. Oh my goodness. Okay, good. I'm not colorblind. No, it's just my camera. That's not blue. No, I need this camera to be better.
Every fiber of my being, I think that people that use this word are incel-minded.
Incel-minded.
I think that it's very much brain rot activities to use this kind of language about people.
Call somebody a death fat?
It's really gross, and it gets used a lot over on Red Pill Internet, and I think you're icky if you talk like that. Anyway. But carrying on. So basically it breaks you down into categories, and like when you get into like the hierarchy of like fat acceptance and all of that, the fatter you are, the higher the archy. More or less.
This is such weird thinking and weird behavior to me. What? I wonder what kind of fat I am. I mean, it tells you right here, based on your size, Jamie. What? Like, what?
So, like, if you're in a finny fat and you're getting into a debate with someone who's a small fat,
yeah, like what?
And they're like trying
Same
to
Pez.
make
I think it's so gross.
Convey their struggles.
For people who don't want to be like discriminated against and judged based on their size, great job categorizing and discriminating against each other based on your size. Like, what? I've never understood that argument on why you need to categorize yourself based on your size inside a group that is adamant about not being discriminated against based on your size. And on that same hand, discriminating against skinny people based on their size. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Very common for people in this category, unfortunately myself included, in
Here,
the
this
past,
is what kind of fats you
to
guys
be
are.
more like, oh, you know, like you don't know what you're talking
Looks
about.
like I'm a
how
mid-fat.
can you compare your what you deal with me? Like, oh, sucks for you. Target doesn't make your size, but no one makes my size. Kind of rhetoric that it is very, very common, and people will end up.
Apparently, there's
you know,
hierarchies
there was like a
of
lot of
your
Facebook
fat
groups
levels.
dedicated to, like plus size safe spaces essentially, and you had to basically be vetted to confirm that you were actually fat and actually part of the community. And then once you were in, like, you weren't allowed to mention weight loss in any capacity. You weren't allowed to discuss certain things. You weren't allowed to like over talk the larger fats if you were a smaller fat.
The large,
like,
you're not allowed
some of
to
them were
over
sometimes
talk
not even
the
unspoken
the
rules that you would get
larger
literally
fats if
rules
you were a
written
skinny
in the
fat. Get the fuck
like
out of
rule
here.
guides of the Facebook group. And this was a very common practice. I was in multiple groups like
This
this
wasn't
for
a red flag
long
for her.
period of time. So let's get back to the video. But let me check my comments.
I like that
quick.
they base it on Torrid. Yeah. You're crazy.
Not categories. Yeah, no, that's actually unironically what they're called. I remember when I went on the whatever podcast, I brought it up, and they were like, and everyone was like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, it was just like a thing to me. I'd known about it for years. I didn't realize it was such an unknown thing.
Yeah, it's
I never
bizarre,
saw that last
actually.
one
Weird that you
on the
thought that was
size chart.
normal.
How divisive. Yeah, I mean, it's meant as like death fat is meant as a hate term for sure.
A hate term. Not a slur, not another slur.
I was just typing out it's a higher arc.
All right, I'm gonna
It's a
clip
hierarchy,
your charger
wow, this
to
is
your
why we need
Furby,
your voice
so
in the mix.
it's
This is
together.
crazy. Thank you, Abby. I really
There's
appreciate that.
your flashlight.
This is reminding me of Invader Zim and the Almighty
All right,
Tallest.
hopefully I didn't forget anything else, but if I did, we'll catch it.
Do these terms refer to men and women of any gender? Yes, any gender identity. I mean, we all know that fat acceptance plus size is very female
Hi, Megan. Hello.
AFAB skewed.
Welcome in.
It really is.
How you doing?
There are some men who've thrown their hats in the ring, but most of them tend to be queer coded in some way, like non-binary or just in some capacity, not like cis straight men. You know, they do exist, to be clear, but the more popular ones tend to be men who are queer in some capacity. How do they vet them? Do I even want to know? So, like, you either had to be invited by a trusted friend, a trusted source within the admin group, or you had to, like, be a public person. Oh my gosh. Chicklets, thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, Rosie, just FYI, my room is also the hottest facing the west, so I got some GILA window tint film at Home Depot.
That person's name is not Chicklets anymore. That's Canada Cool Fondue now.
It's super easy to install and makes such a difference. Saves on my electric bill too. My room is so much cooler. Ooh, okay, because yeah, I do have blinds, but I'm gonna take a screenshot of that.
Hi,
Chicklets,
Rim. Welcome back.
So much. I appreciate your support. I saw your.
You're just leaving Toronto. Ooh,
Festival, which again, if
fun.
you haven't seen yet, you need to watch because it's my favorite ever.
I bet it is a cool city.
It's vibes based. It really is, Justice.
I would love. That sounds like such a cool trip. Toronto. That's on the east side of Canada, right? Am I dumb? Hold on. Let me look. Let me look before I sound stupid. Hold on. Let me look. Let me look. Yeah. Toronto's on. Okay, good. Yeah, Toronto always has seemed like it'd be a cool place to visit. I've only ever been on the west coast of Canada, so I've never been over to that side. But it seems like it would be a very cool city to be in. Were you asking about Javi?
The fucked up part, and like the
Did you know about the stuff Rosie did with trying to help the homeless 18-year-olds? Me? Karma is a Cat put out a video and you had no idea. Yeah, I watched that whole thing happen live. I watched that whole saga go down. I'm surprised you didn't know about that. I did. Spent a week in the Caribbean and flew back to Toronto. Now driving to pick up your doggies at the in-laws. Fun. They will be excited to see you. That's cute. I'm glad you had fun. That sounds like a hell of a vacation. Such a good time. My husband and daughter left for the UK. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, the whole homeless teens saga, where if you guys aren't watching that, or if you haven't seen the videos that Karma the Cat put out recently, where I think there's 2 videos where she's going over the homeless teens GoFundMe situation. It was a lot. It was a lot. She was there, damn. No, I watched, I was a viewer of hers at the time. There was a time where, like, I thought, Megan, so funny that you're here right now, because you were the one that I was, like, telling in Zach's chat that there was this new girl that was, like, not like the other girls, and she was so interesting and, like, fun to watch. I will forever have to eat those words. Because I'll never forget trying to get Megan to go watch Rosie, like, unironically, as like a good source of entertainment for somebody who was like fun to watch. And here we are. But at that time it was like before all of this stuff had happened and before I knew like all of these things about her. And so I watched her do that. I watched her like backtrack on the GoFundMe, and I watched her like keep items that were bought for her, and I watched her like start to ban people who would bring it up, and like her mask start to slip. Like it was crazy. It was crazy to watch her come out of the facility and like befriend this girl and like get so adamant about like trying to like save her from the situation in such a weird way. So yeah, it was very weird to watch happen. She's meeting her long distance girlfriend in person for the first time. Oh my God. That's so cute, Jamie. I love that. I hope that goes well. Shay, that could have been a secret. No, it is so embarrassing. I did it in Zach's chat. Like, I remember being in Zach's chat and being like, Megan, you should watch Rosie. Like trying to get Megan, like recruit her to watch her. It was so bad. It was embarrassing. Tiny Blue is going through some older videos with that Nerfy archived. And she just covered the stepmom saga. Oh God, the stepmom saga is so good. I did see that, and I saw that she was linking to the original video. I would love to watch that where she's in the parking lot at Raising Cane's. That was a good video. If you guys want to watch that, we can totally watch that. That was a good video. I watched that before it got deleted.
Bias of it all is like the smaller fat you were, the worse vibes were perceived because of the inherent bias. Crazy. I mean, it also did depend a lot on behavior, but people were very quick to side eye the smaller fats in the groups.
Not the smaller fats. Get out.
Ari Zim, the rulers of the Urkins, were just the tallest. Got it. Okay. Height was the way they determined status, so you can't disagree with someone fatter. Oh wow,
you were, Megan.
Wait,
it's so true. Megan was like, I don't know about this.
That's so funny. Oh my God,
so embarrassing.
It's so great. Okay, I'm back and learning so much. I had no idea categories existed. I was escorted out of a community because I asked what they considered a size. Wow, a size 6. I'm not surprised at all by that. Yeah, you ask the wrong question, you'll get fucking banned because you have to just. It's all, and that's where the cult mentality shit comes into play because it's like, yes, we agree. Yes, weight loss bad. Ew, the thins.
Not the thins.
I used to talk like that, man. Crazy. Hi, Danny. Good to see you. I hope you enjoyed the replay. Okay, let's get back to the video because I'm just Chatty McChatterson today, apparently.
As we've just heard from
She did a lot of work
Cassandra's
to get past
story,
her
it
agoraphobia.
also adds
And
an
oh,
extra
that's
layer
right.
of
Aw,
stress to your
Jamie.
already grieving family. This YouTuber says it all perfectly.
That's
Author
so
and
sweet. That
activist
actually kind
Leslie
of makes me want to
Kinsel, who
cry.
told us failing to address the different needs of
That's
fat
so
bodies
cute.
has
I
the
hope it goes
potential
well.
to turn the process into a traumatic one, instead of one that provides peace and closure.
Funeral arrangements can be significantly more expensive
I
due
love
to the
that.
need for specialized equipment to safely transport and accommodate the deceased. As we saw with Cassandra's family, it would have been beneficial for them to know ahead of time if there was a funeral home that had the team and the tools they needed to handle her case. Additionally, families should explore their options for burial or cremation. If they are seeking burial, they'll need to consider larger caskets, plots, and
I love that
vaults.
you were so optimistic.
Savannah.
I tried, man.
I appreciate it. And Kiki, oh my gosh,
I think
thank
I
you
did
so
want
much
the
for becoming
best.
a member. I believe that's the second member in today's chat.
We do
I
love
really
love.
appreciate it so
We
much.
love.
Ari, I used to talk like that girl. I was a creationist in 7th grade. Imagine how much I cringe looking back. Yeah, that's how I feel about being a Mormon too, girl. I feel you. I feel you. I don't know if I cared enough to form an opinion on like creationism or all that enough. I don't remember, but yeah, I feel like a entirely different human being from who I was in childhood. Keep hitting
If
enter.
they are seeking cremation, they need to find a facility that is capable
been
and
working with her
also understand the increased costs. The
Psych-
reality of all of this is that despite what Tess Holliday would have us believe,
Psychiatrist and therapist did
morbid
prepare for this
obesity
for
is
almost a
not a
year
badge
now.
of
Oh
honor
my
for defying
God.
beauty norms. It's
I know she said this at the top of the video, but
That is so
unfortunately,
cool,
okay.
Jamie.
Thank you again. I've been live for forever. I
I
get
love
not everybody
that.
can stay the whole time. I appreciate you so much for coming in at all, and you can always watch the replay if you feel like it. Again, that goes to anybody. Thank you
Honestly,
again so much, guys.
it can only go well.
If you can afford to become a member,
only
it's
manifesting good.
It's worth your while.
Only
as she's worth
success.
it. Aw, Kiki, thank you. Aw, my heart. I'm gonna play this clip back again because I can't get over this. This part is just so real for me in my
Why
lived
Rosie's
experience of
agoraphobia
this.
craps makes me ragey.
increased
It makes
costs.
sense.
The reality
honestly.
of all of this is that despite what Tess Holliday would have us
Sorry.
believe, morbid obesity is not a badge of honor for defying beauty norms.
Morbid obesity is not a badge of honor for defying beauty norms. That makes me want to cry. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. That makes me want to cry. I used to really see it that way. And I didn't before I found fat acceptance. I didn't. That grew and bolstered aspects within myself that prioritized vanity over health and affected a lot of decisions that I made. And had I not fallen into fat acceptance and eventually feederism, there's a lot of like, if I coulda, woulda, shoulda, if I had or hadn't, if I hadn't dated a guy who was a secret feeder for the first 6 years of our relationship, if I hadn't had certain really traumatic experiences, if I hadn't fallen into those spaces online, like, would I have gotten my shit together sooner? Because I think back to being like 23 and like trying to lose weight and putting in a real concerted effort and trying to go to the gym and telling my new almost boyfriend, I don't think we were officially together. We weren't officially together yet, but telling this new guy I really, really liked that I talked to all day, every day, about all of my plans and how excited I was. And his first thought was to say, well, just make sure you don't lose too much weight before we meet each other in person. And it's like I was the insecure 20-year-old, 22, 23, 20, yeah, 23-year-old who heard that and internalized it, and I called him out on it and he immediately apologized, but I never let that go. Until I healed from that breakup, I never was once even mildly successful in losing weight. And I think back on that, and I think back on just because I ended up falling so deeply in love with that person, and I was just so, it didn't matter what he said to me. I was so afraid that he would never find me attractive again if I lost weight. And and he would tell me the opposite all the time, and I would say I believed him. I didn't. I didn't believe him. And I just kept like pushing that off to the side and pushing that off to the side and ignoring that fact. And the rhetoric of fat acceptance made it easier for me to justify the need to not lose weight to myself, you know? Sam really does have a way with words. Are you telling me you don't believe John Smith was the only one who could see the tablets? Oh my God, peace. Oh, for real. Even when you cry, you're beautiful, you're sweet. I had to cancel all memberships for a while. I get it, man. You totally, no one's expected to be a member of me at all. It's just anyone that chooses to or is able to is deeply, deeply appreciated for the monetary support for sure. I agree Rosie is worth the membership. If I wasn't in the middle of buying a house, she would be getting all of my money. Oh my gosh, Jenna. You're too cute. So the fatter you are, the higher up in the pecking order. Yeah, truly. Yeah. You knew his intentions. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I was unaware until I brought up the concept of feederism, and then we were in such a toxic place at that point. I was the one who like chose to try to introduce it into the relationship because he never outwardly pressured it. I mean, I look back on some things and I'm like,
God damn it. What I was saying. Thank you. Every time I drill, what I was saying is, yes, the axolotl is very cute. I haven't put it on something like a crochet hook for a long time. It is like the perfect size. And then I was also saying, interesting that she introduced feederism into her relationship with her boyfriend. Did we know that? I feel like I didn't know that. I feel like every time I've heard this conversation talked about, she's talked about how her boyfriend was the secret feeder and she was like manipulated into feederism by her boyfriend, by the online stalker. I've never heard her talk about how she introduced feederism into her relationship with her boyfriend. Did you guys know that?
you're too cute. So the fatter you are, the higher up in the pecking order. Yeah, truly. Yeah.
I didn't
You
mishear
knew
that,
his
right?
intentions. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I was unaware until I brought up the concept of feederism, and then we were in such a toxic place at that point. I was the one who like chose to try to introduce it into the relationship because he never outwardly pressured it. I mean, I look back on some things and I'm like, from before that happened in 2019, but we were broken up, and so like that's when I made the mistake of kind of crossing feederism into my real love life. It's one of the biggest mistakes.
So weird. I've never heard her talk about that before. I've never heard her talk about how she's the one who introduced feederism into her relationship with her boyfriend. My husband and son went there either last year or the year before. My husband is a traveler. That is so fun. We usually travel with a couple of other families. We used to go to North Carolina, but now we've branched out. That's so fun. I love that. We usually go to the same couple of states around us, just for like convenience purposes. But I'm hoping next year, starting next year, I can start going either more south or over to the East Coast. I've never been over to the East Coast still. The furthest I've gone is Florida, which I'll never go back. But it was awful, one and done. But would love to go over to the actual like East Coast.
Mistakes I've ever made in my entire life, and I've never really gone into it online, and I don't plan to yet. I need to do a lot more healing first.
Okay, yeah, so she hasn't gone into it online. Maybe that's why we've never heard about it. That's really weird. I'm so used to her being the victim. I think I would have remembered her saying that. Yeah, I feel like I've never heard her admit that before. I feel, if anything, that's probably the only place she's ever said that before.
Tess Holiday infuriates me. Her anorexia claims she has no idea how debilitating that is. I mean, I am of the opinion that fat people can be anorexic. I also feel
Rosie
like
claims that.
what I ended up realizing is
Self-determined.
there was a time where I thought that I was potentially dealing with some kind of anorexia, but what I was actually dealing with was a manifestation of my binge eating disorder, where I was having extended restrictive phases. Those tend to last no more than 3 to 4 weeks for me, so I don't think that necessarily falls under anorexia nervosa. But Tess Holiday's a grifter. She has been since 2013. I don't like that bitch. I never have liked.
Hello? What?
That bitch, she irritates the shit out of me. Last but what I was actually dealing with.
Hold on, I don't want her to say the B word again.
No more than 3 to 4 weeks for me, so I don't think that necessarily falls under anorexia nervosa. But Tess Holiday's a grifter. She has been since 2013. I don't like that bitch. I never have liked that bitch. She irritates the shit out of me.
That is wild to hear her call somebody else a grifter. Yeah. Pot me kettle. For real, for real. Says the girl who has her own wish list. Her brother has a wish list. She's talking about making her boyfriend a wish list. She made a wish list for her mom to start a small business, bakery business, who got a fucking like $200 rollator purchase for her, had somebody buy her a Instapot that she lost for her mom, had somebody recently send her an iPad for free, who got a free trip to Vegas and bitched about everything that happened during that trip, even though it was completely paid for. Who's a fucking grifter? What are you talking about, bro? Who's currently like living off of this man that she just met 6 months ago, which go off, girl, like whatever, but like you're a grifter, bro. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? She really, I don't know what kind of independence she had back then, but she was feeling it, whatever she was doing.
Yeah, when a person doesn't care about your health, they only care about and what they want, and what they want, it's scary. Yeah. And Abby, thank you so much for this super chat. When we know better, we do better. That is my current life motto for sure. Yeah, fat people can most definitely be anorexic, and that's just something that, I mean, again, and I'm not talking specific to Tess. I mean, I don't know that full situation, and I mean, if she's been clinically diagnosed and gone through anorexia treatment, then that's her reality, right? And I don't really want to spew hatred on that. I think enough people do that, but fat people, I think it's a big misconception that fat people can't be anorexic, because anorexia has levels to it. I mean, and you can eat enough food to, like 400, 800 calories a day or something, and you're still dealing with the malnutrition and all these different things. Like, EDs are very complicated, to say the least. I find it so interesting. So at your own time, I'll be here to hear how you work through those thoughts. Thank you. Yeah, it's very intense, and there's just a side of the internet that I know would have a field day if I was transparent about that conversation, and it would be really harmful to me. I'm not strong enough in those experiences yet to be okay with the scrutiny that comes with being me on the internet, in that specific topic. But
What?
Yeah.
What are you talking
It's
about?
a medical condition that often has severe consequences, and people should feel comfortable addressing their weight and their concerns about their bodies with their doctors, with therapists, with anyone who can help
At least she
them.
had a modeling
And
career
they
and wrote a
should feel
book
free
when
to
Miss
do
Rosie
that
done. True.
without
Also not a
fear
Tess
of
Holiday
judgment.
fan, but I feel like
I'm
she's
looking
also
at you, fat activists.
done
Being
some
obese
stuff in her career.
is proven to increase the risk of disease. Period. All of the people we've mentioned in today's video passed away at a very young age from complications related to their obesity. Period. These are two facts that should not, cannot be ignored. But we know from history, because they've shown us, even when it comes from the death of their own, a Kat Pause, a Brittany Sauer, people who believed the same things they did and who said the same things they did and then died at early ages, they were completely ignored. No one acknowledged that they passed away. No one said anything in their honor, in their memory. Nothing. Nothing has changed. They'll never acknowledge it. They've had to ignore it and or suppress it, because if they don't, the wobbly facade of the arguments they stand on would come crumbling down. All right, that is all I have for you all today. I'm sorry that this video got a little bit serious, but I was reading this article and I felt
I was in a
exactly the same way that I did when it came to Brittany,
that she didn't get paid
also known as Sick and
for.
Tired of
Womp
Waiting.
womp.
I felt exactly the same way I did when I read about her passing. Angry, compelled to talk
You're
about
just
it.
a hater.
Because fat activists are not going to. They're going to ignore it, and they're going to pretend it's not happening, and they're going to go about their merry way and pretend that their obesity is not hurting them and that their platforms aren't actively hurting people. And in my opinion, we just can't have that. So we need to keep talking about it, and we need to make sure that people know that this is a reality. And because bodily autonomy exists, if this is a reality that you've settled into and you are genuinely happy and you do want to live this way, that's great, but you should know the things you should be planning for when it comes to end of life. If you have any opinions, or if I've missed anyone in this video that you've heard of passing away, please let me know. I tried so hard to be thorough, but my God, was it hard to remember that all of these people died so young. You can only withstand so much heartbreak. And for all my introvert friends who enjoy leaving me emojis rather than your opinions or your comments down below, this week I want you to go ahead and leave me some sort of like game controller or gaming emoji, because this part of Cassandra's obituary just absolutely broke my soul. I don't know who they are, but she always played video games with Lex and Dior. I would always hear her say those two names and a few others.
Oh my goodness.
I wish I knew who they were, because she would always talk with them online and off. As always, thank you all so much for being here with me this week. I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Oh, she's balling. I didn't
I
realize.
made it to the end. I made it to the end of the final video. That's a win in some capacity, right, guys?
Didn't realize she was crying over there.
I think all the time of like all the people that I have like little relationships with in the DMs, like parasocially, you know, like all the people
No,
that
fuck
have
off.
given me
I'm so sorry. Hold on. Bring it back. Not the parasocial relationships.
incredible suggestions that have improved my quality of life, who have shared their secrets and thoughts with me.
Hold on. Okay. Continue, Rosie.
Who have supported me, who have been able to support
We know
back,
there's a lot of parasocial relationships to
have
worry
trusted
about.
me with really significant parts of their life and their story in a parasocial sense, you know?
Uh-huh.
And just the thought of like, I've thought about this a lot, like the thought of dying, you know, and what if they never know?
What?
No one tells them, or they find out through a comment. They have no one to talk to about me, or like, you know, that kind of happened with someone I lost in my life once, and that feeling, that parasocial grief.
Parasocial grief.
You know, my life has I've had so many parasocial relationships in my life.
Uh-huh.
Once as a viewer and as the internet person. On both sides of the coin, you know.
Oh, we know.
And
we know, girl.
that hit me really hard. They hit me really hard. The ending of that video. What the fuck, Sam? Let's look in the chat real quick.
Interesting.
Having the mindset of anorexia, but the actual restriction can't be maintained due to comorbid BED. I feel like that's something that I have struggled with. Literally fucking yesterday, like having to like force myself to eat, but then when people that look like me say that, we get mocked and ridiculed. So because they don't care, they just want to mock fat people, you know.
Rosie, please.
That was really rough. Rest in power to everyone mentioned. Absolutely agree. Really is heartbreaking, Laurel. I understand that, Andrea. And again, I was speaking on it from the perspective of the topic as a whole, not Tess herself, because Tess is fucking annoying. Rose, we need to watch something light and cozy after this. Yes. Any suggestions of some like fun, light, short content we can end on a good note, so I'm not sitting here wiping away my mascara. Thank you guys for the hugs. Same.
I wonder how long that Raising
Canes hit me
Cane's
so hard
video
I was
is.
crying for a week. The parasocial bonds are real. Watch something funny now after you get off. Yeah. Does anybody have any suggestions of like a really cute video? You want to email me or something? We can close off. Stop sharing. Oops. Let's see. Jenna will get you copyright claimed. Oh, she does. Like, really? Her vlogs? That's upsetting. So many of my suggestions are not relaxing. Email me, quirkyloverose@gmail.com. Let me know if any of you send me links, tell me in the chat. I'm getting a lot of similar content being suggested. Yeah, Jenna's amazing. Have you heard of a guy called Rockstar that does animal voiceovers? No, is he on YouTube? Let me see. Bruh. Bruh. Yo. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. I'm braying myself here. There we go.
Watch some Zia Rosie, right?
Not on stream. Watch the girl with the dogs, but they're adorable.
Watch the girl with the dog.
Is that her channel name? Let me go to Gmail real quick. Maybe next time I should like pick up some
Pre-plan.
links for like heartfelt content.
Mhm.
Okay. Because I like that idea. I just don't know how to execute it right now. How to be alone.
Who's that Pokemon? It's Inflate a Man. Oh, hi, Olive. Hi, baby. Hi, Olive. What you doing? What doing? Huh? What doing? You need attention.
How to be
You
alone.
need attention from your mom. I'm busy. I'm busy. I'm busy. I'm busy.
So who's the creator of that video?
It's pretty cute. It's
Justice?
pretty cute. All right. While she's doing that, I'm gonna pull open a new tab.
Because yeah, I'll show you like what I see here. 1 second. Okay.
Sorry. See if I can get to Tiny Blue.
So when I type it in, like this is what I see. Oh, it's a short? Oh.
This is
Oh.
my intro.
Oh,
I didn't do that. Oh, wait, that. Did you email me a link? Wait, is this it?
What a lot of people don't know about me.
Fuck. It's copywritten. Okay, I think you meant.
Ooh.
Aha! Okay.
Oh, you guys want to watch this after?
I see what's happening.
It's only
here. Hopefully
40 minutes long.
That short will get me.
I got a couple more
copyright.
things to make.
Oh well.
I know we've been on for a long time. I don't even know how long, but we could.
If you are at first
Bless
lonely,
Tiny Blue
be
for putting
patient.
this
If
out.
you've not been alone much, or if when you were, you weren't okay with it, then just wait. You'll find it's fine to be alone once you're embracing it. We could start with the acceptable places, the bathroom, the
Bro,
coffee
it's
shop,
still
the
live. I
library,
know, Lauren.
where you can
It's almost like I got
stall
no
and read
life.
the paper, where you can get your caffeine fix and sit and stay there, where you can browse the stacks and smell the books. You're not supposed to talk much anyway, so it's safe there.
Oh,
There's
were you
also
talking
the
about this
gym. If
Pokemon?
you're shy, you can hang
Is
out
that
with
what you're
yourself
talking
in
about,
mirrors. You
Willow?
could put headphones in. And there's public transportation, because we all gotta go places. And there's prayer and
They just boarded their
meditation. No one
connecting
will
flight to
think less if you're
London.
hanging
Let's
with your breath,
go.
seeking peace and salvation. Start simple. Things you may have previously
And there's a
avoided based
2-year-old
on your
to be
avoid being alone principles. The lunch
Perfect.
counter, where you will be surrounded by chow downers, employees that only have an hour and their spouses work across town, and so they, like you, will be alone. Resist the urge to hang out with your cell phone.
I know, I have
When
been
you are
one for a long
comfortable
time.
with eat, lunch,
And I'm
and
looking
run,
to make
take
it
yourself
longer.
out for dinner. A
If
restaurant
you can
with
imagine.
linen and silverware. You're no less intriguing a person when you're eating solo desserts and cleaning the whipped cream from the dish with your finger. In fact, some people at full tables will wish they were where you were. Go to the movies, where it is dark and soothing, alone in your seat amidst a fleeting community. And then take yourself out dancing, to a club where no one knows you. Stand on the outside of the floor until the lights convince you more and more and the music shows you. Dance like no one's watching, because they're probably not. And if they are, assume it is with best and human intentions. The way bodies move genuinely to beat is, after all, gorgeous and effective. Dance until you're sweating, and beads of perspiration remind you of life's best things, down your back like a brook of blessings. Go to the woods alone, and the trees and squirrels will watch for you. Go to an unfamiliar city, roam the streets. There are always statues 24 and benches afraid.
Yeah, I really love spoken word, and this is weirdly tailored to my taste.
Like lonely hearts are wasting away in basements. Only look both, but not perhaps.
Because I honestly want to give this video the respect of like letting it finish, because I feel like this is very artful, and I love this video. Like, I love this video.
Synapse magic present. About it. Leading.
Tanya Davis. Huh, okay, so Andrea's the animator and editor, and Tanya Davis was the person on camera. Wow.
Let me be muted.
That was lovely.
That was lovely.
I thought it was
That was lovely.
not for me and my family.
So this video is from 13 years ago. Let's see, does she currently make content? Okay. I'm gonna check these out later. I'm very interested in these two. So wow, yeah, y'all should give
That's how I live my life.
like drop off. This is Andrea Dorfman's channel.
Hi, Rim.
If you liked that video as much as
What
I
do you
did,
need to
should
know
go
about
give it a
Javi?
like yourself.
You got questions? I might have answers.
I agree. That brought my heart so much joy, and it made me want to skim, and it made it a lot easier for me to de-escalate from the intensity of
My drill's
everything we
dead.
discussed today.
No.
That was
I'm gonna charge it
amazing,
for a minute
and that was
while I
an
look for
incredible
beads.
suggestion, Justice. Thank you so much.
Okay.
If you guys ever see things you want me to react to, my email again is quirkyloverose@gmail.com. Please feel free to send me a list of links.
Okay, that's the end of that video. Do you guys want to watch the one that Quirky Blue anthropologist put out from the Google Drive? Wait, how can I move this up? Wait. Oh, can we not watch it from here? Do I have to download it? Hold on. Hello? What does that say? Can't scan for viruses. Why won't it let me share it? Quirky Blue. Quirky Blue. I did not mean to say Quirky Blue. Tiny Blue. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That's funny. That's funny. Quirky Blue. I want to. play it from the window. I don't want to. Hold on. Let me see if maybe this way I can view it. Oh. Okay, we're almost there. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Almost there. Almost there. I might need to do some adjusting. I might adjust this. Is it not going to pick it up that way? No. It only wants to pick it up if it's full screen. Okay, let me duplicate this. Hold on. Oops. Okay. Sorry, I have to do some editing to make it so that I can change where it's picking up on the screen for this one. So it's just going to take a second for me to readjust it. And I can't do it without seeing it on screen, so I apologize. I know it's fucked up for a second, but it'll be okay in just a minute. And then I need to grab this real quick. Sorry, almost done. Okay. Tiny Love Rosie is crazy. For a second, I thought she had a second channel dedicated to Rosie. No, that's wild. Let me just make sure I didn't fuck up. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't fuck up my original one. Okay. There we go. Let me get my keyboard out of my way again. Sorry about that. Actually, it's going to be good that I have this one because I always, sometimes when I open it, it's in this like weird format in the middle of the page. So now I'll have this option to be able to switch over to, which is good. Did Shay answer the Javi question? I keep getting distracted by Pixel Men. No. What was your question? Were you wondering how to purchase it with the code, or what it tastes like? What are you wondering, Rim? How can I help you? You got questions, I got answers. Okay, let me hit play. Also, thank you, Tiny Blue Anthropologist, for providing this video. Also, my husband is vacuuming directly behind me. I'm so fucking sorry. Hold on. Okay. Is it good? Yes. I think it's good. It tastes like espresso. And I use it. Usually, what I do is I put it inside of protein drinks. And I do have a code. If you go to my link tree, which is in my description on YouTube, or if you go to my Instagram, it's there. I think I have it linked in my Discord, or it's on Twitch. It's just linktree.com/Shay206. There's a code there. My code is just, I think, Shay206. That'll give you a discount as well. Let me see if I can grab it, actually. And then let me get Tiny Blue's channel link as well while I'm doing all this. Hold on. Here is, that's Tiny Blue's channel. So if you're not subscribed, please go check her out. And then my link tree is here. Nope, nope, nope. Go back. And that's got the link to the Javi website, and it's got the code on there, and it's 20% off, not 10%. I don't know what I said, but it's also got the Rogue Energy link in there as well for anybody who's interested. You should put all of your codes in the Discord too. Thank you. Yeah, I need to. At one point I had that information filled out, and then I changed my codes, so I forgot to go back and put them in there. But I appreciate it. I'll do that. I'll get them updated this weekend.
I don't really know what comes next. I'm just
Thank you, Rim. I appreciate it.
Even though I'm so stressed out, everything just feels like a test that I fail. So depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside
won't let me.
I do try to stay
That
positive,
intro
but I also stay
was
real.
so good.
And this
I hate
is
that she got rid of it.
real right now. Hi, welcome to me.
Welcome
This is
to
gonna be a
me.
video. This video is a lot for me. Today is.
Let me know how the volume is if it's too much.
An emotional day for me. And I decided that. Okay, let me back up a bit. In case you don't know, like if you didn't follow me on other social media platforms for a while, I was once a stepmom for a long time. And when I went through my breakup that I've talked about in the past, I didn't just like go through a breakup. I lost like honestly a lot more than that. And this video, I just want to talk about like what it was like, you know, being a stepmom, and like why I miss being a stepmom, and like I want to talk about the child. Like, so
This is an intense video. The fuck has that? Yeah. I'm glad I think she lost it. That was horrendous. She was a stepmom. A stepmom, I think, is a strong word for what she did. She was in a long-term relationship, but most of it was long distance. And she lived with the child for a short amount of time. Sorry, the dogs are playing behind me right now. And so she technically was in this child's life for a few months. But but was required to go no contact, which is what the story is going to be about after her and her boyfriend broke up.
I'm thinking a lot about like what I want to say, how I want to say it, and I'm all over the place. because on my way here I was trying to think about like what I wanted to talk about, and I really wanted to film this video like without crying, and I don't know if we're gonna do that. And what really inspired me to do this seems kind of silly, but I was watching some videos on TikTok, and when I lived up in Omaha, I used to talk shit all the time about Raising Cane's because I was like a Zaxby's girl through and through. And there were really no Raising Cane's like in the Southeast at all back then.
I do love that a chicken restaurant made her want to film this video.
A few days ago, I googled and saw that Raising Cane's. There's one like in a town not far from me. It's on my way to the airport, which I'm on my way to right now as I'm filming this. I just left earlier and took a pit stop because Raising Cane's is the favorite restaurant of the child that I used to be really, really close to and that I still really love. And it seems kind of stupid maybe to other people, but coming here today, like, I don't know if you can see, there's literally like the food truck behind me. I just went and got food. I don't know, it seems kind of dumb, but listening to Hamilton and eating Raising Cane's makes me feel closer to them. And you know, they're still very much alive, but in terms of like my world, I have absolutely zero contact. I have no idea what's going on with them, and it just breaks my fucking heart. So I'm gonna eat Raising Cane's and talk about things in my past that you guys on YouTube might not be privy to. Like if you followed me on Instagram, you probably remember I used to have and I'm saying the child and this child, and I'm using gender neutral language because in the time that I knew them, they came out as non-binary and came out in like other ways, and they're very publicly out, so it's okay to talk about it. But I just got a 4-finger combo with toast, and honestly I'm probably gonna edit out a lot of the eating because this isn't a mukbang channel. But when I realized that there was one of these places close to me, I thought maybe it would be like a weird exposure therapy type thing / like a way to like reminisce and like feel closer to them. These chicken fingers are good. I used to talk so much shit about Raising Cane's. It's actually kind of funny. So I realized very quickly into filming this video that I didn't want to talk and eat, so I ate, and now I'm going to talk. I was telling myself, like, I'm just going to get the 3-piece this time.
Yes.
I'm going to, like, you know,
yeah, Mona, it
try
is.
to, because my old order used to be very similar.
So for those of you that don't know, she might tell it in this video. I can't remember exactly what's spoken about. There was a moment where I think she does speak about it in this video, so I don't necessarily want to ruin it, but she, part of the story with this stepchild is that she goes through their email or has access to their email because they're young, and sees that they're non-binary, or that they identify as non-binary, and goes to them and tells them essentially like, either you come out to like figure out how to come out to your dad, or I'm gonna tell them. And so like essentially it's just like, figure it out and tell them, or I'll tell them for you. Like, well, so I think she'll talk about it, but you'll see. No, you're good. You're good, Mona. This is an old video, so it's a spoiler to a situation that's been talked about a lot online. It's in this video. Okay, perfect. So you'll see it.
This, but I would get the 6-piece like chicken tender, and I got the Raising Cane sauce, the honey mustard with the fries, and then I don't like coleslaw, so I got an extra slice of toast.
My hands hate me right now.
And I should have just got the 3-piece instead of the 4-piece. But wow, this was really good. This is like super fresh. I think in Omaha I used to always eat it like once I got home. It was like a little soggy. But holy cow, that was really good fresh. Where's the other out? I also got Coke and a water. So I need to actually, well, I don't want to lose carbonation on this, but it was my first meal of the day.
Okay,
Granted,
Amber.
I slept in today and I work second shift, so sleeping in, this is like around my lunchtime. Technically it's like 8 p.m. at night, but
The first time you've eaten all day.
Anyway, I wanted to just like come here and eat and listen
Not
to
liking
Hamilton
coleslaw is
and
a red
think
flag.
about
I hate coleslaw.
my relationship with this child.
What now,
And
Lauren?
just everything that I experienced. Not only that I experienced, but that like I lost. And so this conversation is going to be kind of focused on like me and my feelings, right? I also want to try really hard to make sure that I'm not like, I don't want to put any of this child's like trauma on the internet. You know what I mean? Like that's just not
If
a
my
cute nor fun nor
stepmom
fresh look.
I
and
had
not okay
for
to
most
do
of
to
my life
someone,
did this,
right?
I'd be scared. Same.
But I also like with things that were going on in their life and like, you know, how we related
Super
over things
invasive.
and
And then to
everything,
continue
but,
to talk about it after.
in time, I do like want to come on here and like talk more about the relationship
You're a red flag.
that I had
True.
with their father, but that's not really the focus of what I want to talk about, because in the breakup process, like, yeah, losing the relationship was hard. Like losing someone who I thought I was gonna be with forever was hard. But the thing that like
Remind me
I
to
think
just use the
broke
fucking
me,
bead holder next
the
time.
thing that like
Why did I do that to my hands?
just shattered my soul was when I moved back to Omaha a second time. I moved back at the end of
I'm so stupid.
2020 and like very end of October, early November.
You're not a fan of coleslaw
And
either? Thank you, Jane.
prior to that, like I had been pretty involved in this child's life, but it was a different level when I came back. Especially because I wasn't working at the time. I was just too disabled to function in any capacity at a job, and I did what I could, you know, in my day-to-day life. And one of the things that I really put a lot of energy and focus on is like I wanted to build a home. I wanted to build like a family unit of some kind.
Oh,
I'm gonna get through this video without sobbing. I'm gonna do it.
Oh? I don't know that you are.
So I spent a lot of time like researching different things about like pediatric psychology and stuff. I learned and started implementing like tactics through like art, you know, with art therapy and things like that. I tried a lot of different things, and in ways of like, you know, engaging and helping this child who's dealing with things, because there was a reason why I needed to step up so much in terms of like their relationship with their birth mom. And there was a reason that my ex had full legal, full physical custody, right? And you know, I would do things like I'm the reason that they got into Girl Scouts. Like I'm the reason that all happened, because I did all the research, I did all the pricing, and then I scheduled the meeting between the dad and the grandma and made sure everything happened. And you know, I was just really heavily involved. And for those that know, like I used to talk about these things on Instagram stories and stuff, and I never would show their face. Like their likeness has never been on my social media as a way of protecting them.
Okay.
And
as you do with
you know,
minors,
things that happened to me in like 2015 and stuff, like it's just I'm very careful about,
I hate Jared
especially just like
dressing, but homemade is so good.
General, right? And
you like cabbage in your salads. I like cabbage too. I hate mayonnaise.
They're
Yeah.
just so funny and fun to be around, and just
You're
were such
drawing
a joy. And
ooh, good luck with
spent
embroidery.
the better part of like, you know, 6 years pretty involved in their life. The first two, like I would occasionally see them on video chat, and they were little. They were like, you know, 3 or 4 when I met them. And when they were like 6 or 7, I walked into the living room. This was like, I don't think I had been living with my ex for too long at that point, but I was like established in there. And they were watching TV, and I forgot how it came up, what happened, but they said something to me, and they were just like so broken and sad about it. Something along the lines of like, you know, 2 women not being able to be together. Like like girls can't date, or boy, like same sex relationships are like an absolute no, they can't happen, da da da. And I don't remember exactly what they said, but the thing that I'll never forget is just how sad they looked and how broken they seemed over it. And I looked at them and I was like, what are you talking about? And they were just like, yeah, like, no, like they can't be together, whatever was said. And and again, like, I'm paraphrasing here because this was, I don't know, probably 8 to 10 years ago now. No, not 10, like 7 to 8 years ago, from like today's date, right? And I was like, well, that's just not true. Like, and more or less, I just responded back with like, I have friends that are married to people of the same sex, and like, some people may think that that's not something people can do, but they can, and da 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 da. And they were just like, really? And I was like, yeah, like, of course, like, if the whatever. And I kept it super age appropriate because they were very young. And then they went from looking so sad and dejected to just like relieved. That's what I remember the most, is they look like relieved. And I think they're moving a truck.
Hold on, can I get, sorry, I'm just letting her, I don't have much to commentate on while she's telling the story about the interaction with her stepchild. Can I get thoughts and opinions? I know this green is a little bit darker. I was looking at this one, but it's also kind of dark. Rosie's Savior era. I know. I mean, she's talked about, so I do have some background that I'll go into a little bit about. She's talked about her in-laws. Well, they weren't in-laws, right? Because she wasn't married to this guy, but she's talked about like her boyfriend's family from this time, and how they were very right-winged and like Republican, and like didn't really support any like queer people or things like that. And so I think that that's where she thinks that she was like supportive in this child's life in that way. And she, what else did I say? So that's a little bit of backstory about, I think, why she's setting it up this way, that she's like, she's going to be one of the only people who is supportive for this child, and this is why she's so important to this story for her, or for them, I'm sorry. I love how she said she was going to use gender terms, and then for the scouts, yeah, I know. Like immediately was like, Girl Scouts. Can we have Rosie in the corner and you fool? Yeah, for sure. Oh, I fucked this up, I'm sorry. Oh, I switched it, and then, oh, you know what, hold on, let me grab this real quick. Copy. Hold on. I'm just gonna need to do this. Hi, Rosie. Okay, hold on. Jump scare. Go, I think. I'm not sure. Nope, that's not right. Hold on. Okay. There you go. That was not correct. No, you're good. Bought you Nightmare Before Christmas embroidery kit. You haven't used it yet? There you go. Rosie's Savior era, exactly. Can I get your guys' thoughts on this? I can't tell if I like it like that or if I prefer. I have these little silver ones. I don't know if they would look better. Or if I like the wavy ones on the outside. I'm having some problem with the structure and what to do. I know this dark green looks a lot darker. It's only a tiny bit darker in person. I know the camera's looking wild, but trust. It's not that big of a difference. I think I like that. Would love feedback if you're willing to give
something. Oh. I got distracted. It looks like there's an emergency vehicle.
I'm gonna look and see if I have a green that might match a little closer too.
And that night, I had a conversation with my now ex, and he had a reaction like he was never like against like the concept of being gay or anything like that, but he had the reaction of like, not my child. And I was like, yeah, probably your child, my guy. Like, and I at the time I was furious at him. Now I understand a bit better. I have a little bit more empathy because I can understand just that fear-based reaction of like, especially knowing some of the people in his family, and knowing what I know now and how things went. Like I get it now more, but there was like a lot of conversations that were had at that point in time. Again, this was like 7-8 years ago now, and he
with the handpiece
a lot more open-minded. I was educating him about things like, because I was just like, you need to be prepared. I'm not saying
you prefer
that
the green separate
they're definitely
from
this
these
or
ones?
definitely
Okay.
that. They're a kid, and I don't want to put that on. You don't need to put that on a child. But in my gut, in my heart, I knew that I was looking at a child that was not cis and straight. Like something was going on. And when I moved back, I accidentally found out that they were planning to come out. I had gotten access to their email. I forgot how it happened or like the reasoning, like, but basically like I had their email on my phone. It was just to kind of, to monitor, they were young. They were like, at this point in time, I believe they were like 10, maybe 11. And I was going through their email and like the conversation with their friends, not because I was trying to snoop or look for anything. Honestly, like this is like how dedicated I was to the situation. I was like struggling to reconnect with them because when I came back, it was a little bit of a rocky transition for a month or so, and then things really kind of smoothed over and got better because kids are just adjusting to change. I had left for like a year and a half and then came back. So
the way to reconnect with your stepchild is to snoop through their email and then talk to them about something that they weren't ready to talk to you about. Good one, Betsy.
My ex and I had only been broken up for 9 months, but that's a lot for a kid. And it's instability. It's not the greatest of circumstance, right? And I was looking through the email and I saw that they were planning to come out, and I freaked out. I was looking. Oh, what I was gonna say is, I only reason I was going through the emails, I was trying to find out like what animes they liked, because then I was gonna go watch the animes and like try to be like, oh hey, like I was trying to bond, and so I was just like trying to find out what they were interested in.
There is no reason she would have had their email.
I got the message of, I think I'm gonna come out to my dad like tomorrow or soon or something, and I was like, I freaked out, and so I was like, I don't know what to do.
Her specifically, like I would understand why their dad would, but why would Rosie have access to it?
Had a teenage child. Actually, recently passed away. But it was really sad. And this person really helped me in navigating the situations I found myself in with this child in a way that was age appropriate. And they were really great to me for that. So I'm not gonna, anyway. That's off topic, but they were someone who kind of helped me because I really, I felt like I was the closest source of, like, you know, queer support that they had, that the child had. And I lost my train of thought a little bit. I'm sorry. This story is kind of all over the place. Oh, the email. So I went to my ex that day, and I knew I couldn't out them. That wasn't going to be okay. That wasn't okay. I shouldn't have found that out. I wasn't looking for that. Like, I found it on accident.
So weird of her. Like, does she think this makes her seem like a good guardian?
Trust me? Again, like, we were together.
That I don't understand. Sometimes when she tells stories, I'm like, what was the point? What was the goal here? Because I too wonder, like, why? Like, what about snooping in this child's email and then finding this information and going to your ex to then, like, tell them this information before they were ready to do that? Sets this up that you, like, did a good deed, or, like, paints you in a positive light. Like, where was this supposed to land? What was the goal? What was the end goal here? I just don't know. Bizarre. It's kind of cute. My kids don't email their friends. It sounds weird to me. Well, and that's the thing. It's, yeah, like, even if it were a school email, like, wouldn't the school be using the one, like, using it to communicate? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. I also don't have a child, so I don't know.
This time. And he was like, yeah, of course. And I was like, okay, I need you to go, because they were in their room. I was like, I need you to go to their room. I need you to tell them that you love them no matter what. And I was like, I was being a little weird, I will admit.
Yeah.
And he looked at me like, what?
Love
and I was
those
like,
colors.
that's true,
Isn't
right?
that pretty?
Like, of course it is.
I
right?
love mint.
Go
The
in
mint
there and say
green.
it.
I love
say
it.
Whatever else you want to say, but make sure you say that. Because I guess I can't remember if I did that immediately or like a day or two passed and I was dying. I want to say immediately because I'm an impatient bitch.
Like, why?
But I really wanted to make sure that happened. I didn't want to have to sit on that for long. And I also knew
it's not your story. It's not your business.
Lot. Like, it explained a lot of the. I wasn't totally surprised by it. Obviously, not only from when I was happened when.
It's so inappropriate. It not only is it inappropriate, it's not your business. It's not for you. She wasn't an active part. Like, she even just admitted she was only back in this child's life for what, a month and a half. Imagine your, like, your dad's distanced partner coming back into your life, invasively reading your email, and then, like, anxiously awaiting you to be like your identity to be exposed to them before you're ready for it. Like, that's a big conversation to have with your parent, especially when you're young, and especially when you come from a family full of people who you don't think are going to accept you. That's crazy, man. Especially because Rosie is an adult and she understood the situation and where that family lied on the political spectrum and how they felt about things.
They were younger, but just in general, like, how they were behaving at the time, like, they were kind of struggling in their mental health and stuff, things like that. And I knew that it needed to take its course. And the next day, so he went and he did that. I didn't like eavesdrop. I just like I stayed doing in the kitchen. Like that's a dad and child thing, right? And so the next day they told them in the car on the way to school. They told me a few days later. It took them a little time to come tell me, but that's understandable, right?
Yeah, because it's not your business, bro.
And there was just like small moments, because there was some stuff that led up to that. Like, they were asking me questions, and I explained to them just like the general terms of like what gay means, what lesbian means, what asexual means, like things like that. Just educating them on like what the verbiage is. And they had actually painted a notebook with me, because like I said, we were doing like art and stuff, and I was trying to do like helping them build a coping skill through those types of healthy self-expressions. And they painted like a notebook rainbow. And these are things that happened before that story I just told you. And the principal had to call us because they found a book where we had these conversations, and they had literally, I guess, gone online or something, and they had written out all of these vocabulary words of like gay, lesbian, asexual, trans, and like what the definitions were. Like the people that think that like people choose these things, it's just crazy to me. That like people choose to be gay. Like,
Alright, sounds good, Megan.
It's just was.
Rosie
it's just
definitely
ingrained
wanted to eavesdrop for sure.
in the fiber of someone's being, more so than anything. And
Alright.
I feel so honored to have been a part of their story. And we bonded a lot over Hamilton, because I was the first person
Alexander
to show it to
Hamilton.
them. We watched it on Disney Plus in their grandparents' basement during that time when I'd come back in 2021. I only lived
you love
in
Hamilton?
Omaha, or I only was with my ex in Omaha for roughly about 6 months before we broke up again, before I fractured my foot. I don't know if I talk about this a lot, or I have in the past, but I fractured my foot on my way to my first ever like parent-teacher conference. And I was going without my ex. I was going with my ex's parents. And I fractured my foot on like the corner of their little step in their garage. I think one of their other family members actually had like hurt their foot on the step once as well. And I just wasn't paying attention, and it was rough.
Clumsy.
It was rough. I so desperately
This gets even weird. I don't remember.
wanted to build that family unit. You know, our unique
The way
little,
she's telling it comes off as not
family.
involved, just intrusive, and almost
Because I
fierce.
don't really
I
have an
agree.
interest in birthing children. Like, I don't want to have my own children. And I think another reason why I wanted to talk about this is I was chatting with someone, like, in terms of potentially dating, and they had a kid. And I had to ask myself that question, like, am I willing to have my heart broken like that again? Am I willing to date someone else with a kid? Am I willing to risk this level of grief? And I realized the answer was yes.
Oh.
Because if I had to do this all over again, to be a part of that story, to know that child, and I still love that child like they're mine. Even though I have no rights to, I have no contact, I have no idea who they are as of today. I feel like we're getting close to a year since I got cut out. They were so sad when they realized I was leaving. I was gonna try so hard to stay nearby to be a part of their life, and it just wasn't feasible for several reasons.
But
And
I mean,
I am glazing over a lot because, one, I don't want to trauma dump, and I'm trying really hard to
maybe not
disparage
I don't
other
know.
people involved, and not necessarily just my ex. There's other parties involved.
I feel like there's
because
been
when I left
other minors that she's talked about having close relationships with that have come out, like Rain's child, who she, I know, has gone online and talked about how much she missed being a part of their life. And he came online himself and was like, I did not like Rosie. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that child did not feel the same way. But, you know, who knows?
This child wrote me a beautiful letter where they told me that I was more of a mom to them than their mom ever was.
What a fucking weird thing to say.
But they were so
bro.
excited to see me again when they came to Florida, and that never happened. That they would
Does that
always
make her
love
feel
me.
validated?
And then, within a year or so, one day I get a call out of nowhere being told that, that basically they don't want to talk to me anymore. And obviously, that's devastating to hear. And then when I ask why, I'm not really given a reason. And that's the hard part. I made sure not to guilt them. I made sure not to put my emotions on them in that moment. I just told them that I will always love them and that I will always be here for them. It doesn't matter if it's 20 years from now. Fuck.
Rosie.
It doesn't matter if it was 20 years from now. It doesn't matter if they called me in a crisis. I would do anything I could, drop everything. I will be here for them. When I told them that I will always love them and I will always be here for them, I meant it. I just
Child
think
who
there
you
were
don't have
other
it, you
adults
right?
at play. And honestly, I am not necessarily referring to my ex. I don't think he necessarily helped. I don't think he fostered communication. I think there were certain situations that his inaction caused a lot of problems, but there are other people in his life, and the fact of there was someone that he dated very briefly, but he kept around for a long time, who essentially just kind of filled my spot in the child's life.
Filled her spot?
And I just think there was some manipulation that went down. But that's neither here nor there. It's out of my control.
She said she had no rights to them. It
I don't
makes
care.
it sound like she was right. Like she was like, it sounds like she's like a
Their
parent who
child.
was removed
their fault.
custody of a child that they had.
And
Like she
if
had.
it hurts them too much
Like-
to maintain a long distance connection, it's kind of confusing and a weird dynamic.
I
don't blame them for that.
What's not?
It's not their fault.
What's the right word?
You know, I'll never
Like they would have
forget-
been like obligated to
I
let her
haven't left
see,
Omaha yet.
essentially,
And I
and
was
like
in the car
that's
with them.
not the case here.
And we were talking, and I asked them, I was like, how would you feel if I eventually dated other people? And without missing a beat, and like whenever I told my friends this, they were just like, damn. And they were like, honestly, I'd be really happy for you, because I would want you to spend time with someone that I would want you to be with someone who actually wants to be around you or with you or something, because of the way my ex had been treating me, especially near the end. That's not what this video is about. We're not getting into that. Maybe
That's
one
what
day I'll
this
talk about
child
it.
said to
but
her.
From the mouth of a babe, right?
She keeps
I miss
repeating
them
phrases
so
to make
much.
herself cry. Same old.
That was
Yep.
like her thing. We would blast Hamilton. I also really got them into Girl in Red. At the time when I was living there, Girl in Red was really popular on gay TikTok. And I played them Girl in Red, and I just casually mentioned it offhandedly. Again, this was like right before they came out. And I was just like, yeah, you know, I'm listening to it because apparently like it's really popular with like within like the gay community right now, because they're basically love songs for a girl, or like by girls for girls, right? And I remember I was driving and I looked over at them and their face like they just kind of like they perked up and they started like paying attention. And then like a little bit later I saw them like listen to it on their phone, and I looked into their phone and I saw they had downloaded every single song there ever was by Girl in Red. And then
So we're also looking into. Okay. You love what this bead, Jamie? Isn't it pretty? It's gorgeous, gorgeous. This one doesn't hit as hard. I don't like it. So, but I'm keeping this one.
And they started like offshooting into different.
Why were you in their phone? Great
that was,
question.
like, genres,
I wonder
like,
if she was in their phone when she hacked their email.
I watched their music taste evolve, like shit like that. I miss so much. I miss so much.
That's right.
I love being a part of them becoming their own person. I just miss them. I miss them. And I always will. And I think what it took me a while to realize is the thing that was holding me back from like letting go of my ex more than anything and like moving on was that pain. The thing that I grieved the most wasn't even the relationship, because honestly our relationship was up and down a lot. There was stuff that happened privately, like before we broke up the first time, that made me question like whether I wanted to be with him or not. And I was talking about it in therapy before we broke up the first time, and the thing that kept me around was them, because you know life was really hard before the custody was won. There was a lot of stress, and there was a lot that I did to keep things together behind the scenes to make sure that that was never compromised. And you know, he's not a bad person. He probably wasn't the greatest partner to me in a lot of ways. We had our issues, but you know, there was a reason why when I was going through the doxing stuff.
Wait, sorry, I was not paying attention. I'm gonna go back a little bit because you said this is one of her traumas that she talked about on the podcast. You never watched the whole thing, and I don't know what she's talking about.
Before we broke up the first time, and the thing that kept me around was them, because you know life was really hard before the custody was won. There was a lot of stress, and there was a lot that I did to keep things together behind the scenes to make sure that that was never compromised.
I don't know what the vibe is here. I'm struggling.
And you know, he's not a bad person. He probably wasn't the greatest partner to me in a lot of ways. We had our issues, but you know, there was a reason why when I was going through the doxing stuff and people were ripping my life apart and posting other people's information that were tied to me online, that I had to delete my first Instagram account. His family found out, and they were funding the custody battle. And the lawyer said that at that point I had become a liability for the stability of the case.
Oh my God.
And we had two options.
I believe
We
it.
could either break up or I could get off the internet entirely. I used to say all the time, like, I picked my relationship.
Oh my
I didn't
God,
just
hot
pick a relationship,
latte.
I picked
Hello.
them
We've been on, how long have we been on now?
over the internet.
5 hours.
And I'd do it
five
again.
long hours.
It was heartbreaking and hard, and it put me in a severe depression. But
all this Canadian
and it took me
sex
about
reminded
5
you of
years
football. That's
to actually
funny.
return to the internet. So 6 months later, like,
Look
I
him
made
in,
a new
hot
account,
latte.
and I kept promising to come back and post, but I was just so traumatized by all of that had happened, and I was so
love
scared.
this, but I'm not sure it
that
matches this.
They could get
You know
hit
what I mean?
again, that the same situation could arise again.
Like, that's the whole
Not
vibe
knowing
go together.
fully at the time that the stalker I talked about in those interviews was the one fueling the doxing and everything.
But if I go lighter,
it's just crazy how that happened, and how in the end it really did attribute to the final fracturing of everything involved. Losing them, like losing the thing that made me as close to a mother as I've ever been, was the hardest grief and loss I've ever known. Yeah. And I really think that's one of the reasons why, like, when I was on the Whatever podcast, if you didn't watch it, you didn't miss much. But there was a specific moment where I was asked if, like, I wanted to have kids, and I said no, because, like, I'm just not interested in giving birth. And one of the worst people on the panel did this motion, like, off camera, who's like, yes, like, as in, like, good, like, this bitch isn't procreating. And that's the only moment of the podcast that really, like, stuck with me in any capacity, because
I don't like that.
it was nice to go to California, but other than that, ultimately I ended up fully reflecting, and I didn't really appreciate the experience as a whole. But, you know, I was a mom.
Honestly, I like this combination.
And when I tell my friends, they tell me I still am. But it's hard. Because obviously, like, they're not in my life. Like, it's just such a weird layer of grief. It's so weird. It's such a weird dynamic. It's just like a once was kind of thing, but, like, it still feels so deep and real in my heart. And I would do anything to have that again.
I don't know.
To have that, not just the connection, but just to have them in my life at all, in any level that they would have me.
Giving birth is pretty much the easiest part of being a parent, girl. I would imagine.
I'm glad I came to Raising Cane's today. I know that's kind of silly, but it really did make me feel closer. Brought back memories.
Maybe you can do a transition
I feel
from
like it's
pink to
safe to say it's
purple.
probably still one of their favorite places, but I don't know.
I see what you're saying.
They also really like this place, like I think it's called Pepper Jack's. I'm still not a fan of Pepper Jack's. But you know, I have no idea what their favorites are. Like, I don't know where they're at in life, and that breaks my heart. I have a lot more that I could say and want to say. I just wanted to share this part of myself with y'all. It's something that I may not talk about again, or maybe I'll occasionally bring it up in passing, but it's not something that, like, I want to make, like, a consistent thing here on YouTube. But I know there's a possibility that my ex could see this, or people in their life could see it, and one day they could see it. I mean, people shouldn't be showing a minor you know, my social media, you know what I mean? But I'm okay if they see this video one day. And that is something that I did consider before filming it. Most of this they know. I think almost everything I've said they know. But I love them with every fiber of my being, and I always will. And
still can't get that lasagna slop out of your head.
the experience of being able to be their stepmom, which obviously I was never married to my ex, but I was very much that role in their life, and I believe they did call me that at some point.
You believe they did at some point? I don't know. What I'll say is, I feel like, if anything, as someone who has had people come into my life because my parents were separated, I think it takes a lot longer than a year or two to establish your relationship in somebody's life as a step parent. And I think that it's weird of her to continue to call herself that rather than just saying that she was their parents' girlfriend or partner. Because stepmom is that's a big title. And they were long distance. I think she even says that she was long distance with her boyfriend for like 6 years or something, or like a few years without living with him. And so it's like actively being a part of that child's life, I think would be more important, or like a bigger factor if you were going to be a step parent. But why is Rosie in the big rig? Just a truck driver. Trucker Rose. Be right back. You're gonna go see Chris for a minute since you've been here for
It's just not fair.
45 minutes or 45 hours
in
cooking.
time,
Oh my goodness.
I would start to move on.
All right,
more
have
and
fun.
I wouldn't still be so sad. But it's been
struggling, y'all.
2.5 years since I've moved to Florida, and it's been about a year since I last spoke to them. Maybe more than a year. I actually don't remember when the cutoff happened. I don't remember at what point. And I think it did happen in 2022. So yeah, actually it's been over a year. I just don't remember at what point in 2022.
I like how her sad voice just goes away all of a sudden.
You know, when me and my ex reconnected,
it's like she forgets to be raspy for a second.
Bridge me and their child back together because we didn't know if that would pan out.
Is she talking about the timeline?
It did happen in cutoff happened. I don't remember at what point. And I think it did.
Hold on, I want to hear this timeline that she lays
I
out.
thought I would start to move on more, and I wouldn't still be so sad. But it's been 2.5 years since I've moved to Florida, and it's been about a year since I last spoke to them. Maybe more than a year. I actually don't remember when the cutoff happened. I don't remember at what point. And I think it did happen in 2022. So yeah, actually it's been over a year. I just don't remember at what point in 2022 it happened. And then you know, when me and my ex reconnected, we never attempted to bridge me and their child back together because we didn't know if that would pan out or not, and we wanted to make we wanted to be sure. And then when I did go see him in Omaha in June of 2023, June or July, I don't remember, it was sometime in the summer. It was like when they were out of town, the child, and we
Right, hot latte.
ultimately,
That's your
when I
stepmother.
came back,
That makes sense.
we
You've been in that child's
mutually
life a long
decided, but
time.
finally I was the one for the first time to be like, yeah, we're done, because it's just not the same, and we're not gonna be good together. We're just gonna be repeating patterns and shit. And so even then, like, I didn't get to fully connect, but
So she
when
hasn't
he and I
really
were talking,
been in this
I would be
child's
on
life for
Skype
like 4
with
years.
him, and
I'm so confused by her
they, like,
timelines.
they didn't see me, they didn't know, so I still got to, like, see them sometimes and hear them, and they're teenage now.
Watching them from a distance.
Their birthday's coming up, and I miss the fuck out of them, dude. I'm better for having known them. I just hope they're happy. I hope they're well. And I hope they know if they ever need me, I will always be here. No matter what. So, I'm gonna...
The birth mom, let's see, I gained a stepmom around 12. So she never tried to be my mom or anything, but also never lived with them primarily. So yeah, I think it definitely depends on like when people come into your lives. So that makes sense. I mean, it's good that she kept the boundaries there and like let you have that ability to build that relationship. The birth mom, she said, was like not in the picture, kind of, but I mean, it's Rosie, so who knows what the real story is and like how much the birth mom wanted to be there was a part of the picture. Watching her eat was like watching someone eat a bowl of melted cheese with a tablespoon of soup. Stop. She trauma dumping. She trauma dumping someone else's trauma right now. She was telling the story about how she used to be considered, or she considered herself a stepmom. This video was titled like the grief of being an ex stepmom. And so she was going through that experience. I can't tell if I like this setup better. Sorry, I've just been sitting here like staring at this. Or if I liked it better when it was this one on the bottom and then this one on the top in between. I don't know. I know that I like this like color combination. I feel like this is throwing me off. But I have very limited colors in the Diamond Daughters, unfortunately. She should have just had a grilled cheese using the Texas toast and tomatoes. You know what? You're so right. Stepmom was every other weekend. And I never pushed him to call me mom. I had a cute nickname he came up with. Aw. And then he just calls you your name now. Yeah. But my stepson was every other weekend and every week in the summer and sometimes more. And we live 10 minutes from each other. And he's got a car now, so he just rolls in. I love that. Listen, I don't agree with his ultimatum of get off the internet. That's weirdly, but you took that and said, I'm going to share his child's story online to people who I know dislike me. Yeah, so there was one point in like the child custody case where apparently like the lawyer was like, your reputation's bad, or like what you're doing online's bad, because she was doing like feederism and stuff. And it was like hurting the guy's case, her boyfriend at the time's case in the child's custody case. And so the advice was to delete her account or deactivate her account so that it wasn't like being brought up in court against him. Or for him to like at least not be with her so that it wasn't being used against him as like a this is who's a part of this child's life thing. And so she decided to delete her social media so they couldn't use that as like a against her. Is what she says. And then yeah, I don't know. It's such a convoluted story. The way she tells stories is so weird.
Go. So.
Yeah. So thank you again, Tiny Blue, for providing that video. Very strange. Very strange. I think I'm gonna sit on this for a little bit before I finish this one. This is the last of Yami's item. So I'm gonna wait to finish this one. I might message them and see which one they prefer. And go from there before I finalize it. But all the other ones got done. And they're cute. So I got this one done. And this one done. And this one done. And then we got a lot of other items done for Jane. We had a nice long stream. We were here for 5 hours. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me through both of those Rosie videos. I know we've had a lot of Rosie over the last few days this week. So next week we'll probably try to branch out a little bit. Like I said, I set up that new program to see if I can get some Quinny stuff recorded again. We'll see if it works. I'm not sure. But if it does, then great. We can start checking back in with her. If not, I have started looking for some new people that we can start checking out as well. So I have found some interesting prospects that I'd like to bring. We also have some updates on the Lego story. So there's definitely some things that we can check out next week. And even if I can't get Quinny's recordings, just tag me if I don't. Oh shit, Jamie, hold on. We can do it right now. You want to do it right now? Oh, we don't have to go. I forgot all about it. Where are you at? Or we could do it Wednesday if you want. Up to you. Oh, we can do it. Yeah, let's do it right now because I'm not in a huge rush. This is all I'm doing today. Is I'm going to be doing this and then I'm going to get some photos up. I'm going to pack up some shipping. Saturday's work day. Sunday's rest day. So, okay, let's get something else pulled up. Hold on one sec. Fuck. Let me get. What do we want to watch? You did vacuuming in Fortnite. I have nowhere to be. You and me both. Okay. Let me get a new tab open. Darlene just uploaded. You guys want to watch Darlene? I've never reacted to Darlene. Let's see. Who we got? Who we got going on here? Let me look at my history real quick and see. I was watching some stuff on my main account. Hold on. What do we got? I mean, we still got more of that Quinny video, but that's, I feel like it's old news at this point. We could watch Willow, though. He exposed me in his video. Willow Davis uploaded a video. Willow D. Wagon. One hour ago. This brought us back on YouTube. Yeah. Let's see. Let's watch Willow while we build Jamie's. Not this broad is back on YouTube. Wait, this one? Yeah. Goofy. Oh, wait. I don't want to take views away from Willow, though. You guys have to watch Willow's video. How about go watch Willow's video separately? I don't want to take Willow's views, actually. You guys should go watch him, though. Very funny. I'll watch it separately. I just thought about that. I don't want to take any of his views away. I do love that, though. That's so funny. Let me see. Here, hold on. Let's see what we get recommended on the page. This person is who has been coming up as a recommendation for me.
Hi, diary.
Let's see.
Hi, Nelly.
I don't know who they are, but you guys can see what I've been seeing. Actually, maybe I should bet that more. Hold on. We won't watch that right yet. Let's watch the Lego. We'll watch the Lego. They tried to put me back in jail. We'll watch that. Me being all over the place. I'm so sorry, you guys. Okay. Nope, not pulpy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Get it together, Shay. Where's the Lego? What's his name? Reckless Ben. Reckless Ben. Reckless Ben. Reckless Ben. Reckless Ben. They tried to put me back in jail. I'll finish it. I just saw the first few minutes or so. Yeah, I'll watch it for sure. I appreciate it. I think it's really funny. Okay. Reckless Ben. Waterbead? Yeah, for sure. Let me get this here.
A bunch of new body cam footage came in. No one's ever.
Okay, hold on. Before that gets going. Let me get the beads pulled up. I'm gonna put this back in Yami's bag. Your bag. Amina's bag is Donnie. Oh, I was fucking Christ. For a second I thought I had my files open. I was like, what the hell is showing on screen right now? No, that's not me. Phew. Okay. Okay. Water bead. Jamie's bag. Yaddy 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 yaddy. All right. We have a white one. And what I could do too, if you want to have more space on your bar, or if you wanted to use, I could make something a dangle too. So if you wanted to do like a bead, or if you wanted to do this as like a charm, I could make it a charm so it hung off on the chain. And then that would give you more space on the bar. Or you could do like if you wanted to do the water bead as a charm, or if there's something else you wanted to do. Either way. Back in jail. They wanted to put him back in jail. That's what it says. I haven't watched it yet. But these are the water beads I have. So this one's like a kind of a goldy clear one. And then I have the like regular white one. I think these two might be the nicest ones. But I do also have, it's like a light blue. Like a light blue. Can I switch to a yellow keychain and make that a charm? Yes, for sure. Make this the charm. Ah! Bing, 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 bing. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we can do that. You like yellow and blue together? Yeah, absolutely. And then do you want like a tubular I can't say the word. Cylinder, centricular, whatever. Do you want a cylinder? Or do you want a fucking circle? Jesus Christ. A round one. Or do you even want yellow? Good God, I'm dumb. Oh, man. Don't ever let me talk about anybody ever again. Round, please. Okay, perfect. Do you like the yellow? Yellow. Okay, perfect. And then, are you okay with the $2, Jamie, for the water bead? And that'll bring it up to 12 for the keychain. Of course. Okay, perfect. Thank you, my dear. All right, let me make this into a charm, and I'll get this playing.
Seen it, and we're gonna watch it right now.
He came to harass us at our place. He's out of state.
So this is filmed right after I get released from jail the first time, because I got arrested because I was trying to serve them court papers to take him to court. They're just making up reasons for me to be arrested, but then I get out of jail because I paid for bond. I get out of jail, and now Ammon's just calling the police because he's like, "You guys let Ben out of jail? Like, what the heck? Like, how could you guys do that? Ben needs to be in jail right now."
So he was arrested, and I think he was booked into the Utah County Jail, and he must have been released, even though he's an out-of-state, like flight risk. He was released, and so he's a YouTuber that does this stuff for videos and clicks.
Okay.
He was arrested in California for doing this kind of trespassing and kind of stuff. Like before, just I think in 2024.
Right. My first time getting arrested ever was for serving my court papers. This is my first time ever being arrested. This is my first time ever getting arrested, but I think Ammon's thinking, oh, well, if I lie to the police and make it seem like he's a criminal, maybe they'll just keep him in jail this time, you know?
So that's what's happening. And so, but we like, he's also been passing fraudulent gift certificates to financially harmed.
Fraudulent gift certificates. Does he mean the Guinness World Record? Oh, I was so confused. I've watched that part like 5 or 6 times. I was like, what's he mean gift certificates?
Yeah. I think he means the world record certificate.
This is an award for most Legos stolen by any company.
Most Legos stolen. That's funny.
That's what's going on. But at this point, I just need some.
Oh, you can't see the video? Oh my god. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hold on. I have the wrong camera. Nope, wrong one. There you go. I'm so sorry. I'll start it over.
Like before.
Not from the very beginning, but
just I think in 2024.
Right.
So sorry. So
My
sorry.
first time getting arrested ever was for serving my court papers. This is my first time ever being arrested. This is my first time ever getting arrested, but I think Ammon's thinking, oh, well, if I lie to the police and make it seem like he's a criminal, maybe they'll just keep him in jail this time, you know?
So that's what's happening, and so, but we like, he's also been passing fraudulent gift certificates to financially harmed.
Fraudulent gift certificates. Does he mean the Guinness World Record?
Oh, I was so confused. I've watched that part like 5 or 6 times. I was like, what's he mean gift certificates?
Yeah. I think he means the world record certificate.
This is an award for most Legos stolen by any company in the world.
That's what's going on. But at this point, I just need some information so I can tell our staff what is going on, because if I need to go and get some of my staff armed so that he can't threaten them, that's what I need to do.
All 3 of the dogs are just passed out snoring, so my mission is accomplished for the day night.
Some kind of rule. There's got to be something to.
You going to the dog park right now, Pez, or later?
Intimidate our staff.
Yeah, how'd you guys let this guy out of jail? If we let this guy out of jail, he's gonna kill our staff. Like, how can you possibly think of letting this guy out of jail?
You watch this? I feel like you're just like, dude, this is hilarious. I'm like, dude, this pisses me off.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, yeah. What the heck? Like, he's literally lying through his freaking teeth.
I don't know what has been done since he was arrested yesterday.
Sure.
Like, we all sighed a big sigh of relief this morning knowing that he was arrested last night. And then to have this happen all over again, like, everyone's feeling some pretty significant trauma that he's just not gonna stop.
The pretty significant trauma.
The police or corrections that let him out. That's going to be a judge, right? And so that would be a complaint that would have to be directed towards their office to find out what's the deal. Why would you let this guy out?
Waiting for the sun to go down. That makes sense.
Yeah. So
yeah, I hope you guys have fun.
Really quick, sorry. Let me grab a pen. Who do I contact for that?
He's like, dude, what are you talking to me about this for? Talk to the judge.
Yeah, they really did try to get him thrown back in jail
until his court case for a month, but the stupid judge let him out. So, like, don't complain to me, complain to the judge.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I suggest you put all evidence that you have against this guy on them.
He acts really like cutesy, like he's clearly got some form of sociopathic disorder.
Not sociopathic
disorder. He says and does whatever he can to just get away
Does
with
this guy not
wants.
realize that he's recorded at this point for like everything he's doing?
So obviously if you look in the police records, you can see that I've never been arrested before, but because Ammon says so, maybe the police will just listen to Ammon, you know?
Taking his word every single time. They're taking his word over your evidence. Doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
That's another charge, obviously. I mean, we'll stack him until he leaves you guys alone, I guess. You know what I mean? Or they put him in jail, one or the other.
Dude, that's so insane to freaking say. Basically, I think Ammon lied to them saying that there's a restraining order when there wasn't. And so he's like, oh, well, that's another charge, and we're just going to keep making up charges about me until I'm in jail for good is kind of what it sounds like. Even though the evidence goes against everything you say, I want to help you out, Ammon, because
I can stack, I'll try to stack it on this stalking case.
That's crazy.
Oh my God, dude. Does he not know that he's recorded?
I am just going to figure this out here.
What is wrong with these
okay, so
cops,
I'm gonna call
brother?
the jail, and then I will meet you over there, okay?
Okay, perfect. See you there in a little bit.
Yep, bye. Hey, it's Abrams with Orem Police Department. How you doing? You guys let a guy go this morning. It sounds like named was released from the jail today.
Officer Abrams?
Yep. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Yep. Is there any way I can use your bathroom?
Yeah,
real quick?
for sure. We've got one right back here.
Taking my body camera off and setting it down for a second so I can use the bathroom. You shouldn't be doing this stuff, right? You know what I mean? All 5 of them should be charged.
Basically what they're saying now is not only should we put Ben in jail for forever for trying to serve these court papers, we should put all 5 of his team members in jail for trying to take you guys to court. You guys don't deserve to go to court. Now you want to try to take you to court?
While it's doing really good, going to the dog park, he still runs away from dogs, but I think it's getting,
so they're just like, hey, if you don't,
I love that.
If you don't give this guy his money back, and all
That's really cute that you're taking them.
So we're like, dude, like, you guys have to go through the appropriate legal channels. This guy has nothing to do with it, other than he just gets off on making videos, and like if you look him up, again, he goes by the name of YouTube.
Not bleeping his own YouTube channel.
That's what we're dealing with, is a guy who,
I love that.
Honest to goodness, he's a sociopath. As we've done some additional searches on him, he has it appears that a relative of him, of his, because he's originally from Ohio and then he moved to LA, some relative of his with the same name, that based on what we can piece together, was convicted of child porn or child sexual contact, some of these other types of things. So there's a very real chance that he may have been abused as a child, but that set him through a mental disorder, kind of whatever the case may be.
What the fuck?
He's clearly a sociopath that does not care about the system.
My whole family's pretty close, and I'm 99.999999999% sure that's not true. But if it is true, I would like to know who that is. So, because I would, that's probably important information for me if there is someone in my family that's like that.
I know you like that one, Jamie. That's why I grabbed it.
Just a really quick update. I think we found the guy that Ammon's talking about.
Athens man is sentenced after he was found guilty of 110 felony counts for recording and distributing child pornography from his home. Benjamin Schneider is sentenced to 8 years in prison.
So yeah, I guess this guy also got charged in Ohio, and he has a very similar name to me. It's actually the exact same name as me. And maybe he thought that this person was me. Maybe that explains why he's saying I have been arrested multiple times. I mean, clearly this person is not me. I mean, but also maybe Ammon's not the smartest person in the world, so maybe he thought that we were the same person. I don't know, but this is the closest I was able to find of what Ammon could be talking about.
We know this guy's a sociopath, and so we're very afraid for our staff. Yes, sir. And these guys
What?
coming in,
This guy's a fucking weirdo, brother.
Right. And that's what makes us very scared, is because again, and I'm kind of asking a serious question. In your opinion, would you go get a shotgun and bring it in the state?
Oh my God. He keeps asking you're the police officers, do you think it's a good idea that we should have guns to defend ourselves next time Reckless Ben comes in, right? I think what he's trying to do is, because Josh Johnson said he was going to shoot us just for trying to serve him papers.
Holy crap, dude. Wait, hold on. This is insane. So he's basically asking, hey, officers, do you think it's a good idea for me to have a gun, a shotgun, in case this guy comes around again? So he can get the okay from the police officer. Yeah. So he's like, hey, the officer said I can, insinuating that he can kill you.
Well, the police officers when they told me to do this, I'm just within my rights. He was trying to kill me and I'm just defending myself. Yeah, he's trying to come up with a reason to justify murdering us, I think, which...
This is actually insane.
Yeah, it's...
a little scary, but
in a situation like this where some people we feel like are in danger. I personally encourage people who are able to carry legally to carry.
Okay, so that's basically all the footage after I got arrested of them freaking out, and I think that kind of explains why, because a few hours later we do the GoFundMe. Sheldon gets arrested just for promoting this GoFundMe, and then they sent a whole SWAT team of police officers to my house to arrest everyone. So basically, Aaron's doing what I like to call the 3-year-old method, which is basically if a 3-year-old really wants something and they're not getting it, what do they usually do?
Whine, cry, kick the back of the seat when they're in the car.
Basically this. That's kind of what Ammon's doing. Like, Ammon at first isn't really getting what he wants. He's like, I mean, I guess he got me arrested, but then I get out of jail, and he's like, oh shoot, if I just keep saying he's stalking us, we have to keep him in jail for I gotta make up some story to put him back in jail. It's exactly what a 3-year-old would do, right? And then he says, we're gonna murder him. He's like, we're threatening him, and
he's not getting what he wants, so he just keeps like whining and crying. He's like, we're doing this,
and we can't
threatening.
Yeah, and we can't, honestly, we can't really get mad at Ammon for doing this because, I mean, we used to do the same thing also, right? Like literally everyone used to do this, but then we turned like 5 years old and we
grew out of it.
Yeah, like we turned 5 and then we realized that this was not the correct method to get what we want. Yeah, basically the person that sent me all this body cam footage asked if I could respond to what Ammon's saying. So I'm saying my official response to Ammon is goo goo gaga, because I feel like that's the appropriate way to respond to someone who's acting like a baby.
Honestly.
And send. So right after this phone call, they arrest Sheldon for just promoting our GoFundMe and sent a bunch of SWAT team members to like SWAT our house, which kind of make more sense to me now based on what Ammon was saying. But anyways, let's fast forward a little bit. We posted the video, and this is, I think, 5 days after we posted the video now. Matt McNeff, Ammon's brother, calls the police. I don't really think he had a crime. He's just kind of like complaining about our video. No, for real. Look.
Let me see.
Yeah, so it's my brother and I have a franchise called Bricks and Minifigs that we run. He was filming and making this pseudo journalistic documentary that that's what he's claiming it is.
Yeah.
He released that documentary on Friday, and our lives have been nothing but hell since then. Once this YouTuber released this video, our franchisees are getting targeted harassment, review bombs. They are destroying people's lives and making it has been a nightmare.
He's not even reporting a crime to the police. He's just like complaining about how much he dislikes the video.
Aren't you supposed to call the cops when there's an emergency?
Actually, I'm gonna put a white one on the bottom.
Basically just
Thank
being
you.
the dude's
Appreciate
therapist
it.
at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see how that looks.
He's trying to say that the American Fork Police, our company, and the LDS Church are all colluding now in protecting our franchisee, and it's one big giant conspiracy. I mean, it's insane. It's just rage bait and clickbait, and he is causing significant serious harm. This has got to slow down.
What, remind me, do you know the title of the video on YouTube? I'd like to include that link on the report.
The YouTube creator is again, we feel like we've tried the whole way through to do the right thing here.
This entire time, Bricks and Minifigs, they say they've been trying to do the right thing the whole time, and it's literally just been as easy as give the dude his Legos back. Like, they're just sitting in an empty store right now that you guys aren't even planning on selling them anymore. It'd be so easy for you just to give them back, but that would fix this whole thing, but they didn't. So, wait. So it's because they've caused so much punitive damage now. Like, they've put Brian on medication. He's been having panic attacks. They've tried ruining his whole life and all this other stuff. Now, it's a little bit more complicated than just giving the Legos back now. Basically, our lawyers are saying that this is going to be a slam dunk case. We could just get millions and millions of dollars out of them and just basically bankrupt their entire company. So Bricks and Minifigs will get completely destroyed. Or
dang, that sounds insane.
We've given them another easy way now. They can say that they're sorry by doing the chicken dance. And I will take that as a sincere form of apology. And once they do the chicken dance, then I will know that Bricks and Minifigs is sorry.
You like the white better?
I
do too.
Move on to the next video series. It'll be awesome. But it's weird.
So
Bricks and Minifigs still hasn't done the chicken dance yet, which
to me makes me feel like they think doing the
How's
chicken
that,
dance
Jamie? You
will
like
cause
that?
them like hundreds of millions of dollars
How'd
worth
the
of
pink
damage.
pen turn
They're
out?
that scared of doing the
I
chicken
didn't
dance.
finish
They
it.
think that by them doing the chicken dance,
I had to
it's
stop
probably,
Woma.
I don't
It was
know, but
making me mad.
They think that's a worse decision than destroying their $100 million company and all of the
Called
innocent
the
franchises.
police to
that
cry
they
about a
do this.
video.
They think it's worth
Honestly, the police seem to
destroying all
care
their
a lot.
franchises just so they don't have to do the chicken dance.
To their credit.
And they have 1 week
too
left
much.
as of me posting this video right now, and then there's going to be a third thing. So right now, it's just give the Legos back and do the chicken dance. But if they wait 1 more week, then they're going to have to do 3 things. Whatever this street is, it's the street Joshua Johnson lives on. They will have to rename this street Reckless Ben Street. That way, every time Josh drives home, he's going to have to see, oh, I live on Reckless Ben Street now. This sucks, you know? Yeah, just as they're stacking the charges to throw us in jail forever, we're stacking the list of demands before they can get out of this mess.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we're just going to keep stacking them until their whole company's destroyed. We're going to stack it week after week, month after month, year after year. Yeah, and even infinity after infinity. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep stacking those lists of demands all the way up and never stop it. Give the Legos back. It won't stop until the Legos. Anyways, subscribe to Patreon. You'll get to see lots of behind the scenes, like full interviews. I just posted a full interview of us talking to the chief of police.
Man, you got screwed. Like, right? So we're just trying to right the wrong. Whatever that looks like.
Basically, he's saying that his police department messed up, and the whole interview's on Patreon. Also, part 4 is halfway filmed. We're almost done filming part 4. It's gonna be the most insane video we've ever filmed in our entire lives. Tell him, Victor. So. Yeah, no spoilers. It kind of sucks because we're still undercover in part 4, but part 4 is gonna be super sick. Everyone's saying that the Lego videos are wrapping up. I think the Lego series is actually just started.
Okay. All right. I think that might have been the perfect amount of time because we can get. Do you want a dangle or do you want charms, Jamie? Okay, keep your package open, please. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good, my dear. Where did these stars go? Oh, over there. So pretty, isn't it? Sometimes I forget it's about Legos, right? What's a dangle? The charms. Let me get, there's some options. Hold on. And then I'm gonna make this full screen because that was gonna be the last video. So we could do either like a yellow heart or I think this is the wrong blue. We could do like a blue charm, like a blue gem. I don't know. You'd want Sanrio. Doesn't really go with that. But the BTS guys. Got some flowers. There's clear hearts too. I don't know if any of those fit the vibe. Or we could do a poof if you want. I do have some stars, but they have gold accents. I have these star charms as well. And I do have a yellow one. If you wanted that. It would be kind of cute, actually. If you're okay with mixed metals. Oh, yes, I do have yellow stars. Would you like a yellow star, Jamie? Are you planning on expanding your bead collection? Yes, I do have some more beads coming on Monday, hopefully. And then I just got a package. Oh, no, that's not it. That's what is this? Hold on. Long story short, yes. I should have some new beads coming in Monday for sure. Monday or Tuesday. And then that'll have some additional options for you guys. I think what I keep running into problems with is storage at this point. I'm gonna have to figure out how to start mixing some of these bead collections together, because I have a lot of them that are like in their own separate bins that I might need to start mixing based on like size or something. Ooh. Okay, fun. I just got these in that I ordered. I haven't tested them out at all yet because they literally just got here. Can we do a clear heart? Yeah, for sure. But these are little flashlights, beatable flashlights. I'm gonna add these. Oops. They just came in the middle. Ah. I'm gonna have those in a couple of... Oh. I think some earthy tones might help bring more variety. I agree. I have a lot of the ones that I have that are like browns are just these smooth beads, which I think is the problem. I need more like texture on the earthy tones. Because I keep running into like, I don't have enough like variety on the earthy tones, and brown is the only like earthy tone I have. I need more like mauves and olives and stuff like that. And then I'm gonna look at getting what was I gonna say? My brain's breaking. I have some like a bigger variety of black beads coming in too, because I know that when we were going through them, I was lacking a lot of different variants of black beads. So I ordered a bunch of different versions of black beads. So I think it's just finding it. The hard part is it's like it's either like a ton of them, or like the price is marked up a lot. But I think I have a supplier that I just found that's going to work out really well. So as long as this order works out on Monday, then we should be good with bead orders coming up. So we'll see. It's just been kind of a struggle to get the right things getting started. Looks cool. I like that. The flashlights are fun. Yeah, I saw somebody with them online, and I was like, "Ooh, that's a need, not a want." So these will be fun. Put a little character on there. So I'll go through. I'll get them listed. And I have 10 of them. I think they're all the same. Let's see. Open this other package real quick. Yeah. Yeah, these are the 5 colors, and I have 2 sets of them. So there's blue, red, black, gold, and lime. So I'll get them listed. Thanks for fitting me in at the end. Absolutely. I appreciate it, Jamie. Thank you so much. All right, y'all. I'm going to end here. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I know it was another long one. As mentioned previously, I know YouTube is kind of a pain sometimes due to the delay in the chat, but thank you for sticking through it with me. If you do take the time to watch the playback, I appreciate it. The hours are very helpful on YouTube as we're moving towards trying to get monetized. All the hours help. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. If you have any questions about anything, feel free to message me. And then otherwise, I will be back over on Twitch on Wednesday at the latest. I might come earlier depending on how the week goes. But no, thank you, Jamie, for keeping us company. I appreciate you. And with that, I will see you guys. I'll see you Wednesday. Have a good rest of your week. Take care, y'all. Stick around for the song. Bye.
Thank you for being